What's up, everybody? We're back here with Fit Down Territory, back-to-back special episodes on back-to-back nights because we had so much fun watching the draft with everybody last night. We're going to do it again for day two. There's tons of talent that slid down this board, defensive studs, good wide receivers. Even the tackle room still looks good. So we're going to have a whole bunch of fun. Mason, I know last night it was a little crowded towards the end of our stream there. So if you wanted to expand on Ricky Pearsall pick and how you felt about it for the 49ers, go for it. And we can go from there.
Yeah, I'll expand off that. My initial reaction was disappointment. Definitely was wanting some secondary help or some O-line help. I think those are probably our two biggest positional needs. And I was also thinking, okay, Ayuk or Debo is gone this year, but I'm glad I've kind of had the night to think about it. Got over drinking the beers from last night. A little sober mindset to kind of realize it's more a long-term move. I think the Niners are going to stick out to the wide receiver room they have right now. There's been rumors still all day Ayuk or Debo is going to get traded, but probably not. I think they're still going to work to extend Ayuk. So in the long run, I think it is a good move because we will sadly have to move on from Debo or Ayuk next offseason just to be able to extend Brock Purdy. So I think it's a good move, honestly. And, I do have a lot of faith in John Lynch. Definitely first reaction was not good, but, expecting him to not really have the greatest year one, but, develop in a solid wide receiver room and maybe become one of the faces of the team in the future.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of great analysis. Like, especially taking the night and being like, all right, word, like I need to chill for a minute and like actually think about what happened instead of just being like, that wasn't the dude I wanted, so now I'm pissed type of thing. I like Pearsall a lot. I think he was let's see, I do think it was a bit of a reach according to my board. I mean, I had 52nd on my board, wide receiver 9, I believe. But they took him as the 7th wide receiver, and they weren't going to be able to get him with their next pick. So he must have been a lot higher on their board. And I think he's a really good player. He has athleticism, he's sneaky. Like, people portray him as a slot only type of player, but he actually split time outside a lot in his time in Florida. So I think he can do that as well. Another big story for the 49ers, though, it does not look like they are trading either one of their other wide receivers. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it's good. I've really grown to love this team that we currently have, although 0-2 in Super Bowl with pretty much this team, minus Purdy in the first one, and I don't believe that might have been Ayuk's rookie season. I might be wrong about that though. He wasn't really up to form, but yeah, I've really grown to love this team, and I do think they can run it back. At least make the Super Bowl again. Give it one more shot before either Ayuk walks or we trade Debo in the offseason or next offseason. And so I am glad that we are more than likely not going to move on from any of them right now. Give the team another chance. They looked like the most dominant team in the regular season for the majority of it. Obviously, Ravens looked a little better at certain parts, but give it another shot. Give Shanny another shot with the team that him and John Lynch have built, and we'll see what happens.
No, I like it a lot. It just seems like that team's kryptonite is Patrick Mahomes. It's tough because like it seems like he's just always going to be there. The one year that you would have gotten Joe Burrow and the Bengals, you didn't pull it out. You know what I mean? It just tough way to it sucks because you have this great team and you're expecting everything, and like when you don't get there, it's just fucking it sucks. At least over here with me, I haven't had to expect very much lately. So like anytime they got a win, it was like word, that was cool. I'm like how do you feel about the Patriots and Drake May? How do you feel about Drake May?
Drake May is honestly my favorite quarterback out of this draft. I think a lot of people hate on him. Obviously, he might have a rough rookie year just because you guys have so much else to build around. So he could just be thrown into a really difficult situation. But But I do think in the long term, given 1 or 2 years, I think he will be your guy for the future. Um, I mean, watching his tape, I was definitely more excited than him than I would be Caleb Williams. Obviously, everyone thinks Caleb Williams is a guy, but coming from a USC fan, USC quarterbacks not do good in the NFL. I think our best quarterback was Carson Palmer. That was
Yep.
what 20, 30 years ago now. So, I mean, Caleb Williams could break that, but I don't know. I see a lot of great arm talent, and then there's some other things about Caleb that do worry me.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely stepping into like one of the best situations though. So like it's not like, what's it called? I mean, Andrew Luck when he went to Indianapolis, they have no offensive line and like a older T.Y. Hilton. Um, if he can come in with freaking DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Roma Dunze, Cole Kmet, DeAndre Swift, Roshan Johnson's a good back. They have a decent offensive line, and that dude's playmaking, Caleb's playmaking ability. Like the only thing I question right now about that offense is Shane Waldron. Not I like, yeah, he gave Gino like this massive big year, but like it always felt like that offense could be even more potent, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I definitely think the play calling could slow him down, but another thing about Caleb is he's because the team around him is so good, he's not going to be given really as much leeway as guys like Drake might get. So yeah, I think he's going to be definitely a guy to watch just because the team are one, he's the first overall pick, and two, the team around him is probably one of the most hyped up teams this offseason.
Yeah. No, I mean, as they should be. They've made a lot of very interesting moves, I think. Um, what's it called? What was your, like, other than the Michael Penix pick, because everybody's going to say that was their least favorite pick of the night. What was your least favorite pick of the night last night?
Brock Bowers going to the Raiders.
Is that for
Obviously,
fantasy or just
both.
in general? Both.
Yeah. I think it hurts his value. Well, fantasy wise, for sure, hurts his value because they did spend a first on Mayer last year. Obviously, Bowers would probably be the number one guy. But so is like Mayer just dead? Did they just already decide that they wasted a pick last year? I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I know Bowers was probably the best talent available, and they might have pulled one of those moves, draft best talent over best position. But yeah, I did not like that pick at all.
No, I get that. The Raiders person who came on yesterday, I forget what his handle is. It's Santino from Stadium Rat. But I forget what his handle on Twitter is. But he was saying that the Raiders are gonna run this just like vanilla, like 12 personnel package offense with the two tight end set and like have Devontae and Jacoby Myers and like not really run with the slot. Like in that scenario, I like Bowers, but yeah, that's what I was just saying. They're gonna run a lot of 12 personnel, and two tight ends are gonna be on the like. Why'd you say nah, Bryce? That's what I just said, isn't it? Or did I misspeak? Um, yeah, but like at least they're both gonna be on the field, and they both kind of have different skill sets. I think Mayer's a better inline blocker, and like Bowers you can use in the slot or like more as a receiving threat for sure. If I was selecting for them, I would have selected Quinion Mitchell at that point with all the quarterbacks gone because Jack Jones is a good player, but you never know what type of issue you're gonna run in with that dude anymore. So like having a even better player.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I was really expecting Raiders to go defense. I mean, obviously, if I think Bo Nix fell another pick, they would have gone him.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, with how far defense was sliding. I mean, Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy, they fell really hard compared to the common consensus. I was really thinking they would have gone one of them, but yeah, I mean, Owen Bowers. I mean, he's a stud, and I think he will work out for them. But it just puts him a big, kind of question of what really is that tight end room going to look like?
Bryce says for Bowers, he thinks that it did take a premium of his draft value is what like took the hit. Like, yeah, he fell a little bit. Like a lot of the conversation about Bowers was not falling out of the top 10, and he fell 13. So it was like one of those situations. Like, I mean, he's there. I got to go ahead and take him. JC says, "Let's go." I know you guys have a little bit of a feud going on, so that's cool. We love those. I'm pissed about the Chargers taking Joe Alt though, because I had a bet in one of my other fantasy leagues that if the first 6 picks went skill position players, quarterback, wide receiver, I would have gotten the 205. But the Chargers took Alt, so I had to give away the 204. So made the gamble, didn't pay off for me. Now I'm missing the top 16 pick that I definitely could have used on that team. Still the 211 and the 104. So I'm okay draft capital wise, but like my extra good pick had to send it over for nothing. So that kind of sucked. Little mad there, not gonna lie. You didn't take Malik Neighbors, like, come on, my guy. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking Neighbors. He's definitely the more flashy pick for them. They obviously need to address the wide receiver room because QJ is he didn't show really anything last year. I think that's who they'll be taking with their second round pick. If AD Mitchell, does fall that way, they definitely
Not
will
making it past 34. Sorry, not making it
Yeah.
past 34.
You need wide receivers too.
I know we need AD Mitchell. That'd be electric that'd be so hype if that happened. They have picked 37 today when I did my round 2-3 mock draft. I had Lad McConkey going there, which I honestly love that fit. Like if QJ can kind of get himself together and be that like outside X role, then you have what's his name? Joshua Palmer as your like Z, your C receiver, and then you put Lad McConkey in the slot. Now you're looking at something a lot more pleasing to Justin Herbert, and something that also doesn't like they'll play to their offense that Harbaugh wants to run, this low passing volume offense, like uber efficient play action. Like Lad's gonna cook people up with his routes and that play action ability from Herbert. Like, yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm expecting a lot of wide receivers to go probably over the next 5 picks because Bills, obviously, if they don't take one here, I think their fans are going to riot, especially after all the trade backs and giving the fastest wide receiver ever or the fastest player ever in the NFL Combine to their biggest opponent who has, smoked them in playoffs for years past. So I think if they don't make the fans happy, there's going to be riots in Buffalo.
Yeah, no, I totally could see them growing Jerzon Newton though. Like Newton's my 10th player on the board. Like before yesterday, he was my 10th best player like in this class. So like to get him at 33 after trading back twice and acquiring capital, I know it's not really what fans want, but I think that's something that team like really needs. Because they let the Chiefs do this thing to them where like they gain a ton of yards on the ground and then keep Kelsey and like their 3 tight end sets out there. And then once they do that, everything's play action and mismatches. And at least last year, like you need to be able to stop that run game and like get some interior pressure on Mahomes. So I think that, or they could go Cooper to Gene and finally start like resetting that age limit, like the older veterans on their secondary. But yeah, no, that's so what was your favorite pick? Like best value pick from yesterday?
I mean, my favorite pick because I kind of love him and I'm a little higher than him on everyone else was Bo Nix going that early to the Broncos.
You and Dan, bro. You and Dan both love him, and I'm not a fan, dude. I'm not a fan. But go for it. Tell me why.
Yeah, well, I mean, over on our podcast, Fantasy Rant, I did convince Dan why Bo Nix will be a little better than the general consensus. I just think, you got Sean Payton, great coach. I think he's definitely got the ability to make a guy like Bo Nix work. If you just watch Bo Nix tapes, he can do a lot. He's not necessarily one-dimensional. There is some more quarterbacks in this draft that I think are a lot more one-dimensional. And I think Bo Nix really kind of has the full skill package. And Denver, obviously their really only weapon right now is Cortland Sutton. I mean, Marvin Mims could be something. And then, I mean, they got Dolchich. A lot of people forget about him. And then they got a solid running back and Javonte. I just think it's a really good spot for him. And he is a little older, and a lot of people criticize Bo Nix for that, but it could just mean he's more developed.
Yeah, no, I guess so. What's it called? He's not my guy. He's just not my guy. Don't like him. Not a fan. Not a fan. What's up, Clint? How are we doing? We're in the black room now. We're in the darkness. You're muted.
So I've already done my quota of once an episode talking while muted, so I'm getting ahead of the game. I am actually all right, JC. Let me give my opening statement. I'm in the garage right now. Actually, this is my like little mud room area. I have the kid at the house tonight versus last night. Her room is next to where I usually record, so I got kicked to the garage this evening.
That's okay. That's okay. If we're chilling, we're here. Drafts on the screen, like we're good.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say I'm sitting here being coy, like, oh, I got kicked to the garage and I'm out here early, and I'm like, it was low key a vibe.
So Corcoran says, Clint, are you okay?
No, never okay.
No, not okay. And then
never okay. And to answer JC, couldn't wear a jersey of any kind after last night. I had to kind of mix up that juju, that voodoo, that whatever you want to call it. I had to mix it up, go with the collared shirt tonight because, I got 3 picks for the Falcons this evening as of now. I think there's a great chance they try and trade up, maybe turns into 2. But all that to say, no, I am mixing it up a little bit. But I'll tell you, Penix looked fresh as hell in that red suit today. I'll give the guy that. Kicked into the garage like Kirk was kicked in the gut.
He's going to be on you all night tonight.
All night long, yeah.
Classic.
The best thing was when I was getting DMs last night of photos that he had photoshopped my head next to Michael Penix. I was like, this is perfect serial killer behavior.
Let me go grab that and throw it on the screen so people can see it because it was awesome. So now after a whole night of kind of thinking about it, where do you think the Bills go here? Do you think they trade the pick? Do you think they take A.D. Mitchell? I've been hearing a lot of smoke about Keon Coleman as well here.
Stay and take your pick of the litter. It's going to be interesting to me. Do they want to go get some size? Like you said, a Keon Coleman, an A.D. Mitchell, or do they want to go for more of the separator, like a Ladd McConkey? Personally, that's a tough one, man. They're all 3 very talented. I'm not convinced I wouldn't take Ladd, but if you wanted the size, I'd be taking A.D. Mitchell. But I also, couldn't fault them for being into Coleman there. But no, between the 3 of them, you got to take the pick of the litter here. Don't get cute.
Yeah.
Look, you've already gotten you traded back twice yesterday, picked up a couple picks. You've already gotten clever and had your moment. It's time to cash in.
Word. Real quick, I'm going to take us off the stream and throw that picture on the stream so everybody can see it.
The face that's cut out is my beagle right there. So
that was good. Good Photoshop work from JC. We love to see it. I hope people who are watching enjoyed that as well. I know it was a little bit closer to the frame than I was expecting.
I also have a massive 99th percentile head. So that
oh man.
no, I'm ready to bash some damn skulls.
If the Bills trade back 3 times, I feel bad for Bahuki. I actually feel really bad for him because he sat through our whole 5-hour show last night, and the Bills did the Belichick and didn't pick.
Leggett was his guy for last night, so he sat there and just watched him go away. To your point of because I thought Leggett was going to be their guy last night at 28.
You said pause. Bahuki said pause. What were you saying? Sorry.
It wasn't important because I don't even remember it. I just said that Leggett was his guy, and that's who I anticipated Buffalo being interested in at 28 when they made the switch with Kansas City to come up and get Worthy, and then ultimately, trade back with Carolina because, it was blatantly obvious that Leggett was Carolina's guy. And honestly, that's a case of match made in heaven. That's a case of feel-good story. That's a case of somebody being the hometown guy. I think everyone can be happy about that. But, because of what I just said, that's who I anticipated last night, I would think the big body either between Coleman or A.D. Mitchell here. And I kind of like that you mentioned some buzz on Coleman. I could see that.
Yeah, Jassa Investing said Coleman would be a good replacement after losing Gabe Davis. Good size jump ball player. Yeah, I like that comp. I think that's very fair. And I hope that's what they do. I really hope that's what they do. I'm sitting here at 34 being like, if A.D. Mitchell's there, man, eat that shit up. Eat that all day.
Well, hey, you talked about kind of some of the rumor mill today. I saw that the kind of the buzz, and this is from like the Jordan Schultz and the Ian Rappaports of the world, was saying the buzz was Philly was calling. Who else? The Packers were calling. I cannot remember the third team they said, but those two jumped out at me as saying, "Oh, Cooper DeJean is not going to last very long here."
Yeah, no.
Kool-Aid's another one potentially. Johnny Newton. Who knows with Johnny Newton? Apparently, there's there might be some fear with his foot medical. I don't care. I'd like to take him with the 33rd pick right here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I did in my mock draft, honestly.
He's the number 10 player on my board. Guy's a beast.
Same. Brandon Graham in that green suit. Yeah, he gives me nightmares still from that strip sack he forced.
Yeah, he does look gangster in that.
Yeah, he's looking good for sure. Alex says, who do you think the Pats need to pick up again to become a threat? I hit it on the head with A.D. Mitchell if he's there. If not, I heard them having interest in Ladd McConkey as well, which I won't hate.
Either one would be so sweet.
Yeah, I mean, I have McConkey as my, let's see here. He's my 37th player on my board. A.D. Mitchell's my 35th. So, I'm going with Mitchell due to size and what they need. So, we'll see. We'll see what it is. Nicholas is in the chat. Welcome to day 2. Hopefully our teams make the right and bright decisions next 2 rounds of the draft. Thanks for that positivity, Nick. We really needed that on the show. We really needed that.
Give him time.
That's that can-do attitude, man. Mason, what do you think the Bills do here?
I think they go A.D. Mitchell or Keon Coleman. I saw some reports today that was saying those are the 2 guys they were kind of bouncing around, debating over who to take. They could go Ladd, but I think Ladd's going to fall either to the Patriots, maybe Commanders if he does go that far down. So I don't know. I saw them going A.D. Mitchell in the first with their initial first pick before they traded it away. So that's who I'm more leaning towards. I think he would be a good fit in that offense. I mean, obviously, they just need really any wide receiver right now. They got Curtis Samuel and Shakir, which, both decent guys. But if they don't go wide receiver here, it's just I don't even know what to really think about that front office. Like you mentioned earlier, they could go Newton, but I see it very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, in my mock draft that I did today, let me just pull it up real quick. Sorry. I had them taking Jerzon, and then at pick 60, I think it is.
It is 60.
Yeah, it is 60. I had them getting Javon Baker at 60. So I think there's enough depth in the class for them to take Newton or DeJean here and still be able to get a good player in the third
Baker
round.
is on the all-popular team for this year in terms of every fan base wants that guy. So wherever he does go is going to be fascinating just in terms of kind of that team won the sweepstakes almost. For another example, last year, John Michael Schmitz was the guy that everybody wanted. Every fan on every Twitter, everyone wanted him. So when the Giants got him, it was kind of Baker could potentially be that guy this year that it's everyone's talking about. Whenever he goes, it's going to be they got him. So we'll see.
Yeah, so sportsmanlike misconduct says whoever gets Johnny Newton is getting a steal. Me and Clint are right here lockstep on that with where we have him.
Hell, I had him
Nick,
as my number one interior over Byron Murphy, who went 16 last night.
same here. I had Byron Murphy as my 19th player on my board. So Nick said Ric Flair, the Nature Boy, is coming out to make the draft pick, and he can't wait. Got a little woo in there. JC's ready for sketch. What's up, brother? Thank you, brother. And Nicholas is in here. Doesn't think Buffalo goes receiver. They need a cornerback badly. Ooh, Bill's taking Troy Franklin. Oh, make me happy. Make me happy. That would be awesome for me. I like Troy at the very beginning of the draft process. Then I really dove into his tape, and then I got shades of Tyquan Thornton. He has that same kind of build, same type of speed, which is good, but the Oregon wide receiver that is short, not short, is tall and skinny. I don't know. It gave me flashbacks. Can't do it. So would love for him to go here. Jason Veston says if Mitchell goes to Buffalo, would Pats go OT and take Kingsley Suamataia? Clint, you know my feelings on Suamataia. I think that would be an absolute home run pick for them. Because I don't think he's making it to 68 like I had my mock draft today. Yeah, so.
I'm pulling up. I want to see just who's remaining board. But to your Kingsley comment, no, he'd be fantastic there. I mean, if you're his camp, you're going into this right now with New England circled at 34, Washington circled at 36 and 40, and you really don't imagine yourself falling past there. I wouldn't imagine. I mean, I think those two teams is where he's probably got the caps in the front of the box today.
Yeah.
You're right. So I think the value's there as well. I'd like to see him go to New England. I want to see who else is left as far as the tackles.
Yeah, it looks like or it says Steve the Pirate says whether it's O-line or wide receiver, they gotta do something to help May for sure. Totally agree here. I'm seeing in the comments the pick's been announced. I don't know why our stream is I can't really do much about that, unfortunately. Would appreciate if you don't put the picks in the comments so we can kind of have that live reaction thing on here. That'd be fantastic. Because if it is what I'm seeing here, I'll be happy. Because the Pats are on the clock and my player that I really, really want is there. So it's taken quite a long time for them to get this pick in. Might be now. Yeah, I mean, this team is definitely going through a strong rebuild here. They had to reset because the quarterback contract is starting to kick in, and they had to make some different moves, hard moves, and you have Josh Allen, so you're probably in the mix every week here.
Yeah. Honestly, something I'm looking most forward to today is to finally see some RBs off the board. For fantasy wise and just NFL wise, there's definitely some teams that need some RB help. I got Trey Benson going as the first running back. I just think he's going to be one of the better ones out of this draft. Who are you guys thinking is going to be the first off the board?
I think it's Jonathan Brooks to Dallas at 54. That's the classic spot right there. Classic spot. Texas kid staying in Texas, just moving from one massive program to the biggest program in basically in sports. As long as that ACL is right, man, that dude's dangerous. He's a threat. He has everything you need to be a home run running back. My favorite back though on in the class is Jalen Wright. That dude's explosive. He's a one-play touchdown, ready to pop. Clint, what do you think?
Yeah, Jalen Wright was my number one running back this year as far as a home run hitter with some size and can really hit the gap. In terms of who I think will be the first one off the board, I think Benson was a great mention. But I think I would also say Brooks. I mean, if Brooks didn't have the injury this year, it wouldn't be a conversation. So that kind of tips me a little bit as well. I think Dallas, like he said, at 56 is the ceiling as far as the running back market. So if it goes before there, we really could see it get hot.
Yeah. Steven asked, what is he thinking? What are you thinking, Clint, for Green Bay today?
I'm seeing here that they're about 7 or ish picks in. You know, they were some of the buzz as far as trading up. You got to think DeJean is who they're gunning for. And that's what I'd be hoping that they are as far as Green Bay, you know, kind of open-ended secondary needs throughout, whether it be a nickel boundary, playing him at a strong safety role. I think it's just kind of a match made in heaven there.
All right, first pick being made.
So I had to flip the light on. Wow.
Right.
Keon Coleman.
That was a good call when you threw that out that was the buzz. See, I hadn't seen that today.
Yeah, I saw that a little earlier that's who they were deciding between.
Coleman, somebody that is going to get, you know, the common narrative that's going to be a lazy sell is that he's got, you know, he lacks in straight line speed. You see there on the ticker, 4.6 140 at the combine. But you look at the guy.
Play speed.
Well, play speed, you look at him in the gauntlet, for example, he's hitting 20-plus miles an hour, top in the group. It's like anyone hitting 20-plus, particularly at power forward size like he has, is incredible play speed. Look at the vertical ability. And you give some of that vertical straight speed for what you gain from him in terms of body control, that strong hands, the size, upper body strength. Like I said, power forward. Take like a Drake London, for example. Where does Drake London get paid? He's not a big vertical threat. He's not cracking a 4.5, 4.55.
No.
He's got elite body control, elite length, the ability to work the sideline. He's just a tough ass. And it's like that's kind of what you're getting here with Coleman and what they need in Buffalo. Kind of a guy that can go throw some elbows, go bang and knock, get a rebound, you know, going back to the forward. A comment again. I like it here. I get people being like, oh, I want A.D. Mitchell because he was more popular as far as kind of the media consensus, but I think we were right as far as they were looking for the bigger profile versus like a lad. So, but no, can't fault them for siding with Coleman over AD here.
It looks like we're getting spoiled in the comments a little bit. So, can JC really appreciate your comments, but let's wait till it comes up on here if possible, at least to put it in the comments. There's been a trade for the Patriots. Apparently, the Chargers are now on the clock. That makes me angry. That makes me angry.
A.D. Mitchell's gone.
Well, hey, maybe Lad McConkey can fall back to you know, where you guys now are. I could see that maybe being your guys' option, but
unless they take McConkey here,
I mean, they could. Yeah, that is true.
They said that Steve said NFL Network is delayed. Should we kick this thing to ESPN? Is that what
let me look.
Commenters are in? Steve, you on ESPN?
Get that up there and see how that's going. Yeah. We'll see.
Well, yeah, there we go. Right.
Bro, god damn it.
That sucks. Let's see what you got, though. Let's see what picks you got.
All adding up for Troy Franklin to the Pats. No, I don't want that. Rez says, so bad for the Pats. What are they doing? I mean,
let's see the picks.
Yeah, I mean, I actually had the Pats trading back a lot from 34 because they do need a little bit more flexibility, but we have to see what the package is and how the board falls here.
Steve the Pirate could be right. It didn't exactly look like AD's place was blowing up.
Yeah, so I mean, I think McConkey's a better fit for what Harbaugh is going to want to do and how he runs his offense. Damn, JC, just throwing body shots. He's gonna be on your ass all night, my friend, and it's gonna be great because we're here.
Yeah, it's 7:21, and we're on the second pick.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's kind of how it happened yesterday, and
the Georgia
before we knew
Bulldog
it,
in me
it
is kind
flew.
of on top of the fact you want AD to stay on the board. It's like I wouldn't hate to see Ladd go here. Go with Justin Herbert. Go with Harbaugh. Go out there in LA. That's kind of lit. I'm pulling for this to be McConkey.
It's not gonna, dude. They're gonna piss me off. It's gonna piss me off for sure. I already know. I was way too lucky yesterday. They did what I wanted. They're not gonna do what I wanted 2 days in a row. No way.
Boom.
Yes,
Donkey. All right.
Nice.
I was
Good for
right.
him. Good for him.
Lad.
Overall money, he did good.
I mean, that could be the potential Chargers #1 wide receiver going forward for the next couple years. So something to look out for.
Thank you, Steve the Pirate. Spoke that into
I
existence.
want to see the picks.
Yeah, I don't. Do we have a compensation update? Chat, can we throw the
That's
compensation
where
for that
you
trade?
should be annoying with leaks, chat. Where we at,
What a
JC?
lad.
Maybe go and look up the comp instead of being mean to me.
Damn, Steven. Just roasting my pats. Who's your team?
He's
Who's
a
his team?
Packers, man. Yeah.
I can't even roast you for it. So we got 37. What else did we get? I gotta think like they're fourth, like one of those picks in the year, like 110-ish, I would imagine. Yeah, I can't even talk shit to you because you're a Green Bay Packers fan. They're looking pretty awesome. Like that team, like I really like almost every player on that team. Like as like you know what I mean? Like it's just like a bunch of people I feel like I can root for, and like that annoys me because I want to be mean to you right now, but I literally can't.
All right. So from what I'm seeing is Patriots Patriots are giving away the 34th and the 137. They're receiving the 37th and the 110. There you go, Jason.
So I was right about 110, but I didn't think we'd give up 137. Interesting. I mean, I don't believe the Cardinals take a wide receiver here. I don't think Washington takes a wide receiver here.
You're right. You're going to still end up getting who you wanted.
If we can move up 27 spots and move back 4 and still get or 3 still get AD Mitchell, like I'm cool with it. With it.
Yeah. I think Cardinals here go DeJean or Kool-Aid.
Oh, trade alert.
Never mind. They aren't going to draft either of them.
Let's go. Let's go. Hurt my feelings. Hurt me. I'm ready.
Dude, they're going to take AD Mitchell and piss me off. Watch.
Kool-Aid.
Jerzon Newton?
Kool-Aid. I'm locking that in.
Kool-Aid.
I want it to be Kool-Aid. I think
Kool-Aid.
that'd be Litsky. Let's do it.
Spencer Rattler? Question mark?
Yeah, they are going to go Rattler. Just because.
Clint's like, dude, I'll break my glasses right in my hands.
Am I losing my mind, or is that kid wearing an AD Mitchell jersey?
He is. I think he is.
Oh, wow.
We're cooked. I'm cooked. If they get finessed
if this is real.
So I got the trade. It's the Cardinals are giving up the 35th and the 186. Falcons are giving up the 43 and the 79.
Wow. They paid a premium for that.
They did, but I'll say this. You got to consider, and what did I say going into this? I thought we were going to turn tonight's 3 picks into 2 and trade up for Atlanta. Exactly what we're seeing. They've got 2 third-rounders. This 79th pick is what they got for Ridley, and I think they kind of view it as a luxury. I think that
I get that.
Considering he was the 1-year rental in Tennessee, would have been a 1-year rental in Atlanta, Ridley wasn't going to be the difference in us doing anything deeper as a team. I think they look at this as a luxury and say we're about to, like I said, they're after last night in particular, there's a luxury pick in their eyes, I imagine, and they're like, we're going to go make a move. We're about to go spend the cash.
This feels like a luxury draft.
I'm ready for them to hurt me. I'm ready. Like I'm so ready to be hurt right now.
Guys, we need Tyler Newton.
Shut up, Steve. Tack McKinley. That's more original than the Spencer Rattler comments.
Dude, no, there's an Archie Manning Arch Manning out here in the comments. That's who you're picking. Oh Jesus. Yeah, we need Tyler Newman and Ben Sinnott we need Tyler Newman to be the first safety off the board and Ben Sinnott to be the second tight end off the board. I'll win $750.
I'm so ready to be hurt right now. I'm so ready.
What's up, Louie?
What's going on, guys?
Geeking. I'm straight geeking.
Because you traded down again?
Yeah, we moved down from 34, 37. Now the Falcons on the clock.
That was for JC.
What's up, brothers? Tuesday.
He's supposed to be announcing picks like tonight, I think. The third rounder, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
He tore his ACL, though, or something, so we'll see. Yeah, so just so many trade caught up. The Bills took Keon Coleman, and then the Patriots and Chargers traded, and the Chargers honky.
Correct. And now the Falcons
are going to take a defender if they are smart.
I hope so.
All right, Clint.
I hope so.
All eyes on you, buddy.
He's geeking. We're freaking out over here. Hi.
They're going to pick Hazel. I brought my draft specialist with me.
Yeah, we know that's where you're getting all your information.
Sure, yeah, she puts my big board together.
Wow.
He goes earlier than I thought he would.
Clint, how you feeling about Roro?
I think, Roro is a 99th percentile kind of athlete. He's somebody that's probably out, maybe a year ahead there, but that one doesn't bother me. That's not necessarily what I wanted, but I had a Roro as a top 50 kind of caliber player. That one, hey, and this ain't me being smart. It is a damn defender. That's the starting point. In terms of they got to keep youth on that interior. Grady Jarrett's aging out. David Onyemata will age out. They need some youth on that interior. That does not bother me in the slightest. Was I getting excited here about a corner? Yes, but this might tell me that they're saying in terms of the interior market versus the corner market at 74 that they were going to wait. This for me is I'm going to let this play out. Really think about it, because if they come and hit me hard with a good corner, for example, at 74, I'm really going to feel nice about this. No, I'm fine with this pick. He is an extremely high-level athlete. This guy didn't start playing football until he was a junior in high school. He moved from Nigeria, coaching up, continuing that on. I mean, he's just a hair, like a pound or two sub 300. Like I said, he's a 99th percentile kind of athlete. Now, that's a fine pick. That does not bother me whatsoever.
So why do we think Jerzon Newton's falling like this?
It's a medical. That foot. This is an example of that foot got flagged worse than the media and the fans out there knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think?
To bring up the same point, I've been hearing that there's some medical concerns, and I think this pick here cements it. I don't think, I think Ororo's a good player. And I probably butchered that pronunciation, so sorry to him. Great player.
No.
I think Newton's tape is borderline one of the best defenders in the class, period. And so the fact that there's all these guys going, even at the same position, tells me pretty much everything I need to know about the medical situation there. I would not be surprised at this point if he falls out of the top 50. Sorry.
True. No, I get that. Do we think this is a Kingsley Suamataia pick right here, offensive line for the Commanders, or would they go Kool-Aid with cornerbacks still being a need on that team?
I'm leaning more towards the go secondary here.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the O-line does need some help, but I could see them addressing that in the later rounds. I just think with how far DeJean and Kool-Aid has fallen and that being a positional need for the team, I can't see them not going into the secondary. Could be wrong, but I was leaning more towards secondary.
Steve the Pirate says they need to protect Daniels. He can't protect himself. I love that his username on this is Steve the Pirate, like epic dodgeball reference right there. Blake's checking in on you, Clint, but you just kind of went in on that, so you're good. Clint's good. He's cool with the pick. It wasn't Michael Penix. It wasn't Spencer Rattler. It was a defender, so he's feeling good, right?
I wanted Kool-Aid, but it had to be defense. And I understand if they wanted to get on that defensive line, particularly the interior market. That's cool. Move on. I'm ready to roll.
All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back.
If I'm the Commanders here, I probably am going O-line just because of how big that run was in the first half. Christian Haynes is still here. JPJ is still here. If you want to go interior, I still think there's some really high-level guys available. And then if I'm them, I'm probably looking at someone like Andrew Phillips and potentially moving up into the late second to grab a corner, depending on how that stacks. I think you just took your franchise quarterback, and to me, like, protecting him becomes priority number one. But I can see the need for corner. I just doubling down on Jaden Daniels feels like a better decision to me.
Well, I think it's O-line, but I think you just got to mention who do they think isn't going to make it to 40, because they've got the 40th pick coming right up. Who do you think isn't going to make it? I think you look at somebody at the top of that tackle class. There's probably who are we just saying? If it's corner, it could be like a Kool-Aid, for example. If it's a tackle, I think it could be like a Sua Matea out of BYU. They're sitting here in a real nice spot, but I'm interested to look at who they take at 36 and who they take at 40, and then see where they gauged that 36 wasn't going to make it to 40 and 40 would make it.
Dude, we are all wearing red. Sorry, I didn't.
Well,
JC with an excellent comment about we're all wearing red.
Still on the board, right? And I think there's a chance, I could see the Patriots taking somebody like that, if I'm being honest.
No, I want AD Mitchell now. What I would do if I was the Commanders, I would take Kingsley here and hope JPJ falls to you and do that at 40, and then all of a sudden, like you add JPJ, Tyler Piottish, and Kingsley Sumatia to your offensive line, like you're rolling at that point. It's a quick way to rebuild that thing.
They're just going to disappoint you right here, Tyler, and take AD Mitchell.
Dude. No. Don't do that to me.
That's an example of, like, if they did, he's not making it to 40.
Yeah.
Oh, Darryl Green, damn.
That would hurt my emotions very much so. Come on. Make the pick. Let's do it. Sick jersey, bro. This is almost as stressful as the third pick. Like,
yeah, but with the third pick, you guys kind of knew who you were going. Whether it was going to be.
I had no idea what they were going to do.
Yeah, I guess we were worried about JJ.
I was worried about JJ. I was worried about a mysterious trade back. I was worried about them just taking Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, that wasn't solid until that name came up on the screen for me yesterday.
I saw a rumor that Giants tried trading up to the 103. They tried trading the 106 on their 25 first as well. And that Patriots said no.
Yeah. As I would have said, that's not enough for me to move off.
All right, Green. I think we've about milked this, boss man.
Yeah, we're ready to make the pick. Come on, do it.
He's really taking his time here.
Yeah, he's getting that screen time, boyo.
Where's that clock in the back of church that tells somebody they need to quit?
NFL doesn't care. They want as much ad time as they can possibly get.
Do they just shock us and go like Johnny Newton here? No?
Dude, say the pick, old man. Come on.
Yeah, like
Darryl
this
Green is, but come on.
This is so classic. This is so classic for me right now because like my pick's next, so like this is gonna take forever.
Elite
Like,
comment.
come
Oh,
You said it about Johnny Newton. Nice
Wow.
We ride.
glad to see him quit falling. Like we said, even if the medical is an issue, it's like that guy has stupid upside. That's a nice pick.
Yeah, especially you traded away some pieces last offseason to get those extra third rounders that you picked up.
Yeah.
This extra second and the third coming up. So I think it's only kind of fair you replace that on the D line, but at the same time, right, we know they have pressing needs at both line and corner.
I think this is a nice sentiment back to the Falcons taking interior defensive line just to pick a go to show that this little market might have had a little stretch right here to start out. I'm interested to see kind of who's that next either interior or just defensive line body that goes.
I mean, Adissa Isaac's still there. Marshawn Nealon's still there. I feel like
I thought
those
I
are
had
like,
a chance of getting Nealon on the Falcons tonight. I thought I had a chance there. That's not going to happen now. He's not going to make it to me in the 70s.
yeah. Blake says the gestures on Newton's isn't as hurt as we thought.
Yeah, maybe, but maybe not. We've been sitting here saying I think he's a top 10, top 15 player in the class. Well, by that, this might be them taking a gamble, but who knows? As if my ranking is word.
Okay,
Yeah.
the Pats are on the clock. We're on the clock.
Hey, it's
2
time to
minutes left.
it's time to cash in and take A.D. Mitchell right here, buddy. There's picks in. Let's roll.
So while we're waiting for this, right, sweating out, I do think it's important to note that like some GMs are more predisposed, like some franchises are more predisposed to risk in their evaluation process than other teams are.
Such a good point.
Part of where Latu goes or where Newton goes, sometimes those stretches where they fall through, it's just the teams in that range aren't looking to gamble on a prospect this year.
Yeah. No, that's such a good point.
The Commanders, right? You're coming out kind of into taking your first big strides into your rebuild. You get your quarterback of the future. The NFC's not elite, but if you don't make playoffs this year, there's no expectations. So if Newton only plays the last 4 games of the season or the last 6 games of the season,
you're fine.
Line yet, like
yeah. Michael Onwenu looking stunting out there.
Every time Nick has a negative comment, everyone take a huge gulp of your beer.
Oh, wow.
Okay, no, wait, calm down.
I'm okay.
I don't hate this pick.
Dude,
I don't hate this pick.
And I'll tell you, I'm not trying to take it back to my pick a second ago, but we get so much into like the media and the fans of what we think consensus of like, oh, this guy's ahead of this guy. It's like, dude, the NFL's
I like
different
this
with
pick.
that. It's like we all say like, oh, A.D. Mitchell's ahead of Jalen Polk. For all you know, the NFL is all looking at each other saying we flagged him in the interview process. We flagged him on tape with a little lack of effort, for example, maybe. That's just all, versus somebody like a Polk who's high motor player ascending on the tape. It's all there in terms of the production. And I talked about him last night in terms of, 6'2", 203. He can run in that 4-5. I mean, the guy's physical as can be. Polk is the kind of player who's never going to be flashy, never going to be, a Pro Bowler, never going to be a 1, but it's just going to be a damn good 2 for about 7-8 years and just be a great like that. That is such a high floor pick. That's you're not screwing. You're not. What did we just? Who was it that said the point a second ago? It was Louie. Just said some teams going for the risk and some teams kind of going for the less risky play. It's like that was the Patriots saying we need a football player and we don't need to get cute and we picked up some picks. And no, dude, that's fine. Hey, but it'll be interesting to see. Let's see how much longer AD lasts.
Yeah. No, for sure. Wow.
And I think the other thing, and if the wind's loud out here, let me know, guys. But another thing I factor into this is there's a possibility May had some weigh in here. Not every franchise does that, but you take your franchise QB yesterday, there's a chance, he has a phone call.
He should have had input.
And maybe he likes Polk better than Mitchell. Maybe they have
input.
Past history. They played at a bowl game together or at, whatever, in the draft process at the combine, whatever.
To your point, somebody in the building that has trust in that New England building. Oh, Brissett might have looked at them and said, that kid's a player.
Yeah. So yeah, sometimes it's not even about best player on the board. And that's hard to stomach. Like from our perspective, sometimes you're just like, if you're going to take this.
Well, that's what I was just saying about kind of like the media narrative, the fan narrative of we establish these people. It's like, oh, you have AD Mitchell above Jalen Polk. It's like, that doesn't mean that your hypothesis is reality.
Jalen Polk was my, let's see here, 55th player on my board.
Look, it was a little rich. It was a little rich. Just like, hey, a row was a little rich too. I'll raise my hand. It was a little rich, but those guys are high floor football players. That's not the one for us to be like, oh, I'm mad about my team's pick. No, for 70. I'll save that for 74 when the Falcons do that.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with Jalen Polk. I mean, Rez, you're totally right. AD Mitchell must be falling for a reason we don't know about. I mean, I would say like there was some serious character issues with him as far as the draft process went. His interviews, it's on record that he said he takes plays off.
Yeah, it's on play effort. On tape effort.
And to talk about that, right? That's always such a hot button topic. Like, oh, character issues, whatever. But if you guys remember a couple years ago, that was kind of the same vibe Kadarius Toney was giving off, and he went in the first because of talent. And then kind of look how that's worked out for his career, right? You can't invest such high capital into these guys.
Well, and hell, to your point, it's like Mitchell's a higher caliber athlete than even Toney. I mean, AD is a 99th percentile kind of relative athletic score.
And someone's going to take a gamble.
Nick does make a solid point about Mitchell having a little bit of an injury history versus a Polk. That's a solid point to throw in as well. If we're looking for some,
So the thing about Jalen Polk is like you're not gonna find that taking place. Like he is not taking plays off. He's like his work.
No, you're absolutely right. And you like I did cut you off, and I apologize.
It's okay.
Team like you, New England, who's in a rebuild, who knows they're not going to be any good in 2024, who has time. They look at a guy like Polk, who just is a tough, not going to complain, not going to whine, not going to take any plays off, high motor, physical guy, knows the deal, knows business. It's like this was a cultural fit. This is someone you kind of need. Polk's a guy who puts his roots down. And like I said, you look up 7-8 years from now and say, man, that guy really helped build us through this rebuild as a young high floor player.
And also, kudos to them for trading back, right? We think it's a little rich,
yes.
but they did back a couple
It gives
spots,
it more value.
some extra capital. If that's who you had, 4 picks up, 3 picks up, whatever it was, then to me, that's just that's even better.
Great point.
Yeah, no, like I said, I mean, he's my 55th player on the board, but like he was my, I think, 11th wide receiver. My only real issue with him was his route running ability. But it's not that I don't think he can run routes. They just didn't ask. He didn't have the most diverse route tree. So that was one of my issues, but he can create separation. He's quick, agile, and like you said, he's tough, dude. He's so tough. And he helped support Michael Penix and like that whole offense. So yeah, I'm with it. I'm cool with it. I still think that allows them to double dip a little later in this draft. Maybe at like 103, you'll get like a Brendan Rice type of player. I'd like that a lot for them. Yeah. Or they could trade if they wanted to trade like 103 for like a Cortland Sutton. I'm down on that. Like let's roll. But I mean, they just got Bo Nix, so I doubt they're trading Cortland Sutton. Wow, T'Vondre Sweat.
And it doesn't surprise me they go D-line here.
Hey,
expecting Sweat though.
Let's tie it back to the Falcons, that interior defensive line market.
They started it.
Watched our show on Tuesday.
Trade up from 43.
Clint and I spent a lot of time talking about T'Vondre Sweat and how he's a rotational piece, and he's very scheme dependent. I think this is a little rich for me. Top of the second for T'Vondre Sweat is a little rich for me.
All right, let's see.
If the Titans think they can make it work alongside Jeffrey Simmons, who could do it all, DT?
This has got to be like I feel like this is Kool-Aid here, Cooper DeJean.
You're absolutely right. It's one of the DBs.
Yeah, but it has to be Cooper DeJean because Cooper on Cooper in practice and just being able to say as a reporter like Cooper beat Cooper today. I think really
I have
elite.
compensation.
It's
Sorry,
elite.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I do have compensation though. Panthers send 39 to the Rams for 52, 155, and a second next year.
Nice.
That's a huge haul for the Panthers.
Nice. Very
Huge
nice.
haul to move back like that. They already got Xavier Legette. I mean, I know that team has holes, but getting another second next year in addition to 52, 155, like that's a great haul. What do we? So yeah, like Mason, what do you think here for your division rival? You think it's one of the cornerbacks?
I definitely think it's one of the cornerbacks. That's something they've struggled with, obviously since last year they definitely did struggle with the secondary there. They got some decent pieces on the line. I don't see them going there. I mean, maybe O-line is kind of my other choice. I could maybe see that, but I don't think there's someone here that they'd necessarily want to be trading up. So I'm going to say DeJean just because he is a very versatile. There's some talks he could play some safety as well.
He'd fit right in with Sean McVay in that team.
Yeah,
he'd fit right in with that team. So a little bit like the Rams also signed Darius Williams, they signed Trey White, and they signed Cameron Curl. So if they add a Cooper DeJean or a Kool-Aid McKinstry here and Jared Verse, like one of the that defense is the reason why they lost that playoff game to the Lions. And like if you adding that type of talent to your secondary and another rotational or another should be star pass rusher, like. Feeling good. I'm feeling good if I'm Sean McVay and the boys. What are they going to do here?
Yeah.
Isaac Bruce, dude's a legend. That man was nasty. Him and Torrey Holt, whoa. Pat still beat that team, though. No worries. Shout out Tom Brady.
Keep that same energy when he's quarterbacking the Raiders this year. Throwing to the
will.
Gronk.
I will. I'll be pissed, but I will. Wow.
They went.
Okay. I want to say I had a feeling. I didn't say it on the stream, but I really thought, okay, run on defensive tackles.
I really am looking at that Falcons trade up like you went and got your guy because you this. I mean, that's
you knew the board. You knew the board.
35 Arroyo, 36 Johnny Newton, 38 Devondre Sweat, 39 Braden Fisk. That's absurd.
They got Verse and Fisk.
This is devastating for the Texans to me, who come into this draft severely needing a defensive tackle. And especially into like so many fell in today too, and then to watch this run start.
Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, I'm sure their front office isn't super happy right now. But if you're the Commanders, you just got Newton, and then pretty much every pick between now and then has been a defensive tackle. So
they're trading.
Never mind.
We got another trade, huh? Where are we going? Wow.
It's DeJean.
Yeah. Hell yeah. No, they took Quinyon Mitchell.
Here? Yeah.
Is it AD Mitchell?
I don't think they would trade up for AD Mitchell. I mean, they're paying so much already to their two wide receivers. I think it's like $57 million a year. I cannot see them trading up for a wide receiver.
Everybody's saying coming up for a corner, but they already took a corner, and you have two corners. I know they're older, but I mean, back to back at the top of the draft like this seems rich to me.
They still have 50. I would imagine they traded 50 and still have 53. So they have those two picks in this round.
Well, look at who's coming up after.
Kelsey replacement.
JPJ.
This could be JPJ to me. I don't know how high he is on their boards, but I mean, you need a Kelsey replacement.
Disregard Zach
falling
Frazier
a little
with
further
a lot
than
of guard
people think.
Too.
Yeah, I could see this being offensive line as a Kelsey replacement. I would be shocked if they double dip corner.
I got the compensation. So Eagles traded away the 50th, 53rd, and 161 for the 40 and the 78.
So they did get rid of
him.
Yeah.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that. They must really like this guy. I know they got 78, but like you're dropping what 20, 25 picks there to move up 10?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm
I don't know if
surprised
I
they
love
did a
that compensation.
interdivision trade as well. That's something to
Yeah.
kind of think about, which is always surprising to see.
So could it be like Tyler Nubin here? You know, like like they need a safety, like a true free safety. I would
Spencer
think
Rattler.
Spencer
We
Rattler's a good pick.
We talked yesterday about the Eagles. I said, we always joke about them being so fond of Georgia players. I'm not saying it's going to be Javon Bullard here, but that was the name I threw out. To your point of a safety need, I don't know that they couldn't have had a Javon Bullard or a Cole Bishop or a Nubin or a Dadrian Taylor Dimerson in that 50 to 53 range. To me, I could be wrong with it. This might be a little fishy, little stinky cheese right here. This could be.
If it's Bullard and I lose that bet right now, I'm gonna be pretty sad. Not even gonna lie.
That'd be ceiling big time if Bullard went here. He'd be a style scheme fit in that Fangio style defense. His nickel ability, the star experience in the Kirby defense, putting him at strong safety, hard hitting guy. Talk about would feed in that culture. That's a team I had paired with him. Just us talking about Eagles and safety conversation. I don't know that Nubin goes this high with his really inferior or lack of athletic testing in terms of starting the safety market. Like we just went on this whole spiel about the interior defensive line market just running hot. I'd be interested to see it start here. So that's why I'm kind of like, I don't know, man. I mean, somebody threw out A.D. Mitchell a second ago, like something wacky like that we're kind of like, oh.
I mean, the truth of the matter is if they want a safety, there's really nothing stopping them from drafting Cooper DeJean and then playing him at safety. You get the versatility of corner and safety. I mean, I don't know how he would feel about that, but
I don't really think they care.
Yeah, I don't think they do either. So, yeah, if safety's on the board, you might see DeJean come off here. And if so, I think the Packers probably hate themselves.
Kool-Aid would be nice here. Oh, they went Quignon. I've said that twice. I'm going to go take a lap. I'll take a lap. I'll be back.
If I'm Houston, I'm really hoping this isn't DeJean because then – I am a Houston fan, so I'm hoping this is –
I don't know. Whoever that is in the background's really hard, though, that just revved his engine. That was pretty – he's pretty excited.
Yeah, he's flying. No, that's all right. Can't control that.
What the hell, man? What the hell?
Can I say how much I hate this graphic? This graphic sucks.
We need to get this pick in. Like I feel like we rapid fired a couple picks there, and now we've just slog fested. Slowed right down.
Looks slick as hell.
What if it's like Jonathan Brooks? That'd be lit for you, Clint. You could start talking shit to JC.
Nah, they're gonna do something smart.
No. First off, just say the pick. They should say the pick first, and then say everything else they want to say.
Like, yeah, because everybody totally wouldn't get up and go grab a snack or another beer during that.
Drinking water tonight. I was mixed up last night for sure. Oh, it looks like we have a trade. Green Bay moved back from 41 with New Orleans to 45. They got back a couple fifths.
Who traded?
The Saints move up to
nice pig, man. Great pig.
Cooper DeJean.
I really can't believe that.
DeJean and Quignon Mitchell, that's just disgusting.
Yeah, you're feeling good. Like that immediately fixes your safety. Like
I wonder why the Eagles are always good. Here's why. Because they do stuff like this.
Yeah, as much as I hate it, they do have some good front office work. They always make moves that just surprise everyone, and they most of the time turn out to be good moves. I want them to mess up once so I can talk crap to JC really bad. But I mean, this Cooper was one of my favorite corners coming into the league or coming into this draft. I mean, I think him falling to 40 is just an absolute steal. Just being able to rotate him from safety or corner, like we've been saying, I just think it's definitely going to fix that secondary issue between them getting him and Mitchell.
Mason, here's your boy. Sportsmanlike misconduct. He's there on the clock. Saints are on the clock. Where we think they're going. They went tackle, Talise Fuaga. Great pick for them. Spencer Rattler here. Anybody?
I'm going to say
the funny
Mitchell.
part is I'm pretty zero. Like, AD Mitchell's a good pick too. Yeah.
Because, I mean, they don't really have any help in that wide receiver room besides Olave. I mean, Rashid Shaheed, obviously,
Boom bust.
Yeah, boom bust. And besides that, just nobody. I mean, A.T. Perry, but I don't think A.T. Perry will ever be more.
As much as I hate to say this, this is such a pick that I can project here because he's such a saint, and he's who I wanted a second ago. So I feel the burn. This is gonna be a glass of Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
I think there's a real chance this is an edge.
Too.
This is gonna be a glass of Kool-Aid, and I'm gonna be like, well, damn, good pick.
Yeah. It Marshawn Nealon, maybe? Marshawn Nealon here?
Dude, my favorite player in the draft. I'd rather him take Kool-Aid than Nealon just in terms of like being like, you know. I think it's Kool-Aid. Great pick.
Taysom Hill's doing the pick for them. That's hilarious.
Taysom Hill looks like he wears some really good smelling cologne.
Me too, Steve. I don't know why you're sad.
It's because it's Kool-Aid. That means it's Kool-Aid. He wants
it is Kool-Aid.
Yep, called it.
You're right.
One
pick.
pick short. I'm devastated.
Him,
yeah,
opposite of a Marshawn Lattimore and some of the other youth they have in that secondary, like Alontae Taylor. That's a really nice pick. And I'll tell you, like, culturally, just in terms of that fan base, that tough style, kind of just nasty Southern, just tough. It's like, I say this as a Falcons fan. It's like that Saint style football. I mean, that's a great fit. He should be excited. They should be excited. The Falcon in me is going, they got a good one. They got to go in there.
Yeah, I really thought Kool-Aid was first round talent.
It's the athletic ceiling with Kool-Aid. I mean, for perspective, talk about like a Quinyon Mitchell. You're talking about a 98 percentile athlete. Take a Terrion Arnold. You're talking in the 90 percentiles kind of athlete. Talk about a Kool-Aid. You're talking about like a 75th percentile kind of athlete. He's not going to have as much vertical speed. But the thing is, he is going to be the best coached, the most mature on the field, the most experienced corner in this entire class. First round, second round, third round, any of it. To hear Nick Saban rave about this guy and how much of a leader he is just in terms of on the field and his comfort, this is a day one, come in, ready to roll professional for New Orleans. In terms of his draft asset ceiling or floor
for the Texans.
For him to fall here at 41, he couldn't fall a couple. I mean, we talk about like this, how the value. He was about to be gone. So very nice pick.
Yeah, no. Real quick for Sportsmanlike Misconduct, say he needs a jersey that says Kool-Aid, not McKinstry. Love that. Fun fact that kind of translates into this. I was in Sportsmanlike Misconduct's March Madness bracket. I ended up winning it. I got a $100 Fanatics gift card. Guess what I used that shit on today? The Red Drake. Yes, sir. Red Drake made number 10 jersey on its way for that discounted price. Hell yeah.
Showing QBs right now. Is that just Mel's list rotates through up there?
Yeah. I mean, they could take Spencer Rattler.
Keaton Slovis is a bowl of dog water.
That is bad, man. That's going in the clip show. Don't you worry. Yeah, that stinks though, Louie. Like you could have had Kool-Aid there. Okay.
Hey!
All right.
Good
Bulldog.
pick.
So it is a corner. That's what I was. with that run on DTs, that felt like what it had to be. So
that's a good point. The market made that decision for you. You're right.
Yeah, it was DT or CB to me. All the Edgar and Cooper hype for them at pick 42, they pretty much run a 2 linebacker set, and you have Aziz Al-Shair and Christian Harris. So, occasionally you have like that strong, like that nickel or third linebacker set, but I don't think you take your first pick for that rotational package that you pull in every now and then. So I'm not sure.
If I'm Arizona, I'm a little pissed with how this board fell after trading back.
Well, and I'm interested as can be too. Like, think about that Falcons pick at 43 trading up. Okay, so let's say they don't trade up. What you're sitting here looking at. We talked about corner. We talked about defensive line for them. Go back to what Tyler said a second ago about like a Marshawn Nealon. That probably is about what we would have been looking at by the time y'all took Lassiter and Kool-Aid. As far as the corners, this value in the draft, this has been fascinating, this run to me from 35 to where we stand right now. And I think Lassiter's a great fit for them. You talk about – we just talked about Kool-Aid. A lot of the same things you rave about. Incredibly well coached, a step ahead. He's been a starter for Kirby Smart for 2 years. He's been the CB1 for 2 years in Athens. I see him with D'Amico Ryans just absolutely – flourishing.
On the other side of Derek Stingley Jr. too. Like, you're not going there to be the one. You're going there to like work out on the other side. And like
Jalen Petrie handling the slot. I'm as high on Jalen Petrie as anybody you'll find in terms of just
love
athletes out there.
And then Jimmy Ward's there too, right?
Jimmy Ward,
that veteran strong safety.
Fit with
they also got CJ Henderson and
Jeff Okudah.
Jeff Okudah. So if you're talking about investing in high athletes. It's definitely been
that and edge talent is what you have to have in that D'Amico defense. So what'd you do? You went and dropped the bag onto Neil Hunter and paid a little premium versus Jonathan Grenard for a little upgrade there. You've made all these investments in the secondary. I love that pick, and I love that pick as well. What did I say about Kool-Aid? Being more of like a 75th percentile kind of athlete in terms of testing at the combine or pro days, et cetera, versus the rest of these guys. Lassiter's another one that got ripped. He runs more in the 4.55-ish kind of range. And we talked about play speed. We talked about vertical speed. Somebody that this is a situation the Texans cut on the tape and said, this kid's a football player. I don't care about him. And, that old great Dr. Z quote my old man used to say about the draft was, do you want a guy that looks really good in the shorts or do you want a football player? You got a football player.
I actually know what the pick is. I'm not going to say what it is.
Don't.
Yeah. I was texting my girlfriend and I looked at my phone and then Twitter. It wasn't on purpose.
See, it's hard for me. I didn't do any of my Twitter too much yesterday, and I'm really not going to today. I'll have some of that tomorrow when I really get my nitty gritty of like, you want to hear some names nobody's heard about, but I've broken down for months. I'll have more of that to your point because I can't see it. You got to have a little bit of that anxiety. It's part of the experience. It's like watching a horror movie.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I strongly feel that Cardinals right here go Mason Smith just because they desperately need help against the run game. I think he's one of the better, he's one of the better defensive tackles at stopping the run that's still available on the board. I believe Cardinals were the worst team against the run last year. And so that's kind of who I see going. I could see some D-line. I don't like it just because it seems like the whole division is kind of beefing up on D-line right now. So Brock Purdy needs some little help with the O-line. Yeah, I can't see them not going D-tackle just with all the corners falling off the board. They need some help on that line.
I mean, they went with Darius Robinson at pick 27, which was a bit of a surprise to me. So I don't know if I see D-line here.
And if it was D-line, I think it'd be more of a classic edge rusher like an Adisa Isaac. More of, Darius Robinson at a 285. He's a little more of a hybrid in terms of the body habitus. I think he'll be more of a inside snap kind of player for them schematically. So I wouldn't be stunned at like an Adisa Isaac. This one's going to be interesting. I do, to your point, the easy answer would be to say corner, but we've just seen a little run. That's like I say again, this run of interior defensive line and corners from 35 to where we stand has been very interesting to me.
And it always happens every year, right? You see a team with a big need, and the run just starts a little outside of their control, and then by the time it gets to you, it's like you're reaching. I mean, if they're going BPA here, I think they're taking a wide receiver.
AD is a double dip.
I don't hate it.
I wouldn't be surprised either if they took the first running back off the board, just because
Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah, I mean they could.
They have enough capital. They'll wait. They got enough pick. Like your point's valid, but they have stupid picks this year. Like they got 71, like multiple around that area. I'd see them being patient. Maybe start a run on another position here. I'd be interested to see them go something other than interior or corner.
I will say, as a AFC South aficionado, I'm so glad that all these corners came off before we had to get back around to the Colts and the Jaguars.
Dude, Melton is a football player, buddy. That's who I had circled. It's funny he went 43. That's who I had circled for Atlanta at 43. I've said that repeatedly. Zone scheme, corner, physical, 4.4 kind of speed. You want to talk about that is a phenomenal pick for Arizona for what they need. That I love that. The corner fits of Kool-Aid to New Orleans, Lassiter to Houston, and then Max Melton to Arizona have been fantastic. I'm not including DeJean in that. I consider him more of a safety. Wow. Very well done. I have been so impressed by Monty Austin-Fort and Jonathan Gannon in terms of their draft last year and this year in their process. Great pick.
I think the Cards have a really good chance right now to walk out of this at the end of next year and say we had the best draft year one. Like long term, we're always going to lean towards franchise quarterbacks and some of the big splashy plays. But when you talk about like contributors down the roster, as they built it thus far, I mean, you get a good starting running back later on and another rotational line player of some kind, and there's a real chance we're saying the Cardinals had the best draft in like total this year.
And I thought I think with their first three picks, they've already been pretty solid. And I mean, like you're saying, they do have a lot of draft capital. They definitely are going to have some nice picks throughout. And
which
I don't like.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I don't like it as a Niner fan because Cardinals they're supposed to be little brother, always down in the bottom.
Yeah. JPJ goes here, so center, one of the highest hit rates in the top 3 rounds, I think. Maybe the highest hit rate. Definitely in the first. And I feel like this is the kind of move that the Raiders are taking a new approach this year. And it feels like they are taking the safest prospects they can get their hands on. Like they've seen how their drafting and their building has really hurt their team. And they're just saying like, okay, it's time to bring in dudes who are going to perform.
I freaking love this pick. I love this pick for the Raiders. Absolutely love it. JPJ was my, 29th player on the board. To get him here at 44, man, you're getting a steal, you're getting a dog, and you're getting a day one starter. Like this guy's ready to go.
Well, and you're getting somebody who,
look at that
obviously
movement.
has center starting ability, but he has guard ability as well. Just if you have interior offensive line needs across the board, to the point, I liked how it was Louie, I believe, said high floor players that they're kind of going for here in a different style and different approach from them. I'd take it another angle. It's like, think about kind of that Raider way, that Raider style that they're kind of really gunning for with Antonio Pierce and kind of what they kind of built on that little run last year. Look, Bowers is a smash mouth player, so productive. Fans are going to get into him as a favorite. Okay, well, then let's jump over to JPJ. the physical freak, tree trunks for legs, hits you in the mouth, loves contact. Stories like he signs autographs, Turd Ferguson, like stupid like that, like that's just such a, like if you were you were his dad or something, you'd be like, man, that was a nice fit. This could be a good fit for him. And look where he's from out there in that Utah area, played in the Pacific Northwest. You imagine that as an easy transition. And I'm like you. I absolutely love that one. But here is where it gets really interesting. Let's see the center market now a little bit. How much longer till Zach Frazier goes, for example, with someone with some center and guard versatility? That's going to be a very interesting one to me. And I'm very interested to see the Raiders' next pick because let's get real. It's like they've gone a little unconvinced. Like anybody that says they saw Brock Bowers to Vegas coming, okay, honey, that's cute. That's nice. It's like this. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, so Edgerrin Cooper to the Packers. What do you think about
Edgerrin
that?
Cooper as what I believe was either my 29th or 30th player on my board. So for me, this is at least a 12, 15 pick discount for my board. I was higher than consensus on Cooper. He's linebacker one for me. You want to talk about a stereotypical Packers pick here. Pairing him with Quay Walker at that second level. You're talking about crazy sideline to sideline ability and really transitioning more and more to the modern NFL. Lighter weight linebackers. He is the modern will linebacker, Edgerrin Cooper. More of that 6'2", 230, but just sideline to sideline.
Oh,
not afraid of contact.
Carolina moving back up here.
Come back up. I mean, the Colts. So in true Ballard fashion, the Colts strayed back.
Yep, that sounds about right. Wonder how Parlay Joe's feeling.
Nick said he'd rather have Peyton Wilson than Edgerrin Cooper. I get that. I think one thing you got to look at with Cooper is a clean medical history, and Wilson is banged up, all kinds of banged up. They might have said, we're going to bet on a little more less of an injury history. So that could be one angle in response to that comment.
I'd also say I think Edgerrin Cooper is the truly best, like most athletic linebacker in this class. Like if you're truly looking for like you said, sideline to sideline kind of player, Edgerrin Cooper is the clear LB1 in that area.
Well, what did I just say about we just saw that center market after the interior defensive line and the corners. All right. Packers.
Here.
See now.
I think you see
This is Peyton Wilson. This is Peyton Wilson. This is Peyton Wilson.
So the trade swap is Colts got the 46, Panthers get 52.
Peyton Wilson and Luke Kuechly got a connection. He's a North Carolina State kid. They took Leggett in terms of homegrown, buying into this rebuild. Guys that want to be in Carolina, fits into that. This is another one that's been kind of clear pre-process.
What was the trade comp?
So Colts got the 46, Panthers got the 46. Colts got the 52, 142, 155.
Interesting. Come here. Sorry, guys. This dude's being a crazy dog.
It's all good. I think I'd rather look at your dog than you,
He's just like fighting me. Whenever he plays like this, he just like thinks my left, like one of my hands. If he's up on the bed, it's my right hand. If he's on the couch, it's my left hand. He's like, yeah, this is my toy. Jonathan Brooks.
Wow. Now that is unexpected.
Wow. Miles Sanders, garbage.
Chuba Hubbard.
Later. Jonathan Brooks, man. Wow.
I mean,
wow.
I think this is something to say where they're getting Bryce help. In my mind, I think offensive line would have probably been a better investment on that front here. And you could have done this. I also think you could have done this at pick 52.
Yeah, I don't know if
unless they thought the Giants.
No, the Giants. That's shrewd. I think.
No,
I think that's a shrewd move.
It's a valid point. Y'all are gonna say, okay, Clint, how many times are you gonna talk about markets? But I'm here. I go. Safety market. This could be the safety market here. Xavier McKinney leaving town, just needs a back-end athlete. This could be your guy Newman. This could be your Javon Bullard. This could be your
this
Cole
would be
Bishop.
Newbin.
This could be your safety market. And if it is, you want to talk about hot, we've already had a run on interior defensive line. We've already had a run on corner. We've opened the market at running back. We've opened the market at linebacker, potentially opening the market at safety. Second round is hot. If we can do that right here. You like
Miles
that, didn't
Sanders is trash, but so is taking RBs in round 2, and your roster looks like the Panthers.
Yeah, Steve, I'll give you that one, brother.
That was good. This is good. I hope it's Newbin, man.
For my
that
money,
would be so sick.
I also would have gone A.D. Mitchell or like Roman Wilson or something like that here too. I think there's more wide receivers on the board than what Jonathan Brooks is going to give you in this same spot. I don't know if I like that one that much.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. I think they definitely need to, obviously your running back can help your quarterback out a lot, get a little pressure off of you. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like, O-line definitely should have been the move here if they were, really trying to get up on the offense. Wide receiver, no, because they already invested in Leggett. They got
Deontay.
And maybe they still believe in Mingo. I mean, I don't, but maybe
I don't.
It's interesting you said the offensive line and investing in that. It's like when you look at Carolina, Zach Frazier would have been a name I'd have thought interesting to your point. It's like they invested so heavily in Robert Hunt, Damian Lewis, in terms of like $100 million kind of guys, at the top of the offensive guard market on free agency. I mean, Zach Frazier at center there and just shoring up a young interior of that caliber going forward the next few years. That would have been an interesting one to me. If you wanted to look at tackles to kind of add to that room, with an Ike Ekwonu looking at the other side, it's like Kingsley Suamatea could have been a name I could have thought of there. That one to me, with respect to Brooks, because I do think he had RB1 kind of talent, that was Reach City Party of One.
Well, Paul's still on the board here, right? University of Houston tackle Patrick Paul.
Good mention. Actually, good mention.
He was a round 1 pick to me, right? There was a lot of talk that he was going to move up into the first round. Teams had a first round grade on him, and so to me, just being able to have a body like that, like a first round graded tackle on your team, the guard market's a great point. They did spend on the guard market. I liked your point about a center. And just beefing up that interior where Bryce needs more time. But I don't even like Brooks that much as a blocker. He can do it. I don't think he's elite at it.
You said the point about Frazier adding to what I had said. It's like this, I would add to that being captain positive if I had affiliation with the Panthers. Watch it play out. Do they come back in the third and look at somebody we've talked about like a Cedric Van Pran? Then all of a sudden you're saying, okay. It's like this is one I'd leave open and say, I'm going to come back. And then I'd add to the come back and leave open. For all we know, we look up and Zach Frazier falls another 20 picks. This is one I'm going to let play out.
It's very true. It's not over till it's over. So, and all of that to say, right, I really like what you said, Clint, like being positive, because Jonathan Brooks is a good prospect. He's a good running back.
Oh, yeah.
Going to be good in the league. He's going to add touchdown upside to this team. So from that perspective, he is my RB1. He is the clear-cut choice if this is the position you're going.
We talk a lot about winning windows with teams, and, that can sometimes decide preferences team to team. We talked about Brooks and coming back from this injury. You want to talk about a team that's got time? Carolina, they know they're going to be trash this year. You know what you tell Brooks this year? You take your time, brother. Take your time. We're good. We're looking down.
Can you give us your fantasy analysis for this
Jonathan
pick here?
Brooks, I mean, I think it's one of the landing spots where it definitely gives them the opportunity to immediately work in to, a role where you could be starting them in your lineups week 1. Obviously, I just don't know if Panthers are necessarily ready to be a scoring team where it's going to give Brooks a lot of scoring opportunities. That's more what's worrying to me about. It makes Miles Sanders just drop him if you have him on your fantasy roster. I just think there's no point in holding on to him. It hurts a lot of people who are believing in Hubbard. But I mean, obviously Hubbard wasn't, a long-term plan guy.
He'll get one more year there, split work with Brooks as he works back. And then after this year, he'll probably go some other team.
Yeah.
But
I could see that happening. But yeah, I mean, I haven't been high on Brooks for fantasy anyways, but I mean, it's one of the better, I'd say, as far as if you're wanting a true workhorse role for him. Tyler Newbin just goes off the board.
Yes. Yes.
Hey,
Let's go. Let's go.
very nice.
Clint,
That-
you
know
might
what it
need
is,
to start
honestly?
pulling a crystal ball onto the show, my man.
Because let's get real. We threw the vibes into the universe. We threw the good vibes, and the universe threw it back at us. They said, you know what? Look at Clint. I railed this guy yesterday. You do have my address, actually. You go on and send that and put that on the company card, buddy. Actually, put that on your personal card for how much of a it's too early for us to be cursing. A really fun guy.
All right, guys. Let's put that energy out there for Ben Sinnott to be the next tight end taken.
Look,
I got you.
If
Not
Ben
here.
Sinnott cashes, are you buying us all jerseys?
That would be like all of the money.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That would-
Back into the universe.
No. Come on.
What about the good vibes I was just talking about, throwing them out in the universe? You know what? Universe is going
Yeah, come on, man. You want us to put it out there for you.
We can figure something out, but not jerseys.
Pick is in.
It's
What do
like-
the Jaguars need? They need corner. Ennis Rakestraw still on the board.
TJ Tampa.
TJ
Nice
Tampa
mention.
is
I
still
can see
on.
Nealon maybe going here.
Nealon's a
Nice
good
mention.
pick. Nealon's a good pick.
There's they added that stat as well about how many
did-
times Lawrence was sacked.
What about Sandersill?
Interior?
Mike Sandersill here?
Mike Sanders still is still on the board. I really like him. Slot defender out of Michigan.
But like, do we hear ourselves like every pick we're sitting here going? It could be A, B, C, D, or I don't know. EFG is not bad. It's like that's the kind of stupid talent we're talking about right now that's out there. Like this has been a lit second round thus far.
Well, there was so
Yeah,
much
no-
talent in the second round this year.
Oh,
I
yeah.
felt like that,
Mason Smith.
like that second tier just extends to me even into the early third. I feel like this is Mason Smith.
That is a Jags team has shown you with this Doug Peterson regime. They're gonna go for the high upside athlete, like big time. They're gonna go for the trades. The Trayvon Walker pick
He's
showed you that,
huge.
for example. I mean, he was the number one overall recruit. He's in terms of his body habit, it's as freak as it gets. I mean, there's going to be plans for what they're wanting to do there. In correlation with Josh Allen, Trayvon Walker, who needs to be playing a lot more kicked inside. This is one I'd be very interested to ask a Doug Peterson, like, what's your vision here? Well, what you thinking? And just because they have one.
This pick is AD Mitchell. Bank
It's
it.
some insurance that, right? Eric Armstead has a bit of an injury history, if we're being transparent. And so you bring in a big DT, and then you draft another prototypical DT, kind of in that same vein. It gives you some insurance and some continuity opportunity on that line.
Tie it back into this interior defensive line market too. In terms
Yeah,
of we talked
been
about it's like
flying.
it paused, but that didn't mean it was over.
Yeah.
You
Michael
said
Hall's
this.
still on the board.
You got it started it for me. Tyler said, "Oh, it has to be AD Mitchell. It has to be AD Mitchell." No, it doesn't. It can be Mason Smith. It can be Chris Jenkins out of Michigan. It can be someone on the interior and keep. If it does,
Ben
we're
Sinnott
really
here?
talking. That's another. I just think that interior defensive line market is
They lost DJ Reader
flaming.
to Detroit.
Yeah, they did lose
Good
DJ
mention.
Reader.
It's like-
yeah.
That's I don't know, man. Interior defensive line. I think that market's hot. I mean, and look who's behind you coming up. In terms of if that's a potential need for them, I wouldn't be surprised here. But Cincinnati has open-ended needs. I mean, this is an interesting one.
Stick if Adonai Mitchell falls to Pittsburgh and another wide receiver with supposed character concerns goes
Yep. Absolute perfect
to
fit for Pittsburgh.
one of the best coaches of that style in the league in Mike Tomlin. I mean, that would just be disgustingly great.
Yep. They need that too. That like you can't like
Yeah.
I think
They
Mike
lost.
Cash said it last night that you can't go into the season with Van Jefferson as your wide receiver too. Like, that's not what you're trying to do.
But
there.
this could be a moment we see with the receiver class where the league values that market in relation with the second round versus, say, the third round coming up. Do you see enough bodies there later to say, I can wait? But I've got to attack one of these open markets.
Well,
Bam!
there you go.
Interior.
There you
got
go.
to
Chris
Man,
Jeff,
you and I are right here, brother. We're right here.
It's hot. It's like
It is.
Jenkins
Yeah.
is such a high floor player. His daddy was an all-pro a couple, 3-4 times. Just strong as a bull, well coached, technical, and you want to talk about going to know how to be a pro. Been around the block. This ain't going to be his first rodeo, even though it technically is. This is going to be as prepared of a rookie as you can get for a team that we said has an interior need. To get him as hot as this market's been, I mean, I'd put him up there with, in the conversation with the who all just went Fisk. Johnny Newton with the medical, that's a little questionable. I might put an asterisk next to that one right now. But just to say, man, that's the story thus far as these markets. Just flaming.
Where do we think Washington's going here at 50?
Hey,
they
and
also
how do you
have 53.
Feel? We talked about let's go back to your New England pick here. Jalen Polk ain't looking so bad right now.
No, I don't think it looked bad at the time. I mean,
but I'm saying compared to you were saying A.D. Mitchell. You're 12 picks later, and that it's cold on the burner.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I'm with it. I said, the only thing that
here. Give me Sue Matea here.
No, let him keep falling. Let him keep falling to third.
You're right.
I genuinely don't have a pick here. I feel like they need some help. Like, corner run happened, but there's still corners on the board. There's Under Phillips. There's Ennis Rakestraw. I still feel like there's some good round 2 corners here. But also we've talked about offensive line, and I still think there's some good offensive linemen on the board.
Yeah, no, they have 53 as well.
This one's all over the place. This one could be any.
Sam Russell, good player. Good player.
He's a good player, and and I say the big media guys, the Rappaports, the Paliseros of the world, they had been saying that he was a hotter name in the league than the media was giving him. That for him to round out that top 50 was about what those guys were buzzing. That was a good rumor.
And that's 2 Michigan players back to back right there, right?
Yes.
Chris Jenkins and him. So I think that's a testament to kind of what, for Chargers fans for a minute here, you didn't have the most exciting day yesterday, but I think that's a testament to what Harbaugh has done, right? There's been a good number of Michigan players that have gone or are going to go here in the top 100. And I think this, like right there, right, 2 guys to round out the top 50 just is a testament to how that college program's been performing.
Well, I'd comment now that you've talked about Michigan, jump over to Washington, what you're going to see with this new defense with Dan Quinn. You're going to see a lot of that Seattle hybrid 4-3, which is going to put a lot of emphasis on a nickel and run support.
Yep.
What did I just describe? Mike Sanders still.
Yes, you did. That was a good pick.
Good fit.
Your mention about A.D. Mitchell here is really, really nice, Louie. I such a fit. That's such a fit for that type of player.
This is the Steelers' MO, right? Take a wide receiver later than people think, and they end up being one of the best wide receivers in their class. They fell for these intangible reasons that Mike Tomlin is not afraid of dealing with. No, I don't know that. And it's a need for them, too. So, I mean, bang for buck here. If anybody can put effort, can coach outstanding young men, right? That's what Tomlin talks about all the time. We want to build a culture of outstanding young men. I think this is the first spot where I feel above a 50% chance that A.D. Mitchell could go.
Well, hey, add to that. Okay, you're in AD's camp. You're kind of looking at each other going, we don't go here. We might start getting a little sweaty.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. If he falls down to 68, like I'd double dip. Like,
I do think
I'd be double dipping if I was the Pats.
I think the Colts take a pass catcher on the next pick. I think they're going to go offense to help Richardson, but I don't think Mitchell's the build that they're going to go for.
I think it's Malachi Corley if we're talking wide receiver.
I think they'll go speed or slot. So I mean, I can see Roman Wilson.
Yeah, that's another good pick.
I could see somebody like that going.
There's that Michigan connection again.
Yeah. Roman Wilson's going to come off the board here really soon, I would think.
But you just you say Roman Wilson. Look at that board. Roman Wilson's still out there. Who was the other receiver that popped off at me?
Troy Franklin.
Thank you. Whoever. Yeah, it's look at the tight end board. Theo Johnson, Cage Stover, Ben Sinnott, Jatavian Sanders. It's like there's stupid talent still out there.
Yeah, and this belief that the only good pass catchers are wide receivers just is not true. There's so many tight ends who had great red zone options. And I think you've got a lot of good pass catching guys still available here that might not add a ton from a blocking standpoint.
But look at the modern evolution of the elite caliber tight ends in this league. It's it's changing, just like we talk about defensive interior and particularly second level linebackers in terms of getting lighter in the box. It's look to match with more spread out offenses in terms of that evolution, Shanahan offensive schemes and the McVay offenses, et cetera, et cetera. It's you tie that back to what position were we just talking about? Who are we talking about? Help me, I'm losing my train of thought.
Wide receiver, tight ends, wide receivers.
Thank you. That was the buzzword I needed. It's more shifting. You look at the modern tight end; they don't just have to be your prototypical inline 6'6", 250, really, get his hands inside and drive somebody on a nice sled blocker. It doesn't have to be that. These guys are playing so much perimeter football. Look at the elite kind of athletes, the Travis Kelce's, the George Kittles, the Sam Laportas. Those guys could be called receiver twos. They could. It's look at Kyle Pitts in Atlanta. I mean, if you look at that in terms of an 11 personnel, three receiver or empty sets, it's hell, he's going to be the two. You look at Drake, Drake London, and then you jump to Darnell Mooney, you jump to Rondale Moore. It's just tying it back to saying somebody, to your point of a Jatavian Sanders. That guy's, you're not taking that guy to do inline blocking.
Yeah, that's dude. If Ben Sinnott goes the next tight end off the board, it's $750.
My lab's got to make his appearance. Come here, Doug.
My dog did already. It's cool.
Well, Doug's black. Doug's black.
Louie, you're muted,
so he's blending in.
Sorry, yeah. I said your biggest risk on that bet is that the Colts. There's a chance to me sneaky pick they could take a tight end, and they love RAS scores. And Theo Johnson is. I think this would be rich for Theo Johnson, but
boom.
They had to go center, and I'll tell you that zone scheme blocking in Pittsburgh. That if you go through my Twitter, one of my dream fits this entire draft season has been Zach Frazier at 51 to Pittsburgh. Swear to you, I am fired up. In the same way that the draft geek in me was frustrated. Say I didn't even pull for the Falcons yesterday. If I pulled for the Patriots, if I pulled for the Texans, if I pulled for the Niners, I'd have been frustrated with that pick because it just doesn't go with everything I study and follow and trend all year long.
Yeah, that's why I felt bad because I was like, you spend all this time and energy and effort putting in all this.
We're debating the edge one tier, and we take an F and Penix, but tying it back into this pick, it's it's the inverse. All year I've said, Clint, what are some of your favorite player team fits on day 2? Zach Frazier, 51 to Pittsburgh. I mean, this in terms of JPJ going first, and then Frazier. I tell you, I think Frazier was number 1 on their board in terms of center. If you look at it,
they also pair that with Troy Fautanu being their first round pick. They're building that.
Broderick Jones.
That thing. Yep.
Disturbing.
Yep. That's a great offensive line. Mason, what do you think?
I think it was a great pick for Steelers. I mean, their O-line's just been a problem for years. I'm glad that they're kind of beefing up to finally help Najee out. I mean, him and Warren even. Obviously, the need for wide receiver is there, but I feel like Steelers are definitely confident enough, and I'm confident enough in some guys in the 3rd, maybe even the 4th, that can be solid producers as well. Obviously, everybody's wanting them to draft a wide receiver, but
this is fast.
Yeah, they ran they ran here to
this is fast, and this is a pass catcher of some kind.
It's got a 80 Mitchell, Malai Corley, Maybe Ben's not. If I'm
They-
really lucky
it'll
tonight.
be well. Let's look at the characteristics. Let's look at the traits
Ballard.
of this franchise. Ballard's going to go athletic traits. It's A.D. Mitchell. He's going to go athletic traits. A 99th percentile athlete. Ballard ain't saying no to him at 52. Even if there are a couple of concerns, they'll take the shot. And in
Yeah.
terms of what you already have in the building, Josh Downs is more than that slot scat. Michael Pittman, you just gave the bag. It'd be a nice fit in terms of that team too, minus, Downs in terms of just like some power forward, big basketball kind of looking team. Pittman, Mo Alley Cox,
Anthony
Richardson. It's like A.D. Mitchell here. Like I said, Frazier last pick was an obvious one. Like I said, that was one I've just been raving about. We talked so much in the first round about the Colts maybe taking like a Brian Thomas Jr., for example. Well, why don't you get a second round pick with the same style at a lot cheaper cost? I'd be shocked if it's not.
Well, bringing back Leia Latu as well. Like, you're not taking BTJ, you're taking Latu, and then you might get Mitchell here at 52. Oh, no. Warren Moon looks like the hotel manager from The Shining.
I know. Oh, God. I kind of want to see it flip back now. God, Washington's up again. How many times I got to see Washington come up on the ticker?
Yeah, they have a fat draft class.
Jeez.
Yeah, I looked at my phone. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
dude,
you kept
it's so
it to
hard.
yourself. You kept it to yourself, though.
Yeah. So
Boom.
finally off the board.
Yeah.
No. Yep. We knew it. Great call, Clint.
Yeah,
I
think
honestly, I'm not going to turn my camera on just for a sec, but a little shocked just because I feel like A.D. Mitchell, and you guys correct me, I haven't watched a whole lot of Mitchell's film, but he feels very not what this offense is lacking, if that makes sense. Like, I know he's a good player. Can you explain your thought process there, Clint? Do you think this is a good fit for his skill set?
I think it's a good fit. I could understand the conversation of wanting to go with the Malachi Corley, but I think once we see how the market plays out with Corley, we might say, the league valued him 15, 20 picks cheaper, lower. I think this is one to see it play out. If you look at where A.D. Mitchell here, he wasn't going to last much longer. When we talk about floor in terms of their asset value, look, I think my main response to you in terms of, what this team's already lacking, you've got good caliber athletes and Pittman and Downs, et cetera. And you've got some, the Mo Alley Coxes, et cetera. I mean, these guys are very hot testers as well. But I mean, A.D. Mitchell was like the 5th ranked testing receiver in the last 30 years in terms of athleticism. I think Ballard just got really excited here with him. And this is I'm going to take a shot moment on somebody who a lot of us had graded as a top 30 player. At 52, you take the shot.
I also want to say, to me, and this is pure conjecture, right, for everybody listening, Ballard has not had great drafts the last couple years, and I can't imagine that his seat is comfortable. And he's been a very safe drafter, like a trade down draft kind of guy. So I think this is a pretty divergent move from his pattern.
You say that though, but like, and you're right, and I agree. But it's like let's dig a little deeper. Who is his boss? It's Jim Irsay. It's kind of like you don't know. We don't know. It's like that. Irsay's looking at him, going like, "You my guy. You could about sleep with my wife, and I'm not gonna fire you, dude." You don't know. Like that would just. I mean, that's me reaching. That's complete speculation. But that's kind of. You're right, though. I mean, I'm interested to see how they approach day 3. I'm interested to see if it's, to your point, if it's like you trying to get risky, or you trying to go for high floor players, you trying to just be like, I'm doing all the drugs of high athletic score testing. They're an interesting team there. Good point.
Yeah. No, what are we thinking for the Commanders here, Mason? What do you think?
Commanders. I mean, I'm seeing maybe linebacker.
Jeremiah Trotter.
Peyton Wilson?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of
Wilson.
thinking maybe Peyton Wilson. I also wouldn't be surprised if they did go Nealand as well. They lost a lot of D-line last year. I mean, they need another rusher. I mean, obviously Chase Young wasn't what he lived out to be. Maybe bringing in another edge rusher could help them out a lot. Could see that. Maybe wide receiver, just throw a big shot out there.
I was just about to say this could be like a sneaky Roman Wilson spot here because Cliff Kingsbury runs a lot of free wide receiver sets. And then, like, Terry McLaurin's on the outside, Jahan Dotson's like your field stretcher.
Roman
would be
Wilson
your
is
slot
someone
guy.
who I really, really like. I have been very high on Roman Wilson. But he's one I think we might look back and be like, wow, the league was a little bit lower than we thought. And I can't really, and this is, I'm reaching a little, admittedly. Like, I don't have a lot of context to add why I think that. And other than maybe just the depth of this class and kind of the role he plays, people thinking they can do it more discount. That's just one. I say all that he's not going to be the next pick, but just joking around. I say that, and it's like Roman Wilson, but I'm interested to see Sua Mateus fall here because I keep saying him for Washington, but it's like, hell, for all we know, they're going to go pass catcher.
Keep going.
Yeah,
Keep
like
falling,
it might be a
baby.
faller
Keep
for you.
falling.
It might just be a
I'd love
faller.
that. I would love that. Yeah, if you look at that offensive tackle board right now, like there's a lot of players that like Blake Fisher's still there. I thought like he could be gone at this point. Kieran Namagaji, Kingsley Sumatia.
Y'all are gonna laugh, but we keep saying markets, and other markets kind of got to open here soon. Day two, something fresh has got to open in terms of somebody looking at value plays. Well, the value plays and opening up exactly. Like it could be something along those lines. And in terms of fall offs, like in tiers, in terms of who's left, that's a good point.
Yeah. No, if this is Sanat here, I'd be so happy. It makes sense. They don't have what's his name? Logan Thomas is not with the team. Zach Ertz isn't going to make it through a full season.
Man, they've added some talent, man.
Yeah.
That's good work.
Yep.
That's good work.
Adam Peters is in there rolling. Rolling, my man.
He's in his bag right now.
For sure. Interesting. Let's see what we do here. I didn't realize they added Biadish at center until I saw that graphic a little earlier. I thought that JPJ was definitely their pick there, but like.
Yeah, well, you'll have a break in the center market now. The jump from center 2 to center 3 is enough. What did I just say about a market opening, a market closing? That one will shut for a little bit.
Yeah, no, I totally see that as well. Let's see what it is. I'm interested.
Oh God, Daryl Green's going to take 20 minutes,
dude. I got to piss.
This is the greatest commander of all time, but showing respect.
Yeah, absolutely. I just I want to see the pick
of all time, technically, but yeah. There you go. There you go.
Let's go. I won $750.
Make money.
Players.
Damn.
That's another hot take I had to land from about a month ago. I said J.C. Latham would go OT2, and I said Ben Sinnott would be tied in 2. That's another little hot take. Look, that is an example of the copycat league. Washington got excited looking at a Sam Laporta getting moved all over the formation, playing boundary, kind of some H-back roll like you're seeing right here in this flex, playing in line, just tough, well-built, 6'4", 250 kind of athlete. That's just and look at what Washington's done in free agency. The additions like why am I blanking on the running back right now?
Eckler,
thank you. Some guys along that lines that we looked at. Bobby Wagner is high floor, maybe older guys, but are just high floor players that can let them take a big jump right now from where they were in terms of their talent across this roster. In terms of someone you're going to get a ton of mileage out of. Nice pick there. I wish we had old Dan
Browns
from last night on here for the Browns pick.
Browns first pick of the night, and they're the last team that hasn't picked yet.
Who
right?
He's talking about wanting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll let you know what his reaction is right away. I know he'll text a group chat I'm in with him. I'll let you know if he's pissed or not.
Well, while we're waiting on this pick to come in, one thing you guys might have already talked about that I wasn't here for, but Mason, where do you have Ladd McConkey in your rankings now that he went to the Chargers?
I mean, if we're talking like straight fantasy, it moves him into a first round pick, no doubt. I think could potentially put him like in a super flex league as the like 107. Well, I'd move him up to 107 maybe just because Bowers is a little shady now. So I'd say like 107, 108. I think he does fit well with that Harbaugh offense, and he is going to get the usage.
What happened?
Run schemed, but yeah, no, I think Ladd McConkey's just boosted his fantasy value like so massively. I mean, he went to probably the best situation in the league for a rookie to go to get immediate production. I mean, I could see Chargers maybe bringing in someone else later in the draft that adds a little competition, but I mean, yeah, just beautiful landing spot for Ladd McConkey, who's someone I wasn't the highest on, but now I'm definitely a lot higher on him.
Well, especially if Quentin Johnston continues to have problems, he could become the one over there. So another DT goes here.
In our mock draft that we did on fifth down, we ended up looking at Chris Jenkins for this pick. So I'm really not surprised that it's a player like Michael Hall Jr. either. Yeah, I can't believe that just hit like that in the second round. Went off. Oh yeah, super pumped.
Jerseys.
Dude, I can't do it. I can do something though. I'll figure out something.
We put that energy
All
out
right.
there. This is the thanks we get.
I said I'll do something for you guys.
Let's comment on this pick. Some Michael Hall Jr. You said that we had Chris Jenkins as an interior there. This is just another testament to this market. The story of the second round, markets opening and then being so hot, but even more particular, interior defensive line. It's like this. What did I say earlier about my Falcons pick that started this market? It was Rukaroro at 35. I said, let's watch how it plays out. It's like the hindsight changes that. It's like these teams that have decided they had to cash in on defensive interior. Let's see how much it keeps going. It's like if you're a guy who was projected on the defensive interior to go say third, fourth, fifth round, off the top of my head, a Dwayne Carter out of Duke, a Christian Boyd out of Northern Iowa, could keep going. It's like those guys are looking at each other like, wait a minute. I could be in a situation we so often talk about guys who fall in the draft because of market and because of, crowded rooms. It's like, talk about the inverse of that. Sometimes guys get, team get a little trigger happy on them and they can get picked up at a little premium check. So if I was in those homes right now, I might be saying, keep being hot. I'm the 20th ranked guy. 10, 11, check. This defensive tackle market's fascinating.
It's also interesting. So I have a master's in data analytics, and so I always look for correlation in numbers. And
slight flex. Sorry, get the flex on you guys.
No, it's just me stating that I feel like I have some authority to speak on this subject.
Just massively, man.
Spike in the pay of the defensive tackle market this offseason.
That's a great point.
Huge bag.
Very good point.
I don't think that it's an outlier that then
we just saw it with the guards.
Such
in
a
terms
priority.
of talking about interiors. You're right. I don't think
it's any coincidence here that these teams are running to the podium on day 2 to take guys to shore that up. Right? Not historically a position of great value, but they're getting paid like it now. And then you see this rise of defensive tackles in the second round. I would say those two things to me are strongly correlated.
Great point.
Yo, Clint, let me just say thank you to your Falcons for winning me that money by taking Penix to 8. That was the longest odds.
I just told this guy
Patrick Paul to Miami.
Phenomenal
I love this pick for Miami. I think he was a first round talent. I think they need help on the line. I think this is
8.
tremendous value. And this is what you talked about with shifting markets, right? There's a real chance that the Dolphins here were kind of like, do we need to shore into the defensive line a little bit? But this run allows them to.
Well, you just transitioned into my point. Some people that were looking at that Chop Robinson pick at 21, that was a little more surprising for the Dolphins versus what we anticipated. You'll look at that now and say, no, you got ahead of that defensive line versus what you had remaining here in terms of the tackles. What tackles would you have been looking at if you had done that versus taking Chop? You'd have been looking at a Tyler Guyton. You would have been looking at a Jordan Morgan. It would have been like those two kind of names. I think in terms of the quote-unquote drop, if you consider it from a Tyler Guyton and a Jordan Morgan to a Patrick Paul, but considering you went about a 30-pick discount versus those guys and cashed in your edge, I mean, if you wouldn't have taken Chop as a pass rusher or a boundary edge there, you'd probably be looking at Marshawn Nealon here. Look at your opportunity cost. Between the two, which one would you rather have? I think Chop and then cash in Patrick Paul here. And in terms of Paul's camp, you want to talk about a schematic fit for his swing ability in terms of what they already have in the building, in terms of their offense, high speed, high tempo, fast skill position players. His athletic upside, his feet, lower body bend, just overall athleticism. What did I go on and on and on a second ago about this whole pre-draft process? I've just gushed and gushed and gushed about Zach Frazier being the perfect fit for the Steelers at 51. Schematically, I've talked so much about Patrick Paul being a fit for the Dolphins. This is a homer.
What do we think about the Cowboys pick? I personally think this is going to be Jalen Wright right here.
Agreed.
Nicholas thinks it's Trey Benson. I think that's the more like chalk pick. I don't mind it, but I personally think that even though Benson ran the 4.39, I just don't see that like elite breakaway speed that I see with Jalen Wright. Like that's my issue there. Look at that war room. Look at how sick that war room. Like that just looks like
facilities are the best
I'm
of
in
the
the
best.
Pentagon. You know, it looks like I'm in the. Go for it.
Like, who would have thought at this point in the draft we'd be saying Mekhi Wingo might be the best defensive tackle available, and we haven't even sniffed third yet. Like that is just and one of those things where it's like mock drafts will never do this. You'll never find somebody who mocks just like this obscene talent rush.
Yo, I am disturbed. I am genuinely disgusted. I'm disturbed. I'm agitated. I'm flustered at the amount of talent that is still out there. Cole Bishop, Javon Bullard, Jalen Wright, Marshawn Nealon, Cooper Beebe,
Kingsley Suamatea.
You know, we've joked some, but you're looking at that mark. Spencer Rattler. Keep looking at the running backs that are still up there. And Audrey Estime. Look at the receivers that are out there that you could still be talking to. Malachi Corley. The tight ends, Theo Johnson, Cade Stover, Jatavian Sanders. A lot of people had as their tight end too. Keep going. Christian Haynes on the interior out of UConn, I've seen as a top 50 player still sitting there. Kick out to the secondary, man. We're talking about Kalen Bullocks. We're talking about Jaden Hicks. It is disturbing. TJ Tampa out there as a press man corner on a boundary. A guy that we talked about that had top 50 pick ability still sitting here. This is absurd.
Do we think they trade the pick? The clock's running a little bit longer. Nolan also says if Dallas doesn't go Benson, they go O-line and double up. He's thinking Kingsley. Nolan, get that out of your mouth, all right? I need him to keep falling. I love you, buddy, but, like, don't put that evil on me right now, please. We're chilling. And 12 more picks he needs to fly.
Half that room does not look as excited as the other half.
I'm really thinking running back here.
Dude, I think it's Jalen Wright. I think it's Jalen Wright.
I'm gonna ride with you, Tyler. I'm gonna ride with you on that.
I'm more lean towards Benson, but would not be surprised at all if they went Jalen Wright right here.
Nolan said we need a line. I mean, dude, so do I. Pick your running back, please. Do your thing.
I'm gonna say Peyton Wilson. I have nothing to back that up.
Woo! Okay.
Solid call, actually.
I don't hate that at all. I totally see that.
Let's
I
see.
can't stand this graphic. Oh my gosh, it's so ugly.
Yeah, not a good graphic.
It's like it doesn't
Not
look
a
like
good
it's
graphic.
rendered. I've hated it literally every time they've showed it. Please. We know it's the Motor City. You could have done better.
My wife, for perspective, is a lifelong Cowboys fan. We've done a lot of work with the Cowboys, and her family's all in on them. It's like, this does affect me when it's like this. I'm not a Cowboys person, but I am married to one. So I'm like,
You're like by default.
kind of. I mean,
Marshawn Nealon would be a really good pick right here for them as well. I
and
think.
that's my favorite player in this draft. Marshawn Nealon here would be phenomenal, an immediate fit for him. I would be so salty toward her if Marshawn Nealon in Dallas here. But I couldn't. I'd be like phenomenal pick. I mean, he and Guyton in terms of offensive and defensive line additions. That explains so much, Clint. Yeah, I kind of set myself up for you. I figured you'd be around, JC.
I'm just
That's
gonna
nice.
say, from a marketing standpoint, this is not the setup I would have on stage to take a running back. I'm just gonna say that right now.
Somebody had to go dark here. We're 2 hours.
I'm not trying to be dark. I'm just saying,
No,
not the
it
setup.
needed
I
a
would
little
have.
spice.
Like,
It needed a little spice in the cut here.
it's crazy. Crazy if it happens.
I'm gonna barf if this is Nealon. Now that you said that, because he's my favorite player in this draft, and
You never hear the end of it.
I mean, I literally was talking with him for a minute the other day, being like,
Definitely
like go, hope you come to Atlanta. And like, my wife would be like, haha, loser.
You just, is that Chad?
That's gonna be my cue to take a lap.
Who is that? Is that Chad Pennington? Is that what that said? If it is, he got old, man.
Isn't she already calling you a loser for the Penix pick?
I want the Eagles to draft poorly so bad, so just once I can talk to JC about it.
It's okay. They'll choke.
It just does.
Again.
My Nealon point. Nealon's not falling past Tampa, so I'm about to get burned by Dallas or Tampa here as a Falcons fan married to a Cowboys woman.
So get in line, buddy. Wow, I called it.
There it is.
He's taking his lap.
Oh,
Dude, I'm on one right now.
I think putting him on the other side of Parsons, I mean, I really like Nealon. I was kind of hoping and praying that he kept falling another, 7 picks or whatever it is to the Niners.
Mason,
JC,
this one's for you.
you guys only made that Super Bowl because you hurt Brock Purdy, my Lord and Savior Brock Purdy. So, you guys wouldn't have a chance to lose in the Super Bowl.
What was that?
Yeah.
Bucks might take like a TJ Tampa here. What would like Green
Tampa
Bay's coming up again?
2 on the nose for me.
Huh?
I said Tampa to Tampa feels 2 on the nose for me.
I feel passionate about this one, actually. I'll tell you. We're hot here. We're going to keep it hot. Look at characteristics. I say that so often. What's the Tampa team going to do? Look at what they did earlier. They went Barton. They stick to line of scrimmage. That's kind of their MO. Looking at the value. Let's tie back to what we've talked about what's the market showing you. Defensive line is freaking hot. Pass rushers are hot. I would have thought at 26 they'd have been looking at something along those lines. What have we said? We've talked about kind of that breed of kind of outside linebacker, pass rusher. This is your Adisa Isaac, Chris Braswell. One of them, I'm not saying both of them has to pop in this next 5 or 6, 7 picks, but one of them has to pop here in terms of that edge market versus the interior market. Somebody has to break through so I'm not going to claim either, but one of them has to fall here in the next pick or two, and that'd be Tampa's MO. And from a Falcons perspective, it'd be a solid pick.
Honestly, Louie, you got the Texans coming up in 2 picks. So I think I just looked at my board. I think like a Brandon Dolores could be a player for you guys, defensive lineman, Oregon.
Dorless is my dream pick at 74 for Atlanta. Good shout out.
Yeah, he's actually my 74th player on my big board. So like,
Yeah.
right in line.
I could honestly see wide receiver. I feel like the board's fallen a little in their favor here. I would not be surprised knowing that we're probably now retaining both Diggs and Collins for next year to see them take another player, another piece for this room.
What about running back? What about running back right now, Jalen Wright?
They'll circle back later because you look at what they have. Rashad White, the big pass catcher threat. They've definitely.
I was talking about Louie for the Texans.
I apologize.
No,
I misheard you.
I don't think so. They re-signed their I'm gonna say Ogalabawangye.
Ugawable.
They re-signed him. They still have Pierce. They have Mixon. I'd be shocked if they go in the second round here.
I forgot about Dameon Pierce actually. To be honest.
Wide receiver, tight end seem like secondary. I think it'll probably be whoever their best defensive player is available here. I wouldn't be shocked to see safety go. I wouldn't be shocked to see
Bullard.
Javon Bullard had a 30 visit with the Texans, so I would not be shocked to see them take him here.
I wouldn't be shocked if Tampa took him right here, though. If they took Bullard, I mean, so you might not fall to you. I'm thinking Tampa right here goes Bullard or TJ Tampa.
It feels like the right time for another safety to come off the board.
Yeah. Safety, defensive back. There's a need in
Christian
Tampa.
Haynes is still on the board. They've been tied to him a little bit. He had a 30.
I could see wide receiver here too. Honestly, I feel like they were frustrated with Chris Godwin to close out the year last year for whatever reason. I've heard that, and Mike Evans is getting up there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they went like Troy Franklin here, Malachi Corley, maybe like a Johnny Wilson.
Did they go edge yet?
Burton? No, they went Graham Barton. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This also feels they lost Shaq Barrett. I feel like
Chris Braswell then, or Adis Isaac, possibly.
Adis Isaac or something like that feels like a high possibility to me. They went they took who's the small arm DT they took in the first last year?
Kalijah Cansey.
They took Cansey in the first last year. I'd be shocked to see them double invest on the DT position this early. So I think I'm going to go edge here.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Oh. Getting a little stiff over here sitting like this.
I'm still shocked. Tavondre Sweat went as high as he did. That's still
38, right?
Still a pretty big shocker to me after the incident and just his size and shape. Like he was a Senior Bowl crush of mine. We saw him in person. He was electric. It's just a little shocked he cracked that top 50 mark, but good for him.
Yeah, no, interesting landing spot in Tennessee too. Wasn't really pegging that.
High level investment for him. Chris
Braswell.
Edge goes here.
Good call out. Good call out on that.
So I feel like this could be Tampa's. This is where Tampa could go. Transparently, not super familiar with his scheme fit. I know he's a good boundary corner, and I know that the Packers need a boundary corner. So TJ Tampa feels like he could be the pick here.
With Braswell, I think I one of my comps for him is actually Shaq Barrett. I don't think he's as explosive, but this guy is going to be like a really, really solid pro. Like one of those dudes that you're just like, yeah, I don't have to worry about him. He does everything well because he's extremely well coached. He has enough athleticism to be dangerous in both the pass rush. He just played some coverage right there, can pick the ball off. Like he's going to be a good player for them, I think. Mason, any thoughts on that pick?
I mean, I think it's a solid pick. Pass rush definitely is something that I think they can prove there. I would have probably preferred them to go secondary. But I think nevertheless, solid pick. Maybe they swing back next round, grab some secondary. I would have also liked a wide receiver so they could help the Bake man out because I do love Baker.
Yeah, no, Baker's got swag, dude. Like, I hate how the Browns did him, and like the fact that he is now like on a fat deal, like kind of resurrected his career. Like, it's really cool to see, and like the contrast of what's happening with Deshaun Watson. Y'all should have just kept Baker Mayfield, man. Y'all should have just kept Baker Mayfield. Would have given him way less money, would have way more money to spend on your team, and you wouldn't have looked like fools doing that thing. Javon Bullard to the Packers. Yep.
It makes a lot of sense.
I
Yeah,
love that fit. Love
man.
that fit.
Javon Bullard. I was hoping he was going to fall one more. I feel like Tampa's the best player here, but they're not going to double dip at corner. Linebacker doesn't feel like a good fit to me right now. Maybe wide receiver or offensive line. You can never have too many linemen. You can never have too many wide receivers.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. I love this pairing here with Bullard now with Xavier McKinney. He's one of my favorite safeties in the league, actually, McKinney. So like pairing him with this player here, like that gives them a lot more like tackling ability, a lot more like oomph in their secondary because McKinney's more of like a finesse type of player. Very good at being a free safety. This is more of your strong safety, maybe nickel corner, and pairing him with a Jair Alexander and Xavier, you're really rebuilding that secondary, kind of how you like rebuilt that wide receiving room. You're getting a lot of good depth there.
And I think they're
Good
adding
draft.
who can play.
Huh?
Bullard's another really athletic guy to me.
Yeah.
And I think they're adding that athletic ability in the backfield so they can play sideline to sideline, especially in a NFC North now that features, Sam Laporta, Amon-Ra. It features Gunze.
Blake Fisher's the pick. I like that.
Wow.
I like that.
Tackle is not a need, but I mean, you can never have
honestly,
if he has guard versatility.
Yeah, he does have guard versatility.
It's there. Yeah.
What I missed. Sorry, I needed a break.
It's not a sexy pick, but I think it's a sound pick.
The Bucks went Chris Braswell. The Packers went Javon Bullard, and then the Texans just went Blake Fisher.
Good for Bullard. And what did we say earlier about the Packers about open-ended secondary issues throughout when we were kind of talking about DeJean as a possibility? So what did they do? They went and got Bullard at a discount instead. And that's another team we joke about, Philly. Packers are another one. They love drafting Bulldogs. That's such an awesome fit. They're going to love Bullard up there. Really happy for him. That's a great pick. And where was that? Right before 60 now. So that's awesome.
What do you think about Blake Fisher to the Texans? I like it a lot.
It's an incredibly high floor pick. And I think Fisher, if you'd have asked me before you told me you went to the Texans, what are your thoughts on Blake Fisher? I would have said he is somebody who's been a hot name as far as higher in the NFL than the media and the fans. And this is a testament to it for him to have snuck into the back end of the second round. Somebody who kind of you thought in the media got talked more as like a third rounder. But for this, that means he cashed in a little bit. Incredibly high floor player. I mean, this guy was starting ahead of Joe Alt before Alt got an opportunity because of injury. And I don't say that to say, he's better than Joe Alt, or just to say in terms of when they got to Notre Dame and just his high upside and his high floor, it's there. Doesn't surprise me at all. He snuck into the bottom end of round 2.
This Bills pick. Do we think this is like a Cooper Beebe here? Possibly.
Ooh.
Yeah, guard Christian Haynes, Cooper Beebe. Cooper Beebe, I think, is higher on most people's lists than Christian Haynes. They also, they led. They have not had success with their corner from 2 years ago.
Yeah,
I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
Kyer Elam out of Florida. They took him in the
and then
the first.
They had to make a lot of cap casualty calls. I could see a corner here. I could see
TJ Tampa. Jaden Hicks, maybe.
Yeah,
You're right. One of these DBs could be it.
I could see
I'm
DB.
so surprised. I'm so surprised with the Keon Coleman pick, honestly. Like that was like I knew we heard some rumors about it earlier, but like even seeing that rumor that they were debating him and AD Mitchell, I was like, damn man, like Keon Coleman's really like gonna be drafted with that type of capital. And they went and took him, so Blake said he got cut from work early, so he might be able to make the third round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I hope he does. Get the energy going with the
JC, you
Montana.
got discombobulated. First thing, great vocabulary word usage. Second thing,
Especially for Eagles.
we're not even in the third round. Keep up.
Yeah, we're pick 60. Do they double dip at wide receiver?
Right there.
Huh?
I said JC had too many celebratory brewskis after the DeJean pick.
Yeah. I mean, DeJean and Mitchell, what a haul for them so far. Really attacking a weakness on that team. Really going at it.
You could have told me before this draft started, Clint, Quinyon Mitchell went 8th, 9th, 10th overall. You could have said Clint Cooper DeJean went top 20, and I'd have said, okay.
Yeah. The
Like,
Eagles
cool.
attacked this secondary need like Eagle fans attack greased lampposts with the ferocity of mankind.
I mean, like my final board, and the fact checkers, I might be off 1 or 2 spots. But I mean, roughly, I had DeJean somewhere hovering around 2025, and I had Quinyon Mitchell, I believe, hanging around like 12, 15. Just to say, it's like both of those were discounts.
Yeah,
Quinyon he was 11.
A great Senior Bowl.
Yeah, because you saw him
live. He won the Senior Bowl. He was the top performer, top player on the field at the Senior Bowl. He cashed in and answered all the questions he had to as a non-Power 5 player and somebody who had some press man questions and how he was going to fit with that. He showed it to Mobile and just dogged all the big receivers from the big schools. I mean,
and then to come out and just kill the combine, like he worked his way up to be that selection. And I think that's amazing. He's an amazing story of this offseason, I think.
Yeah, I really like it. Really like it. Mason, what do you think this pick's going to be here?
I'm going to throw a shocker and say maybe they go Trey Benson. Get some power in that backfield, but
Cole Bishop.
Them losing Poyer. I believe they also lost someone else in the secondary.
I deserve this moment for a second because everyone was clowning me for saying that Cole Bishop was going to go in the second round. And I said that all day. That was also on my top 8 hot takes a month ago. That's another hit. I had J.C. Latham going OT2. I had Ben Sinnott going tight end 2. I had Cole Bishop going in the second round. I had Max Melton going in the second round, who at the time that was hot. It's like that's that one is satisfying to see. Also, the Bills such a fit for him. Talk about needed the youth. I am disappointed personally, and I say this in wrap up, and I was rude and I interrupted. That's who I was hoping would fall to 74 for Atlanta.
Yeah.
Well, you want to finish up your thought, Mason?
No, I'm good. I'll jump into the Lions because I think Lions right here. I think they go the last receiver of this round. Jameson's not really seeming like it's working out. They pretty much Amon seems like it's the only real reliable guy. They need that deep threat. I could see Troy Franklin falling in right here. That's kind of what I see going this pick. Maybe getting someone else on the other edge to match with Aiden Hutchinson, but there's nobody I'd really see them going right here. Maybe they
went Terry and Arnold with their first pick, 24. So
yeah, but I don't know. I could see definitely Troy Franklin here just because they do need that deep ball threat guy because Amon's not a deep ball threat typically. And yeah, I mean, it seems like Jameson Williams just is not really an answer for them. And, I don't think Troy Franklin would be able to fall to them in a third, any other, wide receivers they'd really be looking for. So I think this could be the last wide receiver off the second round.
Interesting. Louie, what are your thoughts here on this Lions pick?
I think they probably were really hoping Nealand would still be here the way the board was falling. I think edge opposite of Aiden Hutchinson is a big need for them. I agree, wide receiver. I don't think they need a safety, but I'm still not sold on the secondary. I don't know. I feel like it's defense.
Wow.
Okay.
Very
They went
Lions
chief cornerback?
player. Very Lions player. Rakestraw is kind of like we've said thus far about like a cool.
Oh, we lost you.
We lost your audio for some reason. Oh, he's rolling. I don't think he can hear us either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rakestraw, I think is a little controversial.
I mean, they went Tyrion Arnold earlier.
Clint is
He's
still going.
rolling.
Yeah.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you there, Clint.
Can you hear me? It threw me out.
Now we
Yeah.
can.
This is
Yeah.
appropriate for where Rakestraw should go. About 61 right here at the bottom of the second. This is good value by Detroit, a good fit. That is a pleasing, no affiliation draft pick right there. Well done.
I mean, even taking Tyrion Arnold at 24, like that, like.
All right, I've had enough of this. JC, what is it? We're still clowning you. Hashtag in Penix we trust. The perfect Clint comment, silence. Okay, JC's profile picture. I chimed in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Get
It
the
was
hell
never
out
just
of
a
here.
phase,
Not
Mom.
enough.
He had enough. He's had enough of it.
Yeah, if only
it.
the Eagles could play with this much ferocity as JC clowns in the comment section, they probably would have made it back to another Super Bowl. They could
It's
have
not a
lost.
phase, Mom. Yeah, JC, you're 35.
He's
Wow, Lions double
Ravens pick is in.
double dipping on corner here. Not what I expected to happen in the first 2 rounds for them, but
Somebody's
big
going to
position.
fact check me that JC is like 27 or something.
I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Damn, now he's coming after you,
I was going
to
say, throws the stray over to throws the stray.
Sorry, you can't talk shit to me. We're 1-1 in Super
All right,
Bowls. My guy.
one of
I have more than
the
you.
next time we play, and I'll make sure and text you during that game.
What's Atlanta's record against us? It's losing. I'm sure it's a losing record. I'm sure.
What do you think the
Baltimore's going to do
Ravens
something smart. They're going to take some projection pick that they get a ton of upside on. Somebody that we're like, what? He went there, but ends up being a player. That's exactly what they just did.
Yep.
Rosengart is
right.
a guy, if he'd come back in 2025, had a lot of first-round potential. This is them getting in early, a team that can take the time to develop him. And if he takes a year, look what they've just – I mean, Andrew Voorhees was an injury, but he's about to plug in year 2 in a guard on a guy that they gave a year. They'll give Rosengart some time. That was this. I say it all the time, and the Ravens are who I always use as the example. Picks like this are why the Ravens are always good. Because we'll look up in 2 years and go, oh, Rosengarten's starting for them, and that dude's a stud. I do like the point that Nick just made.
Oh, come on.
I do like the point Nick just made. He said Roger Rosengarten over Kingsley Suamatea. That is surprising. That is a solid point.
Why is everybody playing with the Chiefs?
They flop 1 spot.
I mean, if we get enough capital, there's a couple guys out there I still like. That
This is going to be the start of the offensive tackle run. Just going to say it, Mason. You can finish now.
Is this Suamatea?
Probably, and it's going to like we're 5 picks out. This is where it's going to meet me in right in the back. Finish your point, Mason. Sorry to interrupt you. Wanted to get that out there.
I've done it multiple times on accident.
No, you're good. But yeah, there's a couple guys that I'm okay with getting. I don't know why we're trading with the Chiefs. I don't care if it's for them to get somebody they want. I hate the Chiefs. You should not be doing this, John Lynch. I don't know what you're thinking. But, as long as they don't I think Niners are going to honestly go linebacker here with their next pick. A little out there. Obviously, Fred Warner's locked in. Dre Greenlaw injury concerns coming into the season. And this is Greenlaw's last contracted year with the Niners this season.
What are we thinking? Peyton Wilson, Jeremiah Trotter, Junior Colson? Junior Colson could be a pick here.
I'm wanting Peyton. If we don't go him, I'm wanting TJ Tampa just because, the secondary is a little bit of a need. We don't really have anyone there who's, overly reliable besides Chavarius and Hufanga. But so as long as we don't give Chiefs a very solid guy for the years going forward, then
this is going to be Sua Matea.
I think it's
point of the
TJ
tackle
Tampa.
market is dead on. I'm telling you. I like that.
I do not. Be Kieran Amagaji, please.
I mean, I know you don't like that. I'm saying your point, though. It's like you're right. We've talked. That's been the theme of the night. Markets. We've talked about in closing. That was one that I think that Rosengarten pick might have just been an opener. I like that point a lot.
This could be TJ Tampa too.
Boom.
There it is.
That's such a Chiefs pick. That's why they're good. Oh, and Patrick Mahomes is pretty cool. But
so close, man. We were so close. What was the compensation?
Let me look it up. Why are teams trading with the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Niners? Who?
Yeah,
the Chiefs have owned both.
Because Roger Goodell likes that.
What do we need to do to convince everybody that this is like they are Thanos at this point? Like stop letting them assemble the Infinity Gauntlet. Put the Avengers back together.
Go get more Avengers. Send them at them. This is an excellent freaking pick, and it pisses me off so much because it was so close to falling to where I needed him to fall. And dude, I love this dude as a player. He has all the potential in the world, all the upside in the world. He's 21, absolutely massive, really good feet. Just he's gonna be a stud, man.
I'm a little surprised. I honestly could have seen this as a pick for the Niners too.
I don't know why they would do that.
What I see is that it's the Chiefs receive the 63rd and the 211 for the 64th and the 173.
Not enough. It's not enough for me to do that deal. Not enough. They should pay a premium for that.
Not taking him, and it's one pick difference. Like if they're like, we're not taking.
They haven't paid a premium on either of those trade ups. You're right.
Like they should be paying a premium. They're the best team in the league. Like I would be like, nah, dude, I need more from you. I'm not just gonna keep letting you build your team out like.
Well,
this.
not only that, it's been direct competitors, Buffalo and San Francisco.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. It seems very soft. Is what I feel like 20 years ago, you weren't catching them doing that shit for the Patriots. No way. People are like, yeah, you can kick rocks.
Everybody quit being chummy. If the Saints pick up the phone and call the Falcons and say, hey, we really want Kool-Aid, we're going to trade up. You say, oh, that's real nice. Why don't you go shove it and hang the phone up? But you're way more rough than that. Like, no.
So what do we think this pick is? Do we think it's TJ Tampa? It could be Kieran. This is
I could see
tackle
that
run
corner.
Yeah, I mean, I see TJ Tampa.
Who did they take earlier in the first? I can't remember.
It's Ricky Pearsall.
Ricky Pearsall. But we got to take into accountability. It is John Lynch, and he could just pull something way out of left field that nobody is expecting. Who knows? We could take Trey Benson because
Jatavion Sanders.
Oh, God. I mean, we drafted Latu, and I believe the 3rd last year. And I mean, he was injured all year, but why? We had Kittle.
This would be a good spot for Cooper Beebe as well. Interior O-line is a.
What's been our theme of the night? What are the markets telling us right now? Let's look at the needs.
Offensive line.
It's offensive
line. Why would you trade back with the run on offensive line if that's what you're doing?
That's fair.
Because you're going to go corner.
Yeah.
That's
That makes
Louie's
more
point,
sense.
not mine. That's Louie's point, because that's what you were alluding to. Is it's like, what did we say the needs were? O-line, corner. The run is there. This could be a market opener. Also, let's look at what pick we're on right here. This is the last pick of the second round. And I know that's like, oh, Clint, what does that mean? There is some notoriety to that. Just the fact of you're rounding out boards and projections and kind of perceptions, not to be, Dr. Seuss, Clint's, it's like, it's the truth. It's like this last pick, that could be we're going to jump right before this. Some teams like a Carolina, like an Arizona, who have so many open-ended needs that they can say, oh, people have been going on a tackle run. We're not doing that. Oh, people have been going on, I'm just pulling this one out, a linebacker run. We're not doing that. Wow, nobody's really touched the random receiver market in a while. We're going to go take our pick of the litter. I think it's a good to make that point. Like
if I'm the 49ers right now, I'm looking back at the Ricky Pearsall pick and been like, damn, dude, I could have had like Kool-Aid McKinstry there. I could have had so somebody you could have
Roman Wilson's
else,
on the board.
I just that's what I'm saying. Like the wide No, I'm saying the wide receiver value that you would be getting now if you went a different position earlier it was like when we did the mock draft and we took like Ladd McConkey for the Ravens and we were sitting there going into round 3 like, damn, we probably should just pick somebody else or different position because look at the amount of depth that's still there. Like Troy Franklin's still on the board. Roman Wilson, Malachi Corley, all on the board.
Troy Franklin
Ted
is
Walker.
still on the board.
Yeah. Come on, buddy.
All right, come on. Just cook something up here, Lynch.
Spencer Rattler, you are a 49er.
No, don't speak that into existence.
That'd be hilarious.
You know what you should do with your winnings? You should buy a suit just like this, Tyler.
Probably gonna pay off some of my credit card bill with what I want, honestly.
This on the show next week.
Yeah.
No, what you really need to do for us to get lit is like the last 5 or so picks of this round, just go hard on a pick, like who it's going to be.
Arno Green,
the corner. They opened up a market there at the end of the second round. Who else was available corner wise? I'd like to see a board. DJ Tampa is a falling.
Yeah, I'm sure that. All right. Well, that's going to end the night for me. Hopefully, Bahuki's going to hop on here and switch out with me. But good second round. I think, man, that's quite the way to round it out. A lot of shocking picks here. I think in the second this year.
The second round was lit.
Yeah, I would say, the defensive tackle payment this offseason and then, absolute run in the second here is probably the biggest storyline to me.
Yeah. I think we have a trade here. I think the Jets moved into this pick. Yep. So I looked at my phone real quick. That wasn't me just being a wizard. I had to text Bahuki. I had to text Bahuki. Nicholas, I hope they blow this.
Is he coming
for you? I just texted him and asked. I hope they blow this for you, buddy. I hope they blow this for you, Nick.
I am invested because I know Nick's coming in here.
What are we thinking here? I'm wide receiver. This could be a Roman Wilson spot.
Like all right spot here. A need for this team and a good spot on the board for it.
He said, "Oh, it will blow you away." I'm not all that thrilled about that. Draft a kicker. Do something stupid. Would love to. Jatavion Sanders could be a pick here.
You already hit on the receiver pick. You already alluded that it's going to be a preference thing. Do they want more of the scat like a Roman Wilson, or do they need a little bulk? But I kind of like the angle you were making as far as this is probably their cash in moment as far as their receiver preference. So I think you opened up a good spot there.
They gave up. Let's see.
Who have they taken? They went Fashanu in the first, didn't have
Yeah, that was
a
it.
second.
Yeah,
And then,
so they traded 60. They traded 72 and 157.
so this is their second pick in addition to Fashanu. So you helped Rodgers with Fashanu, pass catcher.
Yeah, could be Malachi Corley here.
If you want the
could be
bulk,
Roman Wilson.
that's the bulk.
Yeah,
one.
if you want the bulk.
Good
yeah.
mention. Does Nick like him?
I don't know, Nick. Do you like Malachi Corley? We still don't know the pick yet.
It's either going to be he's the
pick,
greatest player ever, or he's going to say he's complete trash. But if Malachi Corley's involved here, we're getting an opinion. I want either Roman Wilson or Malachi Corley. Well, then to the point, if it's a receiver, it's going to be one of those. Which would then make me curious to see where the next one goes in terms of the value and where they are lining up with that breed.
He said yes. He likes Malachi Corley a lot.
I'm just still shocked that the Niners' only 2 picks right now have been guys that they probably could have waited and traded back for a little later to get.
Yeah,
like
little bit of reach.
Yeah, total John Lynch. So.
All right, let's get this pick in here. I feel like it's been waiting for a minute.
We're a little ahead of schedule. I don't know, actually. 9:30. Man, they're dragging this one.
Yeah, they really are.
Jeez. You got any word out of Balakier?
Huh?
You got any word out of Blake coming on?
Not yet. Yeah, he hasn't answered me yet. I also I sent out a couple messages. We'll see if anybody is available to hop on for a bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna be bouncing after this pick. Just want to see who the Jets take here. Meaning it's taken so long, it should be a good pick. All right.
So how much longer till Roman Wilson now?
Malachi Corley. Ooh, okay. He could go at Arizona right here or Washington. He could go either one of these spots.
But let's think about this room that Malachi Corley's walking into. You know, Garrett Wilson, more the kind of slender built boundary receiver. So what we said about the bulk point, that's kind of what they're going for here. The yards after catch ability. I mean, Malachi Corley is a running back and playing a receiver role. I mean, that's
that dude's got beef. He has beef on him. For sure.
And when I say lazy, I don't imply that negatively here. The most just like kind of leaning on your cane comp you've seen potentially this draft season has been Malachi Corley to Debo. And that's the yards after catch ability. I'm very interested to see his route tree with a quarterback the caliber of Rodgers and against competition of this caliber.
For sure.
Nick said absolutely the right pick. I totally get it.
Let me interrupt.
I think that is a great pick.
Mason, you're gonna head out, right? You want
Yeah,
to plug anything? You want to plug anything? You want to like do whatever you want to do before you go?
Anyone who's interested in fantasy, you know, not just straight football side. If you are more interested in the fantasy side, I do stream here with a couple other people off the Stadium Rant channel. called Fantasy Rant. It's a podcast every Wednesday night at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So, if you're into the fantasy, we're getting really into Dynasty right now. Come check us out. Obviously either Twitter or YouTube. We appreciate it. But yeah, we're just there having a good time. It's going to be an interesting week this week for sure. Talking about rookies a lot, seeing who's the biggest winners, who's the biggest losers. But thanks for having me, guys. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
You too, man. Have a good night.
Thanks for coming.
And then there were two.
Honestly,
I'm trying to hit some people up.
All these guys are my friends, and they're all great and all, but this is just more airtime for me. This is great.
Trey Benson. I had them going running back at 66. I just had it being Bucky.
You and I are going to get excited when Jalen Wright goes here in the 3rd round.
Yeah. Honestly, don't be surprised if the Pats pick him at 68. I'll be pissed, but like the player, don't think that's the need at 68. I think you can wait a little bit.
That's how you could describe my Penix experience last night. Like the player didn't like the pick. That's a real statement.
Yeah, absolutely. Trey Benson, good pick. I mean, honestly, I comped him to like a James Conner type of player in the NFL, and yeah. I don't know why. I just that's what I did. I just saw it. So I like him a lot, though. Like I think that James Conner's getting up there in age for sure. What do you think? I think you're muted.
Thank you. I need a reminder. Your point, pardon me, I zoned out for a second, was just about James Conner and him aging a little bit in this addition in relation to that. Well, yeah. I think too, Conner is someone, he's such a tough ass, but the years and also just his health and just, this is a team that needs some margin for error in terms of while they build out their talent. This is a nice, the Benson addition is a nice one to that point of just giving yourself some margin for error with your depth in that running back room. I've seen plenty, I don't have him as running back one, but I've seen plenty of people that do. So where that market started at 46, I believe off the top of my head, Ron Burgundy was, I think 46 was Brooks to Carolina. So, 66, 20 picks later, fair enough.
Yeah, that makes sense. Troy Vincent's out here making the pick instead of Darrell Green. Wow. A little earlier than I thought he would go, but
it is, you say that, but Brandon Coleman was one of the kind of popular names this week among the Palaceras, the Rappaports, et cetera, of the world. The Jim Nagy was another one who alluded to this, saying somebody that, what have I said thus far? NFL higher than the media, NFL higher than the fans. So this one isn't surprising to me that he got himself in the 3rd. They list him as a guard here. He's played some tackle. I think he's going to be a guard in the league. But I'll say this. It's interesting. We talk so much. We kept harping on Washington going Kingsley Sumate, Washington going Patrick Paul, Washington do it. And it's like to see they waited to this point. I wonder, to your point about, this might be a little rich. I wonder if they looked up and were like, we got to go catch
What a draft class. What a draft class from Washington right now.
Absolutely.
Love that. Picks in for the Pats. Kieran Amagaji could be the pick here. Maybe Dominic Pooney. If not, I could see a guy like Kyrie Jackson. I could see like
it's time for the tackle, and I like the Kyron Amagaji. I think I just butchered that, and I'm actually embarrassed because I'm usually the guy that's always gets the pronunciation right, so I apologize. I like that one because what have we said about teams that have time? Coming out of Yale, he has elite level length, like 99th percentile kind of length in his arms. Flexible. He's got all the core traits. Just needs coaching and needs some time to get ready to play speed. The Patriots would be the perfect team in terms of giving him time to build it out and develop and not have too much pressure And in the long run, paired up with Drake May, etc., it's like I agree with you. I like the tackle out of Yale is a name that I would like.
I could live with a Dominic Pooney. I like him as well.
See,
I think it could be a little
I'll
early.
admit, Pooney, if I had to make a list of like 5 guys that I am not as informed as I should be or could be, but it was almost like I just didn't get enough exposure to him this process. So if Pooney were to go and somebody such as yourself were to look at me and be like, yeah, Clint, what's your thoughts here? I'd be like, admittedly, kind of uninformed. So I would side with giving an opinion here. I'd say the tackle out of Yale. Just because I know I'm much more familiar.
TJ Tampa could be the pick too. He's fallen a little bit.
He's the current, if you had to pick one, and he's probably not the only one, but if we had to pick one, not speaking for you, I think he'd probably be the faller right now. Who was it that we had as a faller recently that just went that we were like, Sumatea.
Yeah.
I think Tampa's
Dude,
it now that Sumatea is gone.
If he was here, man, well, oh man, I'd be running to the podium. I'd be so happy. But if they take Amagaji, I'll feel pretty damn good about it. Blake Fisher was a name that I wanted. But
if I were you as a Patriots guy, I'd be pulling for Amagaji.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Like, it's such a need, dude. It's such a tackle.
And you have the time. I know I've said this 3 times, but you have the time. It's like his core traits are incredible. He was a very fun film study in terms of that tackle class. Potentially, not the most fun. Talise Fuonga was the most fun, but because he's a complete mauler. But in terms of projecting ability, Amagaji, yeah, that's who I want here for you.
Thank you.
I'm milking this one a little bit.
Yeah, no, of course.
Adisa Isaac's another one that needs to go quick. Roman Wilson, Cooper Beebe. I mean, look at this talent on Mel's best available. This is absurd. Troy Franklin, Peyton Wilson.
Yep.
This is disturbing. What's he got at 7 and 8? Christian Haynes, Jalen McMillan. Christian Haynes is going to be a starting guard in the NFL for about 8 years. Junior
Colson.
Who was it a second ago we were talking to about backers? Was it the Mason and the 49ers?
Yeah. Yeah, I said Junior Colson could be a
Colson was the name. I didn't quite get to speak, and I was like, I'm not going to interrupt because, I've probably used my punch card there enough times with Mason. I was going to say, I was like, nah, man, Colson's who I would have thought there. He's somebody flying under the radar. I had at linebacker 3, but in terms of just tons of physicality, well coached, buy into a system. He's someone in terms of if you saw like a right fit. We said San Francisco, a team like a Detroit, a team like a Kansas City, a team like a Ravens, a team like a Steelers that's just a defined program and kind of consistent. He could be a baller.
Yeah, no. So
there's so much talent in that top 10 just at Mel's right there. If you took that as the board right now, for us to be sitting in the top of the 3rd, loaded. Here we go. I didn't know if everybody knew, but it's in, by the way, just so you.
Oh man.
Let's see. I think it's tackle, like you said. Amagaji following that Coleman. Coleman's an interior. I kind of negated my point. I'm going to go take a lap. Not literally. They really have been punishing you with you. This is the 2nd straight time you've gotten the we're doing a political I'm not being ugly, but they have done that with you as the Patriots guy twice in a row now. That's 2. If this was a drinking game, it'd be like, got us.
Yeah, dude. I'm just like, make the pick. Let's make the pick. Let's get it going, please. I want to see what the pick is.
No, you want to take time to hear about the Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism, and then we'll get the pick in time.
Fully endorse and sponsor what they're trying to do there, for sure. But make the fucking pick, please.
First F-bomb. We're nearly 3 hours in, baby. And crowd's ramping.
It was a good spot. That was a good spot for it. That was a good.
It really was. I'll check aside. And I want to point out, I like that the crowd's growing going into the 3rd round. It's 9:45. People are cutting it on. If you've waited long enough, the kids are asleep. Have a drink. Crack one. No one's gonna tell. I'm not gonna judge you. What do we got? What do we got? Give me Yale. Give me Yale. What do we got? What do we got? JC, take it easy. It will. I'm not as informed. I'm not as informed, admittedly. So I'm not as informed.
Give me 1 sec here. Why is this not?
They really want Tyler to drink it in that Caden Wallace is the pick. Hey everyone, how you doing? Coming at you from the garage. Caden Wallace just went. I think Tyler might subconsciously be a little upset right now. I'm kidding. I think it's just a technical. Is he already at the solo time? And I'll catch you next time. Hey.
Sorry, my headphones still aren't working for whatever reason. The right one died, and now I'm rocking no headphone.
Honestly, I took over and was keeping some pretty strong coverage going, so we were good.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that's probably a little bit of a reach for me.
Little bit. That's a little bit of a reach, but that is someone being passionate in their projection. This is one where if you're a Patriots media member and you're getting to talk to, say, Mayo, etc., you're kind of like, what's the thought? What got you geeked up there that you were just like, I got to go now? That'd be sitting that one on the tee.
Are we both muted? You're muted.
I'm muted. Hey, how you doing?
Oh, what's going on with this?
I might pull it up on my laptop just so I can at least comment on what's going on.
We're good now. Junior Colson.
Great. Oh, there's the Mish there. Drink. Everyone have a drink. Chargers with Michigan. Everyone take a shot. Dude, that's a phenomenal pick. I mean, all joking aside, take out the Michigan. I just talked about Colson a second ago. I just think one thing about these Michigan players, and I'm not being negative talking about floor versus talking about ceiling, their floors are just so high.
Yeah, they're so well coached.
They're just so well coached. They're so athletic. They're so experienced. They're so NFL trained. They're so NFL translatable. They're fun. Sanders still is going to be a 2-contract nickel in the NFL. Colson's going to play in this league for a long time. Like I said, I had him as a linebacker 3 and could have been talked into having him at linebacker 2. I felt passionate about Edgerrin Cooper at 1. Keep on. I mean, we haven't even gotten into all the names. Roman Wilson's still out there. Zach Zinner's still out there because of a health issue. We're not done. We're not done after Junior Colson. We're not done after Mike Sanders. So we're not done after Chris Jenkins. It's truly it is. It's impressive. We've talked so much in the past years about Georgia Bulldogs. We've talked so much about Alabama. The floor, and Harbaugh's gone. But the floor of all these Michigan players coming out, it's very, I hate to say safe, but for teams, take the Chargers that are rebuilding, have time, building out foundationally in terms of building their core identity, strong run support on defense, strong running game on offense, pound you in the face offensive line, and emphasis that's the beautiful people at the social gathering for them. It's like this was it. I like I have no affiliation with the Chargers other than the people I know who are Chargers people. This is one. This one, as you can see, I went on for a little bit. This one gets me excited.
Yeah, I'm still kind of a little pissed at this Caden Wallace pick. As I'm looking into it, he predominantly played right tackle. Played over 40 games at right tackle, had over 1,000 right tackle snaps.
Glad you got some numbers because I'm very uninformed.
We need a left tackle. He's huge. He has big 34-inch arms.
This is fast.
Like
trying to think who the Giants have even taken thus far. This is fast.
they took Tyler Newbin, Malik Neighbors. I think this is Jalen Wright right here. Pick 70.
I don't have an opinion here. I'm gonna take this one off. I'm gonna take this one off.
Okay. Okay. That's a good pick, I think. Andrew Phillips has fallen. He's one of my
I was
top.
muted again. I hate myself.
You're cool. I thought you said you were gonna take the pick off. So it's fine. I don't mind.
Sure.
But I physical cornerback. They need help with they got it right with Deontay Banks last year, I think. Like that he's gonna be a dude for them. Now they're just kind of filling in that second spot, the other side of the team, the field, and he's really good in run support. Yeah. What do you think?
I would shout out, Hail Mary Sports does a fantastic draft coverage, and Phillips is that's one of his guys big time. And he was kind of in there a little bit before the crowd picked up on Phillips because he was a riser through the process. He kind of had him pegged here as an early third rounder. I'd give a little shout on. That was just a good call. I like that pick there. Like I said, I didn't have a ton of opinion going into it. But that I like that. That's a high floor pick. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. You said Newbin and Neighbors were the other two picks. Not to sound because this is such a lazy take, but it's just me being a little. They're just football players.
No, yeah, those are three really solid additions.
I don't have an opinion here either. Wow. Okay, I've gone cold for two.
Did not see Isaiah Adams here. That's what I'm not informed on. So if you want to take,
I'm a little more informed. Adams a little more of a riser. Just, I think that's a little bit of a reach. I think that's somebody.
You gonna play guard?
See, he's kind of got a little bit of that. This is a little lazy because no, he's at Illinois. Excuse me, I had that wrong in my mind. Matthew Bergeron last year, not as good as Bergeron, taken around 40 picks later. But in terms of that kind of played a lot of tackle, kind of that 6'4", maybe 6'4 plus, kind of wide backside, tough, but projects more as a guard. That one is one I think that Gannon and them would explain that they just kind of wanted a bruiser and a very highly athletic guard in terms of their projection. And let's go back to the theme of Clint buzzwords the last couple of picks of teams that have time. Cardinals have time.
Interesting draft class for them so far with how many picks they have.
I think Austin Ford is an absolute stud.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Totally agree with you. Panthers pick is in.
See, this is big for me. Obviously, it's a division rival, but Falcons sitting there at 74, and the Falcons having the 2 third-rounders is gone now. We made the move to jump the defensive interior market. So this is the last pick of the night for them, minus making a move to get into, it's like, I'm not getting ahead of us a couple picks, but I am the Falcons guy. Kyrie Jackson, Brandon Dorless, Oregon. I want to go to Oregon. Light it up in Portland, baby. I am circling that. I'm like, please shout out to one of my boys, Chris, on Twitter, who is an Oregon and Falcons guy. I'm jumping 3 picks ahead, but those are the two I have circled in terms of these 2 picks. I just said that they'll go to the next 2 picks, and I'll go take a lap real quick, and then I'll come back. But that's the 2 I'm kind of like. I talk about rounding out classes in hindsight and seeing visions of teams and their projections of what the NFL has as boards. Man, if I could walk out with one of those and jump the interior defensive line market tonight with a row with that much athleticism, I'd be sitting here going, okay.
This pick be just heavy on Sanders?
Very much so. Very much so. I had it projected to them in that 65-ish range if they were at the front of that third round.
They desperately need a tight end, for sure.
Well, they need a tight end, and they don't need inline. Tommy Trimble is going to give them that inline blocking ability. I think he's somebody that Canales is going to be excited about, but you need a little more projectable pass catching ability to just continue to aid, the Deontay Johnson addition at receiver. What you're continuing
Jonathan
to get
Brooks
out of
now.
Thielen, the Leggett addition. I don't, and you went with the bulk with Leggett. I know he's got the wheels as well, but just to say, Sanders is a very poor inline blocker. You're not going to get that. It's like that's a reason there's some falling here. The pass catching ability, I like the
Here's
fit
your boy.
with. Hey,
What up?
I like the fit with Bryce and kind of where they are. So I think that's a great shout out. Jatavian Sanders here would be a great one. And we talked about market so much tonight. We're only 2 tight ends in.
Yeah, pick 72.
One more, I would say. One more. Adisa Isaac's still hanging around.
Good pick as well. Yeah,
He's still hanging around.
I think they just go offense here, honestly. JC, how are you feeling about the draft so far? You've been tuning in a lot, chirping Clint. Love it.
It's fantastic.
I had to bring you on because of it.
It's nice. I'm feeling pretty good about the Eagles. I don't know about the Falcons, but
I'm feeling pretty good about the Eagles. I feel pretty good about the Atlanta Braves and kiss my ass.
like the Braves who lose to the Phillies in the playoffs every year. Gotcha.
It's getting ugly. We love it.
One of us has jewelry and one of us doesn't.
We do in 2008.
2008, I was 13 years old.
Man, you need to grow up.
No, I don't.
How were we thinking about this pick here, JC, for the Panthers?
What did
Where
I?
we at? Panthers?
Yeah.
Dude, Peyton Wilson. Remember I said that earlier? That connection?
Yeah, that was.
Is that medical not as good as we thought?
I think that what we saw on
fall.
tape, we saw a great linebacker on tape.
He said TJ Tampa is a faller. It's like, ooh, if Peyton Wilson's camp's looking at each other, if I fall past here, might get a little dicey.
Have to be a linebacker.
What about like a Muhammad Kamara here?
That's a little rich. Peyton
too far out
Wilson's
there.
sweaty. Peyton Wilson's sweaty.
Wallace?
You're getting sweaty. If Trevin Wallace, who's a major riser in this linebacker class, initially started people looking at him as more of a day 3. Nah, the athleticism, the athletic testing, the tape. I'm surprised to see him go before Peyton Wilson, but I'm not surprised to see a team like Carolina say, we'll take our time with this guy. But I'll say this. I drank a little bit of the Kool-Aid, admittedly, on the Peyton Wilson, Luke Kuechly, Peyton Wilson, North Carolina State, Carolina. They took Leggett, the Carolina Connect. I drank the Kool-Aid a little bit on that one. I'll take the L on that. But, the linebacker view was there. But that one's interesting. That's really interesting that they went Wallace instead. That I'd be a little worried. We're talking about we're worried about TJ Tampa faller. You're getting a little sweat, especially if Peyton Wilson goes past Dallas here, you're getting sweaty. You're getting sweaty.
JC, oh God, the Eagles fan from Mason. That was from Mason for you. This pick's got to be Jalen Wright here. Got to be. Has to be. I want it. They cannot go into the season with Rico Dowling.
Jalen Wright. Give me Jalen Wright right now.
Such a good pick. This would be nail on the head. Unless they want to go like Marshawn Lloyd, I would rather Jalen Wright.
Another good name.
Lloyd.
Cooper Beebe.
That's such a cowboy though, Tyler. That's such a cowboy.
They're tired of the offensive line sucking. They went Tyler
identity.
Cooper Beebe. Like they're getting back to what they want to do for sure. Good pick. Better watch out over there, JC.
I don't think so. I do see they're in talks with Ezekiel Elliott again, so I guess take a year off, rebuild that line, see if he's still got some left.
Excuse me. I can tell you this much, not to jump. Are we ready for the Falcons pick, or we want to keep talking about the Cowboys?
Make one more Cowboys statement, and we can go to the Falcons pick for you. Anybody? No?
Oh, me. I'm sorry. This pick, I think we've all made the points, and I agree with you. I think the Cowboys, this is an identity pick like the other two have been. The value was there for BB in this market in the interior. And I think he's someone who 73 was a good floor. Before the Falcons get in, because I feel passionate about this one, a guy who was initially a my guy, very much so in this process, I just cooled the babyest bit from thinking he was a early second to now more of an early third, late second because of he just had a poor combine, showed up underweight, didn't test well, but that's not his game. He's just the productive every week, going to show up. The tape is one of the best you'll find. That's Braylon Trice, edge out of Washington. I think this is a guy who projects for Atlanta, who they've spoken with. They've shown you Washington in terms of Michael Penix. I'd be excited for that pick. They've got to get a pass rush. They've swung and missed. He's productive.
Nailed it.
Wow.
Nailed it.
That's been a guy for me, and I know people are going to talk about the testing was poor, but that's why you got the discount. To get him at 74 at the start of this process, if you'd have looked at me and said, oh, Braylon Trice went 43 to Atlanta, I'd have said, okay. That's my last statement. I'm going to be quiet.
This is your run with it, man.
If you told me at the start of this process 43 was there, he comes into the combine, you expected him to be, in terms of where you had him listed, saw him on tape, and what he played closer to, you expected him to be more like 265, comes into the combine at 245. I think that was a case of trying to shed a little too much weight for his testing because he wasn't going to be a strong tester. That's not really his game. He's not going to have a ton of pass rush moves. The guy's going to bring a lot of bull rush, a lot of stiff arm, a lot of chop, but he's just so damn productive. Like, this guy's just one of those, going to play every week, going to be healthy, knock on wood. In the system, when you look at guys that we didn't get as far as edges, a less athletic Jared Verse projecting that you didn't do in the first. We talked about a Marshawn Nealon, who maybe he doesn't have quite as much athletic upside, but the floor is much higher on Trice. And if you sit here in the third, and what you already have in that room, developing Zach Harrison, who had a phenomenal rookie year, D'Angelo Malone coming back as a DPR to a system that gives him a chance, potentially moving Troy Anderson down as an edge rusher in certain packages. It's like, this pick was a versatility pick. It was a production pick. You went for what you termed flash or cute or being bright with the Penix pick night one. And not even, and row wasn't flat, but you jumped the market. It's like, this pick to take Trice is you saying, we're not getting cute. We're taking a football player. We're taking a football player who's going to show up the first week, business, professional, ready to roll. This guy's going to might not be a 10-plus sack guy, but this is a 7-8 sack.
Yeah,
7-8 sack guy who plays every week and just is a leader and is tough in the third round money. I am thrilled with that pick for Atlanta.
The Bears pick is in. I think this is a Dissa Isaac all the way, honestly.
Great call.
JC, what are you thinking?
Honestly, I'm right there with you. I would say if Trice didn't get picked by Atlanta, that's where they would be. Yeah, I got nothing with the Bears, to be honest.
It's okay. Yeah, no, they were talking about Dallas Turner at 9. A lot of people, Bears fans were like, I think we want an edge rusher, somebody to help Montez Sweat. I don't know why Isaac's fallen so much, but especially with how much people have been taking defensive line, but I think he's a good player. I think he's extremely athletic, explosive, has good hands. He needs to work on his pass rush moves and develop that a little bit, but as far as like athleticism goes, like this should be the pick in my opinion. I don't see many other needs honestly for this team. Like they don't need wide receiver, they don't need running back, they don't need a tight end. Their line
tackle maybe,
up. Huh?
Maybe a guard, maybe, but even that I think is a stretch.
This could be like a Zach Zinter, I guess, if they want to go that way. Their secondary is good. They don't need any linebackers. Like it would really be guard or interior D line or edge rusher, honestly. Mason says, JC, I hope you know I hate your team so much more for stealing Dijon.
Oh, I'll cry about it. I guess I get with the red since everyone's wearing red.
Ugh. Yeah, that wasn't planned or anything. It just everybody in the stream was definitely wearing red. Oh man,
I had a Niners Garoppolo jersey in my car from after the Niners lost the Super Bowl. My buddy was wearing it, so now I've been using it to wipe up garbage and dirt in my car. It's been awesome.
damn, that was cold, man. That was ice cold.
I'll send you a picture, Mason. It's awesome. It has full of glitter on it now from my daughter's dress.
You're muted, Clip. He said, burn it. Jimmy G is the Antichrist. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I'm flying high right now. That Trice pick was fantastic for Atlanta there, guys.
That was a good pick.
I'm very, very happy with that choice.
I just saw the Bears pick, and it brings me right back to my pick and pisses me off. So
pisses you off because of the Patriots, or pisses you off?
No. Yeah, because of the Patriots.
Oh,
so, like, God damn it! Like, I feel like what we did was we were getting cute. Like, I don't have Caden Wallace. Like, he was the guy I was taking with like 137.
Reachy poo.
Yeah. He's a right tackle. Like, we need a left tackle. He's a right tackle.
Oh, well, there you go. Tackle.
Such a good pick, man. Like, this
and they've
guy,
got
like,
time. They've got time.
He's 2 inches taller and 10 pounds heavier and moves faster than
look
this guy.
Look at the tape. Look at the arms and the ass on
Just
that
manhandles.
Come here. Look at that good spot. Hey, how you doing? His length. And he's not like we sit here and talk about he needs so much development. It's like his raw technical skills. It's like it's really not even bad. But it's like when an O-line coach really gets their hands on this guy, he is clay. Look, that is just to only have 3 picks in the top 75, and you're only going to have 4 ultimately.
Who's your O-line coach, Chris Morgan?
This is your take a shot pick. This is your we're going to look back in 3 years and potentially look like geniuses. Like I like this. This is creative. The value's there to get creative. After what you did yesterday, that's exciting. I know I just talked about how great it was, Tyler. I know that was kind of annoying. Look at the haircut on that kid.
It honestly, it's annoying to me, but the Bears just got a really good player, really good prospect.
So I'm interested because of Brendan here. I'm interested with the Broncos. I always get a little interested here.
This has to be Roman Wilson as far as I'm concerned.
Ooh.
Has to be Roman Wilson.
Ooh. I like that a lot.
Like they have a definite need at that position. Sean Payton needs a weapon.
I'm going to piggyback you there. I like that a lot.
Weapons.
The suspense is killing me.
Yeah, he's milking this. Tony Schefter doesn't go that TV time.
We have 420 viewers as Denver takes the pick.
How fitting.
420 on what I'm seeing on my number here. There's others. And it changed. Someone literally left when I said that just to be a prick, and I shut.
Jonah Ellis. Interesting. Good player. Pretty value, like they're pretty value appropriate.
A little more of a DPR. That's them betting big time on just sack production midday 2, early midday 2. That's where this is a play where you have a head coach who will take a confidence play. This is Peyton saying he'll take someone with a major pedigree. His dad played in the league for 1,000,000 years. His brother's Caden Ellis on the Falcons. His brother plays for the Eagles, I believe. His other brother plays. It's like their families, 1,000,000 of them play in the league. knows the deal, knows the business. They have time in Denver with him with some development. You know, people are going to look at him low percentile height, low percentile weight. Like I said, put him a little more in that DPR range. But
Eagles moved up.
In the third round, that doesn't bother me saying I want to take a shot. I'm interested to see in these next few picks, you know, the Falcons, speaking on myself, traded up to jump the defensive interior market that was just caliente. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I touched the stove hot to take Rukaroro and gave up the 79th pick. I'm kind of interested to see like what I would have thought they'd have been looking at here if they'd have stayed at 79 and played their odds at 43. Missing out on the defensive tackle run, but who knows? That's an odd point. But
I'm just doing a little reading here on what Elliot Wolf was talking about with Caden Wallace. He goes, "We feel that Caden has the athleticism to play on the left side." Noted that Olu Fashanu's presence at left tackle was the reason why he was playing right. Delmar Glaze is a reach. That's a worse than Caden Wallace.
Reachy poo. That's a day 3 player all day, buddy. And we're not even. I mean, there's 100 picks tonight. We got a ways to go. That's respectfully a reach by Vegas. I think. And Clint, explain why you think it's a reach. Okay, I will. Look at tackles still on the board versus the emphasis you just put on Glaze. 2 examples. Christian Jones out of Texas, Javon Foster out of Missouri. Javon Foster in particular.
Louie's still on the board.
A trade.
Oh, the Texans moved up. I thought the Eagles moved up.
Eagles get the 86 and 123 for the 78 pick.
Hoping the Pats move back up into the third here. We have the ammunition.
We really
See,
need
it's funny you say that. I just said how it ends at pick 100 tonight. Falcons' next pick is 110. I'm sitting here like, in terms of like, I might not be done either. I might not be done either because I really wanted a corner around here, a name that's out there that would just make me take laps in the yard. Kyrie Jackson's out there, boys.
TJ Tamper's still there.
Yeah, but you're right. It is stupid the amount of talent that's still there.
I go corner here.
Might go corner here, you said?
Yeah, I'm thinking. They do need a corner.
They went Kamari Lassiter with their
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they did
first
last
pick in the second round.
Yeah.
Then they went Blake Fisher, which hurt me a little bit because that started that run on tackles and cooked me in the end. Not a big fan of the Pats' third round pick here. Could be wrong, but he projects more as a right tackle for me, not a left tackle. Need a left tackle.
Yeah.
Indy is trading to 79, moving up 3 spots from 82. Gave up 191.
Yeah. Mike hyper focused on the screen. I didn't notice how small it was. Jesus.
Yeah. So what do we think here? I think that this could be like a Cade Stover spot here. This could be like a Theo Johnson, Jatavion Sanders tight end is a need for them. How you feeling about the Texans, JC? What do you think?
I'm thinking Sanders would actually be a relatively good pick. I do know they need, like you said, they do need a tight end, or if they do possibly want to go O-line and give more protection for Stroud.
Roman Wilson's fallen, man. He's fallen. I did not expect him to be here 78.
Especially with Mixon in the backfield. You know, if he actually has an O-line since he never had one in Cincinnati, he can go off even more.
Yeah.
This is
One of my
where it
buddies-
starts getting a little more interesting. People talk about this being a little more of a top-heavy draft. You're starting to creep toward 80, 85, sniffing 100. We're here, early, mid, third round. It's like this is where you start to separate the men from the boys a little bit. Tomorrow is where we really see who wants to get behind their pads and hit somebody in the mouth. I'm the Mike Alstott of that situation. But we'll see about the rest of you tomorrow.
I threw that parlay cash in one of my group chats, and my buddy was like, "Should have thrown 20 on it." My other friend was just like, "Yeah, for real, Lamb, get your units up." I'm just like,
Jesus.
bro, like I just turned $5 into 750.
Those are your
Is that not
buddies.
good enough?
Yeah,
Correct me
suck
if I'm wrong. Those are your friends that live with their parents. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Damn. All right, I took a
You're
swing.
wrong.
I bet on the ceiling, not the floor, and I swung and I missed.
They're
Yeah.
your friends that didn't make that bet, didn't win anything.
Yeah, well, the kid who told me to get my units up, he is literally the luckiest person I know. Literally, that guy will go to the casino, win like $1,200, and just leave. Just be like, "Yeah, I was there for like 3 hands." I'm just sitting there like, "What?" Caleb Bullock, good pick from
That's
the
good pick.
Texans.
Well, good
Good.
pick, and talk about your safety and your nickel corner athletic ability. Him, Jalen Petrie, I'm incredibly high on. Look at that secondary. Derek Stingley. What picks have they already
Kamari
made?
Lassiter.
Kamari Lassiter. I mean, that secondary, and you're looking at the style of that D'Amico defense. You add Daniil Hunter and the major emphasis on edge.
Yeah,
Guys,
no,
they're nasty.
they have had the best offseason
And
of any team.
they remember
Yeah,
they
without doubt.
traded out of round one. They traded out of round one and gained picks next year. They got a second round. It's like we got to trade.
Yeah, I think Indy's moving up here.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
What is that? This could be the TJ Tampa pick here.
Ooh, good shout out. It's got to be corner. It's got to be corner. Kyrie Jackson or TJ Tampa. If it's not one of the two of them, I'll go take a lap around the yard and come back and regroup.
What were we just saying about the Texans had easily the best offseason. Adding Joe Mixon, Stephon Diggs, Daniil Hunter, and then coming and having this type of draft with Kamari Lassiter, Blake Fisher, and now Javon Bullard. You're rolling. Like you're rolling.
Javon Bullard went to Green Bay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Kalen Bullock. My
Caleb
bad.
Bullock. So you think I'm sleeping? No, I'm we're
You're
just waiting.
You're wired
We're
in.
just waking
Wired
up.
in.
We're just waking up, baby. What do we got? If it's not a corner, I got to take a lap. I've been hot as fire tonight, but I'll take a lap. I got to take a lap. I got to take a goddamn lap.
Matt Gonzalez.
That's a ceiling play, and that's characteristic Indy. I'm gonna take a lap for a second. That was supposed to be Atlanta's pick for perspective. So, like, I'm interested. What did I say a second ago about kind of who goes in this market in this 79 range? A pick or two before, and the couple 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 picks after. So this is the first one of notoriety.
Yeah. What do you think, JC? Any thoughts on this tackle here? Oh, he bumped up. Bengals are on the clock here. Picks in. Jatavion Sanders is my bet. I've been saying his name a lot tonight, but I think this is a perfect scheme fit for him.
I disagree, and I'll tell you why I disagree. It's not so much that I disagree; it's that I got to give a different angle. Because what fun is it for us to sit here and be like, "Yes, sir, Tyler, I agree."
I would like that. So
another one. You're gonna look at like some T. Higgins, a receiver edition in this room. I mean, you really
Roman
like
Wilson?
Andre Yosevich, what you saw out of him. You obviously you like what you saw out of Jamar Chase, guys.
TJ Ushmanzada is doing the pick. It's going to be a wide receiver.
Yeah, that basically just gave me the dub there. You said Roman Wilson names.
Bub Means.
What
Bub
are
Means.
Bub Means.
Troy
McCaffrey, is he still on there?
Luke McCaffrey, Brendan Rice,
Jermaine Burton.
Tez Walker.
If they want to sign up for the Tez Walker has the hands of a blacksmith.
Jacob Cowing.
Jacob Counting.
See, I'm not as high on Cowing.
Malik
So
Washington. Jermaine Burton.
Burton? Okay.
We can't claim that we called Burton
Wow.
because we just said like 12 receivers.
No, yeah.
I didn't know he was still up there. To be honest.
They nice fit for him. I mean, look, if you take away the fact that he's a head case, respectfully, in terms of the talent and the tape, there's an argument to be made all day long. He's a top 60 player. So you're playing the game for a 20, 25, 30 pick discount? Screw it.
Yeah.
I get it.
And he's coming in being your third wide receiver. That's a
well,
good
and
group.
you're in a place to look at him in terms of the rest of your receiver room. You've got the ultimate alpha in Jamar Chase. Who's to know what comes to T. Higgins here? But Joe Burrow, your winning window, kind of what you've won and the expectations to kind of look at him and be like, hey, buddy, it's going to be real easy for us to look at everyone and say, we're going to take a third-round pick L, and we're going to hand him a cardboard box and tell him to pack his shit and get out. It's like
I used that same line for Ryan Tannehill last year. Somebody was like, if the Titans draft Will Levis, what do you do with Ryan Tannehill? You give him a cardboard box, tell him to pack his shit and get out. Same line, same inflection, same everything. That was on
Take a
point.
cigarette, call it a day.
Wow. That was good. That made me feel good. Thank you.
I'm actually glad. Hey, where are we? 81? Yeah, we got like 20 more picks, boys.
I think Bahuki's getting on now.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
What do we think for the Seahawks pick here? This could be Christian Haynes. This could be a Christian Haynes.
It should be Christian Haynes.
He puts on a Phillies hat for this as if he's like the guy at the football game that like doesn't wear it. Like it's the Bills against the Ravens and he wears like Steelers gear and it's like okay.
I went to the Phillies Reds game the other day and there was a bunch of Eagles jerseys and Seahawks jerseys. I'm like, why Seahawks jerseys?
You're like there were 6 Reds fans. It was sick.
It was awesome. in Cincinnati Stadium. It was even better.
Oh damn.
That's hilarious. All right. I mean, you're much more excited, Clint, from your day 2 draft. I am.
Oh God. I mean, but it's relative. Like I came into this saying today that I thought we were going to turn our 3 picks into 2 today. That's exactly what we did. So I was prepared to not get the satisfaction of 3 picks, 3 additions. But when you look at it in hindsight. You jumped the defensive interior market and started it, literally. And I loved that Braylon Trice pick for a high floor pick, not trying to get cute, I hate this word so much, it makes me cringe. Not trying to be sexy. It's like just that was an identity pick in terms of this defense schematically and kind of following the tone of the rest of your draft and setting yourself up for a couple picks tomorrow. Like I said, for perspective, next pick for Atlanta's 110. It's like you got to try and cash in there. I mean, what I said, corner. Look at that board there. I want to pull it up. Honestly, again, I know off the top of my head we've talked about TJ Tampa. I know we've talked about. Help me.
Peyton Wilson.
I'm talking about corners, strictly corners.
Oh, okay. Kyrie Jackson.
Kyrie Jackson, that was the name. Thank you. Chris Abrams' dream.
Kalen Carson.
Cam Hart.
Huh?
Cam Hart.
Your audio like is lower for some reason. I don't know. I can like barely hear you.
Cam Hart. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Cam Hart's a great one to bring up as well.
I turned the volume up so loud that it is like you are screaming into my ear, like you're hazing me. But quite frankly, I'd say I don't like it. But it's almost like when you go.
You kind of do.
It's like when you go to like talk shows, like a Conan, for example. It's like or a Letterman. It's like we're gonna get it so damn cold in here. You're awake, and I'm in your face, Jerry. I'm fine. Bring it. It's like we're here, we're live. we're good. JC, you get tired?
Oh, my Walmart connection is screwing me up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, my girlfriend's watching something on TikTok and she's dying laughing. She tried to show it to me and I don't get it. Don't
Oh,
get it.
she'll just send it to Stadium Rant's TikTok, and I'll be the one
Which
to
is
see
run
it.
by you, yeah. Thinking it's me.
I'm like, man, look at all these dog videos. I'm like, cool. Do I just heart them?
What? She
Oh,
just
she
did
did.
the
She
same
just sent
thing.
it to
Oh, breathe over there. Start choking.
I'll make sure I put like 10 laughing emojis when I send it back. There you go, Christian Haynes.
I made the right pick. This dog just straight up jumped on me. Oh, good boy. Draft dog. Hi, Bobby. Christian Haynes, great pick. He's my probably top-rated guard in this class. Probably third-rated interior offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this pick a lot for him.
The second level ability is fantastic with Haynes, and you look at a team like Seattle, just projecting, which will get Mike McDonald because he's going to go for an identity change. They're going to try and be.
I made it.
That man's shirt and tell me he's never partied in South Florida. You tell me right now that man has never partied.
He didn't get the memo.
Dude.
He's not wearing red.
You got the biggest opposite man right there.
Good.
The duality of men.
The duality.
What's up, man? How you feeling about the Bills?
I feel decent, better than I did yesterday.
Yeah,
they got good value, man. Man, at the end of the night last night, like you guys were answering questions and whatnot, and I'm just sitting here like, and it wasn't you guys either. I was just like, I felt like I felt like it was Christmas, and I'm watching everyone open their new presents, and I'm just like,
yeah, like where's mine? Where's
Yeah.
my stuff?
I don't get to play with my present until 2 years from now.
hopefully.
So my parents, my parents bought me a shiny new toy, and they said, "We'll bring it out when you're done." But that's
Well,
Yeah, Daddy Kirk.
it's like
Oh,
it's like they bought you a car and you're like 14 and you're like, and you're,
yeah. It could
It's like,
be.
this is just gonna sit in the garage. You can shine it, you can wax it, but you can't drive it.
It could be a Ferrari, but I'm not convinced I wouldn't have taken a very quality
Little bit of a
Kia
fixer
Sonata.
upper.
Yeah.
You got a Prius.
I drive a Corolla.
Tip Ryman pick to Arizona, and I'm very high on Tip Ryman. Guy's athletic upside is incredible, particularly to be like at 6'7", 270 kind of big. I mean, this guy is a refrigerator. But to already have Trey McBride at tight end and some of your other additions, I would have thought maybe more of a pass catcher. I don't know if you're doing this to open McBride up more in terms of inline blocking, but I was high on Ryman, and I didn't have Ryman as a top 8.
Where does the Roman Wilson slide stop at this point?
Okay, maybe in Buffalo.
Right now.
Is Troy Franklin still on the board?
Yes.
He's running back, don't they?
No, nope.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping the Bills are going to go double dip with the wide receiver. Hell, they still might. I think Cole Bishop was a good pickup though. In the later part, he's going to come in and start.
Total Bills pick. Fit the culture. Fit like great fit.
6'2", willing to tackle. Yeah, he's gonna fit right in.
Yeah, how do you feel about Keon Coleman?
Good. He's the type of receiver that Blake Corum. He's the type of receiver.
Who said running back
that we've been missing. We've needed that big body guy. Like we've had a lot of these really good undersized guys for the last few years, Stephon Diggs included, and like Stephon Diggs is only 6 foot. He doesn't play 6 foot. He goes up for it, but in the red zone, there's just no substitute for a guy who's 6'4" plus.
Yeah,
Absolutely right.
get you.
I mean, dude, Keon Coleman, I mean, that's every bit 6'4". That's every bit power forward. That's every bit like that dude's rocked up, man. He's physical. His play speed is so much better than the track speed. It's like Coleman's going to be tough. And you want to talk about a guy that's going to be tough in the cold with Josh Allen throwing the heater.
Big hands.
I mean, great big hand, big strong hands. Oh, big strong. Those big paws. Those are mitts in the cold, baby. He's ready
Yes, sir.
for the
That's
snow.
what
He's
you want.
warm.
That's what we're looking for. That's why
They're
we drafted
toasty.
Josh.
He's toasty. He's fine. He's warm. Cuddle up.
How are we feel about Blake Corum here? Going to the Rams. Clint
Had a good
how
call.
you feel?
Somebody said running back.
Eckler's gone. Who's the? Yeah, they have Gus Edwards and
No, the Rams, not
JK and
Chargers.
Gus
Wrong
Edwards
part
and
of LA.
JK Dobbins.
The Rams, not the Chargers.
Oh, wrong team.
Pretty close though.
You look at the picks for the Rams thus far, you went defensive line heavy, and you look at their other needs, now it points to secondary, but I like the fact, I think, what have we talked, a big theme of mine tonight? Markets. They looked at the running back market and said, we've had, 2 guys go. We're going to look at RB3 versus, say, looking at corner and taking, the 12th guy. We're going to take a major faller in TJ Tampa, or we're going to go to that next tier with a Kyrie Jackson.
TJ Tampa's still on the board?
You heard me. I did not.
Yep.
I did not stutter.
Yeah, I'm not all the way caught up here because I was, so
We'll catch you.
You guys catch me up as we go. Yeah, this is a fun draft, man. There's so much talent still. It's still like, and I feel like that's one of the things we've noticed in the last few years. Like you're still getting bona fide starters on like the 3rd, 4th round. It didn't used to be like that when we were growing up.
Second round we just had, and I'm not talking about first rounds. Day 2, day 3 is as
Roman
good a
Wilson.
round as we've had in a minute. That was lit.
Dude, so the Steelers are picking a wide receiver here, and he's going to be an all.
Damn, JC,
Be Wilson here.
JC, we got to talk about your Eagles, and they are lucky as shit, man. They might have my favorite draft so far. You can argue a lot of different directions, but holy shit, you guys got Quinion Mitchell and Cooper Diesel. That's just,
we're finally going to have a
absurd.
secondary again. It's nice.
Yeah, that's absolutely absurd. You guys got a lot better already.
Dude, I said this was going to be the pick at 51. They made it at 84. We're rolling.
Back-to-back Wolverines again.
Rolling. Louie actually alluded to this earlier, is how many Michigan people are going to be selected. And then Clint touched on it again with just like the floor of these Michigan players because of how well they're being coached and how well that program's run. You're getting a football, you're getting a football player. Like that dude's coming in, he's making plays for you. Like this guy can ball, and like he's going to get the target share. Like Deontay Johnson left a bunch of targets there. Like Russell Wilson's over there now too. Like you got a pass catcher. Not a pass catcher. You got a solid quarterback. It's not Kenny Pickett. But damn, man, Arthur Smith still makes me want to stay away in fantasy drafts. That dude.
So do you guys think Russell Wilson starts the entire year?
It depends.
Good question, right?
If he stays healthy, then yeah, I do.
He hasn't really had that many injury issues. He had the thumb issue like his last year in Seattle, but that was honestly like the only one I can remember.
Yeah, no, he hasn't had like a major issue. Brown's pick is in. What are we thinking here?
So they went D tackle with their first pick.
Correct.
I got no
Like a corner.
backer.
Wide receiver, maybe. There's still some good talent on the board there. Maybe
They're trading for Jerry Jeudy, and they have Elijah Moore and Amari Cooper. I don't know if that's
there's some good
like
running
a
back.
secondary.
Is that the kid from the running back from Tennessee, Jalen
Wright? Yeah,
Still on the board?
he's still. Yeah, that's a good call
That
out.
could be a good pick.
It's a good call out.
I wouldn't hate that pick.
Spencer Rattler.
No.
Spencer Rattler. Watch. 85.
Okay.
This is a good.
I love when teams go quarterback. It pushes talent down the board.
Yeah. I think that this is the spot. Like
That and that's what we saw yesterday with all those quarterbacks coming off the board.
Yeah, like
We were-
Penix. And
oh,
How are you doing, Clint? Let's talk about your second pick. Like I asked in the chat, but what did you think about it? I saw that pick and my first reaction was that's not Jerzon Newton.
I think my response to that would be, Jerzon Newton, there's definitely a little more there than we know. I don't know if it was a matter of medical. I
I
will
mean,
say
it was only a pick or two, but yeah, it's a foot injury. Foot injuries can be nagging. So
I would have liked Newton there, but I'll say this as far as row. I mean, you got about 3 inches of height there versus Newton, 6'4", 295, creeping up on 300, 99th percentile kind of athlete, quite literally. He only started playing football at 17. He's from Nigeria.
Look, those stories piss me off.
But he's so raw, but at the same time, what you've seen from him at Clemson, I loved his tape. He was my third defensive tackle. I had him ahead of Chris Jenkins. I had him against, I had him behind Johnny Newton and behind Byron Murphy, but I had him as my DT3. I feel much more excited about the pick after the hindsight of seeing the absolute heat. I mean, it's like I took a thing of gasoline and a lighter and just sparked it right here, the interior defensive line market in that second round, and we started it. It's like we jumped in front of it. It went 35. We took a row.
Yeah, you did. You started the run.
35, 36, 38, 39, 4. It's like it just absolutely jumped it. So that gives me a lot of
that
peace.
makes it a good move. Yeah.
You got your pick of the litter, and I'm very comfortable with that. But to come back and pair that and hit Braylon Trice, that pick thrilled me at 74. I feel very good about day 2. It went like I said. I thought we were going to turn our 3 picks into 2. I thought we were going to gun for Kool-Aid. We went defensive interior, but the market showed you that you might not have been wrong to go there positionally. I'm fine with it, but no, I'm excited, ready to go into tomorrow. We have 110. I could see us trading into the bottom of the night. I'm not giving up yet. I'm locked in, baby. What are you talking about? I mean, I could be the next pick coming up for all we know. Hey, I'm going to stay ready so I don't have to get ready.
Hey, that's the quote right there. That's a Mike Tyson quote. If only he would have stayed a little bit more ready before it was Jake Paul. Can't believe that's a real thing that I just said.
Calling the Seb.
Did anybody make a call here? I didn't make a call. I said a bad.
So,
that was a lazy call. That was lazy.
Did anyone else know that Zach Frazier was a 4-time state wrestling champion in high school?
No.
Yeah.
Back to back.
I was a wrestler in high school, and a little bit in college. So I'm a big wrestling nerd.
Whoa!
A club.
Tyler,
I wrestled club in college. I wasn't on no scholarship, but
Iowa on scholarship.
no, I did meet Dan Gable though. He came to the University of Buffalo and did a seminar like my sophomore or junior year. But no, I did not wrestle at Iowa. I would be dead. I wouldn't be here sitting here talking to you.
So back to back, Michigan players have been taken.
I think we had that mocked 3 in a row. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. If you go back in our third round,
my God,
we actually had 3 in a row. I don't know which picks we had.
Shit. Wow, that's incredible stuff. I don't know why these rivals are trading to each other. This is crazy.
I was so ready.
This is so soft, dude.
Hey,
you know what? So I'm glad you brought this up because this has been a big topic of debate in the social media around the last 24 hours about the Bills trading with the Chiefs. And you know what? When it happened and it came across the screen, I had that like sticker shock. Like, what are you doing trading with these guys? But now, like, the time has gone by. You know what? It shouldn't matter. You should like what they're doing. You shouldn't care at all what they're doing. You got to be focused on your board. You know, because like losers think about winners and winners think about winning.
Wow, Bahuki dropping bars out here. That was a nice.
That was so hard. That was so hard.
It was a nice
together.
clean
He
cut
le-
for me to put
He
like that.
learned that
That's getting
line
clipped.
at Iowa Wrestling.
I'll put that on a
was
t-shirt.
on the whiteboard.
I mean, I heard it from other people saying it. That I
No,
would
you
love
gotta claim it.
Yeah, no,
no,
you said-
I'm honest. No, that's my thing. I don't lie about things. I most of the cool shit I say, I heard someone else say, and then sometimes I freestyle a little bit, but
Well, words are hard. No one will remember.
yeah, that's why I was a math major, because I can't read.
On the picks. Before we get away from it, Zach Zinner going to the Browns. The pick before this is the Andrew Voorhees pick of this year in terms of someone that you're okay with him being injured this year, but he's going to be a starter for you on the interior year 2 with full rounds worth of upside. I like that. It's a little bold in the top 85, but that's a guy who's getting first-round conversations. Dominic Puny, I'm admittedly not as informed as I should be, but that's somebody I saw a lot of people who know as much, if not, and a lot of people that know more than I do, who were saying this range was very relatable for him there. So no big comment there as well. I think Zinter, though, that's kind of interesting in terms of someone that we had on that short list of someone taking a shot or shooting for upside or kind of trying to get a discount, getting a year early, looking at 2025 instead of 2024. That was a big name checked off right there.
Is this the running back pick here? Is this going to be Jalen Wright?
That'd be so lit, and that's what the draft nerd in me would like.
That'd be a great pick for Dallas right here.
I think so.
Let's call it. Let's call it.
And Royce Freeman. You can't go into the season like that. You can't. It's malfeasance.
Yeah, and if they don't, Green Bay could. I think it was Green Bay that I had mocked Blake Corum to in our third rounder. But I'm pretty sure we had 3 Michigan players in a row, because I remember going back over it. What? Whoa! What?
What the hell was that?
Yeah, I know. I don't know.
Hey, now it's gonna be something about like, we're gonna take an L here. Yeah,
Yep.
We're gonna take an L.
All right, there's a little bit of I was surprised. Okay, that's not something I see every day. I don't know.
I'm confused.
In your defense, I have had multiple orthopedic surgeries on my leg, ankle, and foot on my right leg, and
hey,
I
Austin,
didn't even catch
what's up,
that.
brother? How you doing?
What up?
We're back.
What's up, fellas?
Everyone that walks up.
Nice little Roman Wilson pick right there.
Roman Wilson, I just saw that. I like it.
I mean, Peyton Wilson here.
You got Zach Frazier too, like.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Draft.
He's a 4-time state wrestling champion. I didn't know that, but to win states in wrestling and once is just insane, and to do it 4 times.
Frazier's a guy you look at and you know 2 things. One, he can wreck a buffet line and he'll tear up a toilet at your house. That guy is a big.
That's a guy you want.
That tells me he's
strong.
He's good at hand fighting.
Tearing up a toilet, he'll fight hands.
That too. Wrestlers will eat literally anything when they're.
Clinton is fucking bag right now, guys.
Hey, Peyton Wilson coming up here. Peyton Wilson.
I need a beer right now. Are you guys drinking?
Get a beer, Bahuki.
I'm going to get one, whether you guys are or not.
That beer right.
Good. I hope you do. I'm drinking water tonight. That's what I'm doing.
We got 14 more picks. Saddle up.
He said, "I hope you do."
This is Jalen Wright for sure, my man. I'm fighting you on it.
Peyton Wilson.
All right.
Steve, what you drinking? I'm enjoying a nice classic city lager. It's from Athens.
With the Miller Lights.
Classic City is Athens. That's where UGA is. That's where my mom lives.
I've been to Magic City before.
Yeah, I bet you have. What's your favorite one? Bahuki won't rip a shot right now.
I'm more of a beer guy than a liquor guy, but if you're really gonna twist my arm, I
don't believe that.
Peer pressure easily.
Bahuki, you look like you could kill a glass of gin.
I don't have any gin with me right now.
Well, what do you have?
Guy, right?
I know there's a bottle of something in that room right now.
I just opened a beer. Jeez, why are you guys hazing me?
All right. He doesn't have a bottle of liquor.
All right, fine.
hazing you because you
that
hazed me, my
guys,
friend. You
guys.
hazed me first. You started this shit years ago.
That Austin is so tied into the Steelers that he's in their locker room right now. Austin is in the Steelers locker room.
Anything.
Listen, fellas. It's not about what you know; it's about who you know.
Do it.
Okay, we're doing this. All right, I'm.
Oh no.
Peyton Wilson. If it's not Peyton Wilson, he's going out for a cigarette at his draft party right now.
Yikes.
What?
All right, it's rum. It's not gin. It says Joy. I hooked up with a girl named Joy in college and didn't call her again.
Wilson not going.
He was a friend of a friend, and my friend was real upset with me about it.
Peyton Wilson not going there. Peyton Wilson needs to go take his
True
dog
story.
for a walk. He needs to go take his
You
dog.
just said
for a
you don't
walk.
lie, man. I believe I believe you.
That'd be a very
Guys, that's
specific
bad.
thing to just rattle off, you know? Bro, my
Jason's
phone
better.
died. Did you get a charger, bitch?
That's bad, guys. That's
We're
bad.
we're back to being unhinged. All it took was Bahuki and Austin. We're off. The
I
rails.
was the
back.
one
We're
all
back.
night
We're
calling for it. I was the one all night being like, you were like, yeah, I'm texting them. I was like, you got any word? What would have done?
I was working. I chimed in a couple times when I could, but I couldn't really be like locked in with it.
I gotta be honest though. I'm sure you all have like touched on this the whole night, but this is by far the second day is by far the best.
Yeah, so far.
I know we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but this is. I mean, they go so fast.
Yeah, the pace is better. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like the first day is propped up and it's a little too Hollywood, you know, with them like delay, like the pick and like then it's like once you get to day 2, you're kind of into the swing of things, and it's like, but it's been mostly bangers today.
Listen, day 3 are your
Marshawn
football
Lloyd.
guys. That's your day 3.
Austin,
Wow.
day 3 is where you really see Clint settle in. That cup of coffee I'm going to have tomorrow morning. When I wake up, my wife won't talk to me. She won't ask me how my day is going. She won't ask me how I feel. She won't ask if I want breakfast because I don't want breakfast. You know what I want? You know what I want for breakfast? I want a
Beer?
cigarette and anxiety. That's what I want for breakfast. That's
Dude, we're
really.
getting some A1.
Y'all might notice. You might notice, like I have overbearing father chest hair, particularly to be in my 20s. I grew all of that because of my day 3 NFL draft activity, and I will.
My dad told me that eating the crust of on your sandwiches puts hair on your chest. so
your mom made a lot of sandwiches growing up.
So my parents were divorced, and my dad was a way better cook than my mom.
Just putting her on blast.
Hey, we're on the topic. My mom just fucking throws shit in. Like my dad actually like cooks.
Hey, we got a good question here.
Can we bring it back a little bit?
Yep.
To Marshawn
a good
Lloyd?
question.
Let's put our childhood trauma behind us.
Steve
get
said,
back to
"Oh,
football.
buddy, Bahuki, you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there." Steve had a great question. He said, "Thoughts? Tyke Smith to the Bucks, nice pick. We'll get to that next." Marshawn Lloyd, the question for the Packers. You know, some people question just he's had a little bit of an injury history, but you talk about a guy that took a major step in that transition going from South Carolina to USC and open it up in that offense with Caleb Williams and Lincoln Riley. Physical, 5'9", 205 kind of build, bowling ball, fast. This is a nice floor play for the Packers. Lloyd's probably not a 2-contract guy. Lloyd is a guy you take as the Packers. The next 4 years, you're going to ride that horse.
They just signed Josh Jacobs, though.
But okay. Counter to that, this is the guy you bring in that you can put mileage on hard, relieving Jacobs the next couple of years. This is your mileage guy who has some good athletic upside. Love that. Jumping to Tyke Smith, tons of nickel ability, played a lot in that safety. I'm gonna tell you that last 6 or so game stretch this last year at Georgia when he was fully healthy, he was playing with his hair on fire. Guy who was an All-American at West Virginia before transferring, had an injury. It's at Georgia. The defensive talent is just disgusting, filthy, disturbing. He had to kind of battle back in there. That is a phenomenal pick. I had him circled as a Falcons guy hanging around that 110 pick. So in terms of like an absolute floor, to get him there at 89 is maybe a hair bold. That's exciting. Tampa's a team that will get a ton of mileage out of him with some open-ended secondary needs.
Word. Do you guys have any thoughts on those two picks? Because we're kind of moving now much faster.
Wow.
We're getting closer to Buffalo's pick.
Elijah Jones was projected more of like a 4th, 5th round guy. I think Arizona's had a couple of questionable in terms of just value versus what media projections are tonight. But Jones is somebody, Jim Nagy, the leader of the Senior Bowl. He was raving in the last few days saying this is the most underrated guy from the Senior Bowl in terms of the media versus where he's going in terms of draft assets in the NFL draft. And he just got a win on that hot take.
Wow.
I mean, for him to go 90, I think Jones is a, very technically sound player, aggressive, somebody that this team that has time and is just building out their core talent is kind of we're not going to screw this up in the 3rd round, mid to late 3rd round. We're not in the late 3rd round, mid to late, but it's like, I don't have a problem with that. The Isaiah Adams pick before and the Tip Ryman ones and Elijah Jones, I think you've gotten a little rich tonight as Arizona. But I'm not disgusted, but I'm also not going back for a second plate.
Word. What do you guys think? Bahuki, Austin, any thoughts on the last 3 picks? Those kind of went in pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean they're scorching by. I did see a little bit of Boston College because I am a Louisville fan. I did like their quarterback. I did like Elijah a lot. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised he went this early.
A little bit of a reach.
I'm surprised Jalen Wright's still on the board, honestly.
I'm okay with it because my team's coming up, and I want this talent to be there. I mean, I'm hoping Troy Franklin is the pick here, but it's also shaping up that it could be Peyton Wilson for linebacker.
That'd be a great pick.
Yeah,
That'd be a great pick as a build.
Does anybody have a I don't know if we can do it on the screen, but just kind of like a big board here, like kind of just just nail or like I'll pull one up. You know what? I'm going to take the initiative. I'm going to be the team leader.
Yeah, I can confidently say that like the big boards that I was making were like 50 to 75 deep. Mine were not this deep.
Yeah, mine were about.
I still know probably 50% or more of the names I see coming.
I'll hit y'all with some names here.
Okay.
Christian Haynes, guard out of UConn, 2nd level ability. That's incredible. Surprised to see him there. TJ Tampa is the faller of the.
He's gone.
Whoever gets him.
Christian Haynes is gone.
I'm still seeing Christian Haynes on my board. Where did he go? Did I have that wrong?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that.
Does Tampa take TJ Tampa with pick 92?
I don't know if. Okay, well,
that would be pretty hard.
Let's put a button in the Christian Haynes point. Adisa Isaac.
Yeah. Yep,
Cam Kitchens in that
That's
safety
a good
class.
one. Yeah.
Great tape, low athletic upside. That's one that
he had a bad combine.
Team will have to look through it. Troy Franklin, Peyton Wilson, that injury report must be scarier. Cedric Gray at linebacker. I'm very much a my guy.
He balled at the Senior Bowl.
He's a stud.
Me and Lou, the Senior Bowl honestly was the game itself was a little underwhelming because the defense outmatched the offense. But Cedric Gray was just like one of those guys. He was in it like every play, and if he wasn't making the tackle, he was the next guy.
Cedric Gray, linebacker 5 for me. Like that guy, tons of upside. Did Roman Wilson's gone? That's inaccurate.
Yeah, so Roman Wilson went to the Steelers and Christian Haynes went to the Seahawks.
Hey, Roman Wilson's actually in here. He's on his way to being here.
Oh, yeah, you're in the locker room.
Brandon Dorless, are you kidding?
Yeah.
Jack. Interior and edge ability. I think he's an interior. People will argue that. I mean, keep going. Jalen McMillan as a reliable receiver, as a possession receiver with upside. Chris Abrams, Drain, Jatavian Sanders, Dadrian Taylor Dimerson, safety out of Texas Tech. That class in terms of a window, it's like the talent is stupid
Yeah,
at
this is
91.
it's
Cedric Van Pran will start at center in the NFL for 10 years.
Yep.
I got a question. Can we play devil's advocate here?
Yeah.
Barring Peyton Wilson's injury, what would be a reason for him to drop like this?
None.
He's one of the top linebackers in this class.
I mean, I'm going to be honest on
It
my.
feels similar to the Kobe Dean hype a couple years ago, and he like fell.
No, yes, but no. Dean did not have measurables like Wilson has. Dean was like a 5'10", 220.
Wow.
That's respectfully a reach. That is a reach. Peyton Wilson is screwed. Peyton Wilson is more of the like 6'3" prototype. His athletic testing, I mean, he was like 99th percentile kind of athlete.
I don't know who this is.
I do. Tyron Harper is more of a little bit of a tweener, not as much athletic upside, productive on tape. I had him more as a definite day 3. This is a reach, respectfully, in terms of the market, particularly. Look at his lateral quickness. I'm not ripping on the guy. I think in terms of his pass rush upside and what you see in terms of
I cannot believe the talent that is on the board right now.
but I think, well, you just set up another point for me there. In terms of the talent that's on the board, I'm looking at you like, did we have to snipe Tyron Hopper there? I think that was a reachy poo.
You're trying really hard to be like they're trying really hard to just be like the smart people, but just like sometimes the simple move, the obvious move, is.
They also took Edrin Cooper at 40.
Well, they went for the ceiling with Edrin Cooper, and you just kind of went for the floor with Tyron Hopper. But I don't know that I love the floor that much beyond a rotational guy with some special teams upside, maybe. But he's not really that.
McMillan to Tampa.
That was such a Bucks pick, and he's going to be a good player for them. Damn it!
Bucks are in a good spot.
Yeah.
Is there any reason to believe they're not going to repeat in the division?
In the South?
In the South.
I mean,
Yeah, I know.
No.
Yeah, Michael Penix.
No.
There it is.
Too soon.
There it is.
I said earlier the Bucks wide receiver need was sneaky. They definitely wanted a third receiving option and somebody that possibly could fill in for Chris Godwin.
I think they got it.
Yeah, no, McMillan's a great value here. As far
How do you feel? So how about that Jalen Polk pick? I liked it. Some people were because AD Mitchell was on the board, and like what a steal AD Mitchell is for the Colts, by the way. Holy shit. But
yeah, I mean, teams must have really not liked the interview process, and you know what? I am totally fine with Polk.
Everyone loved Jalen Polk. Like I saw the way he was getting mocked, and from everything I heard, you're like, yeah, this guy's going way earlier than anyone is mocking him.
He also does a lot of things really well. Like he's going to be a really, really solid pro, and he can play on the outside. So it
I don't think it was a bad pick right now. I think like obviously as a fan, you're probably a little bit more hyped about AD Mitchell his name coming in, but let's give it a year and see how the shit plays out.
I did a lot of tape on like all these wide receivers, and I did like Polk a lot. I thought his route running needs a little bit of work, and that was kind of my only like issue because he's like not like he's not a burner, but he can separate. Like it's just there are a couple of concerns I still have, but like I still think he's a very good. Like, he's going to be a good player. My problem with the draft right now is the Kalen Wallace pick at 68. Like that should have been Kieran Amagaji, and like it should have been like in immediately. Like I don't know. He's played 40 games at right tackle. He has over 1,000 right tackle snaps. We need a left tackle, and it's like I get like you think he could switch over, but he might not have the same level of play on the other side as he could on the right side. So.
I feel passionate about some of the discussion I heard through my AirPods while I was using the restroom. As far as taking Jalen Polk over AD Mitchell, your new regime showed you something, that they valued the effort on tape, and they valued the motor, and they valued the buy-in, and they valued somebody that's going to come into this building in a rebuilding New England team that's gonna blow in 2024 and is gonna have to take their time. They looked at Polk and said, "This guy's gonna come
Which
in and buy in."
that's partly by design, and that's like in a fucked up way. That's not necessarily such a bad thing because like I think Drake May is gonna take some time. I've liked Drake May. I've said this from a while. I've been a Caleb Williams hater. I'm a Notre Dame fan. I watched us kick his ass and him not play like the guy he's broadcasted to be. I'm a Caleb Williams hater, so don't take my word for it. But I think you guys might really have a gem here with Drake May. Honestly, it's gonna take a little bit of time. But
no, I agree. It's been a weird like road for me and Drake May, I would say, because before the college football season, coming out of the season before last year when he had his big year with Josh Downs, I was very, very high on May. And then this past year, he lost a lot of talent. They changed up the offensive scheme.
Same thing happened to Josh Allen.
Guys, you watch that North Carolina tape, and you're not just watching it for May. You're not just watching it for like you really are diving into it. Somebody who is a freak like me. That offensive line tape out of North Carolina, similar to like out of South Carolina with Spencer Rattler, is horrific. It's blinding. It's scary. It makes your stomach churn. It makes me want to go. It makes me want to lay down. It makes me want to. It's
watch an actual football team.
Like it's well, I mean, I pulled for the Dogs, so we.
Yeah, well, yeah. You watch like the premier football team.
That is May had nothing. He had nothing this year. It's like you have to look. We talked last year about the Levis tape. You got to go to the year before tape a lot when he had some offensive line ability. He had some skill position players. It's like that with May this year. It's like, no, look at that year before tape when he had a Josh Downs, he had a Tez Walker, he had Nassim Richards on that offensive line, and it was more plugged. He had more equivalent talent. It wasn't so much hero ball because that's not what New England's going to do with them. They're not going to hero ball him. That's why they have Brissett, and they're building around him with guys like Polk. They're going to buy in and are ready now.
No, New England looks like they're actually starting to have this like a plan.
Yeah,
and it's going to take some time. It's going to take some time, and like,
but as long as there's a plan,
that's
like,
what life is about, brother. Like, it's not about life is not about having everything together at that moment. Life is about having a plan to move forward.
Hell
dude,
yeah.
you are slapping these one-liners.
That shirt just told that story for you, Bahuki.
Mm-hmm.
Do I look like a guy who's got it all together?
You look like a guy that does a lot.
Do I look like a guy who has a plan?
I have a plan.
My plan is to drink this beer right now.
Yeah. Good plan.
Isaac. That's why the Ravens are always good because they make picks like that.
Huge pick. Yo,
all right. So what I'm seeing here is that both Peyton Wilson and Troy Franklin are on the board.
Yes.
And
gosh, that people are terrified of his injuries. They're terrified of him.
I will be okay
Wilson,
with the.
yeah.
I will be okay. I will be more than excited with the Bills taking either of them.
If he's there for Pittsburgh, I want him to take him. I do. I really do.
So we got.
I want Atlanta to trade up from 110 and take a faller. It won't happen, but I'm excited.
That's what I want the Pats to do. God damn it.
But I'm supposed to be win now. You guys are supposed to suck, but we're both picking in the top 8. Cheers. Take a drink. Y'all, I know I say this, and I know I'm annoying. That's why the Ravens are always good.
Clint, you're not annoying. No, you got the best commentary. You got some of the
You're
best.
such a sweetheart. You're such a sweetheart. Shut up. Shut the hell up.
I have my moments. I can be kind of an asshole sometimes too.
Give it like 3 picks. I'm like, yeah, I made a mistake.
I hate that the Ravens are always good.
No, that's part of the honesty thing. Is like sometimes I say things that are real nice, but then sometimes I say things are real asshole.
One of the best quotes I ever had a friend say to me, and I hope he's watching right now. Shout out to Cody Dreyer. Cody said to me one time, we were having a glass of wine or something, and we were sitting there talking. And he looks at me. I was talking about somebody being ugly and me disagreeing with him, and I was being ugly and something. He looked at me. He goes, Clint, sometimes you got to understand that you're kind of an acquired taste. I laughed my ass off at that table with him when he told me that. I'll never forget it.
Wow,
Jalix Hunt, that's a major ceiling play here by Philly.
Edge. All right, Buffalo's up. This has got to be Troy Franklin. But if it's Peyton Wilson, I will live with it.
What were you gonna say about Hunt? I don't have a lot of information on him.
Major ceiling play. You watch the tape. It's athletic traits. He's overly dominating anyone on that field. For the Eagles, they're a team that's in a place to take a shot on a guy like this. The Eagles will do one of two things with him. He'll either look up in 4 years and be running special teams for the Atlanta Falcons, or he'll be running as a starter and have been to 2 Pro Bowls for the Eagles. It's like I will say, slap in the face to Jeremiah Trotter Jr. that you just didn't take him right there with a linebacker need. The value in terms of the market and the family connection, obviously. But I think Hunt's a great, does anybody have who they've taken thus far off the top of their head? They've taken DeJean.
Buffalo Bills.
No, do I have that wrong? Yeah,
they've taken Mitchell, DeJean, and Hunt, I believe.
You take DeJean and Mitchell in the secondary. You take a front 7 ceiling play. I get it.
Oh, that's not who I wanted them to pick.
Don't spoil. I don't do the pick till I hear it. Okay, I'm gonna handle this one. Dwayne Carter is the guy that I had pegged as the early day 3 steal. Early day 3, not midday 3, early day 3 steal. So they might have gotten a little ahead. It's a little rich. Incredible run support. He's not going to be flashy in the pass rush. He's not going to be flashy in the athletic upside, but just a run defender in the rotation with guys like the Ed Olivers of the world in Buffalo. It's maybe 5, 10, 15. 15's a little dramatic, but it's a little rich. Shout out to my boy Connor, the Giants guy on Twitter, who was trolling me saying, and he honestly, we're friends we're cool. I'm picking at him. He said that he didn't know that if he was a draftable guy, Dwayne Carter actually liked my message where I was like, you're smoking really strong dro past the joint, because Dwayne Carter's going early day 3, and I was even selling him short for him to go here. I will say this. I understand you saying, it's maybe a little rich, but don't get frustrated about that. That ain't whoa, nah.
It's in a position of need, and the defensive interior was something that had to be addressed.
And then tie back to what's the theme of the
I'm greedy, okay? I wanted that double dip at wide receiver, after us passing and on the first round talent, which passing, because we could we have traded up? Yes, but
look at the market. Look at market.
Dude,
I'm
starting to think the Pats could go for what's it called?
I want to stack though. I want that Cincinnati wide receiver room, where it's
you gotta look at. You got to look at this point and what's at now versus tomorrow. I get wanting to get receiver, but look at the markets. Receiver is going slow. Roman Wilson was slow. Who are some of the other names on it? It's going slow. It's the theme of tonight has been hot markets, and if you had to pick one,
they have 4 fifth-round picks right now. So in the 4th round, they have plenty of ammo to. I hope they're not using all those 5th-round picks in the 5th round.
If somebody told you tonight anything other than defensive interior was the hot market tonight, you look at them and say, sweetheart, you're trying too hard. Here's the attention you ordered. Go home and take a nap.
That's the truth. Yeah.
That's the hot market.
That was what today was about.
You want to hear a name that just came across Mel's board that just made me go, hello? Baker out of UCF, buddy.
Yeah, Javon Baker.
Javon Baker, yeah.
Buddy.
Yeah, a lot of people projected him in the second.
A little 6'1", 200-pound, I mean, he's one of those guys. I'm not saying he's AJ Brown, but you watch the tape. You're like, oh, he's 6'4". That guy's 6'3.5", 6'4", and you're like, no, he's 6'1", and you're like, what?
We have enough receivers like that.
That guy's 215. He's 220.
You want Johnny Wilson? You want Johnny
202?
Wilson?
Kind
I
of.
want Javon Baker.
He's played. He already played with Keon Coleman. They both played at Florida State together.
If Javon Baker is there at 1,
that'd be kind of awesome.
Atlanta, and we're not streaming tomorrow for round 3. I'm screaming in the camera saying this is what you need in terms of you've added the Darnell Mooney, the 5'10", 5'11", 180 pounds elite separator. You've added the Darnell Mooney, the 5'8", bulked up 180 pounder, the kind of spark plug. It's like that's what they need. I'm like, Baker being on there. There are names, man. We've said Franklin a couple times. Baker's. I mean, look at Mel's best available: Peyton Wilson, Muhammad Kamara, Troy Franklin,
TJ Tampa.
I
think he goes right here to the Jags.
Jaden Hicks is another. I mean, Jatavian Sam. I mean, this is stupid. If Devontae Walker could put on oven mitts, he's a first rounder. Theo Johnson.
I think possibly that the Pats could go Tez Walker at 103, which I'm totally fine with.
The May pairing. You think he doesn't have some input on that? You think he doesn't? I mean, are you a team that has time to work with his hand? Catching ability. It's like you're absolutely right, man. You know his camp. You know Tez Walker's camp has New England circled. They had it circled before the draft, and they damn sure have it circled after May going last night.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's smart because again, you're like rebuilding this wide receiving room. Getting Jalen Polk helps, but like if you walk out of this with Jalen Polk and Tez Walker, I'm feeling much better. Honestly.
Yeah, there's still some quality receivers to be had in the 4th round.
Luke McCaffrey, Brendan Rice, still both on the board.
McCaffrey's a name for the Falcons at 110, buddy. Telling
Jerry and Jones.
That would be hilarious because guess what, Clint? I got a picture with him too, and we can Photoshop your face on top of that.
I like that pick at 110. I like Penix. I didn't like the pick at 8. But I like McCaffrey at 110. Jerry Jones is somebody who was projected roughly around 90. So I think it's a good value pick in terms of the market too, and getting in there right before we round up here the last 4 or 5 picks of the night, going into day 3. And that's kind of a Jags identity. That's not bad. I like that.
The Eagles, these are the Eagles' remaining picks in this draft: 120, 123, 132, 152, 171, 172, and 210. Wow.
They're trading up.
They have a lot of capital. Bengals pick is in.
Yeah, I never would have thought when I remember I was with Louie when we're on the field and we're like, and it's just a free for all out there, and the players are just running around, and it's like, so you just walk up to them and just ask for pictures. For the most part, they say yes, and I'm like, it's Michael Penix, and I'm like, should I ask for a picture? He's like, I'm like, I'm gonna do it. Here, grab my phone. Never would have thought that would have been the homie starting quarterback, man.
You would have said to him, you would have been like, "Hey, guy Clint, he's gonna get upset, but he's gonna get excited after he throws a little tantrum, and he's a good dude, and come join him on 99.1 WDJY." Okay, I can take this. If no one is anyone else familiar with McKinley Jackson? Because this is a little early.
No, not really.
No.
Okay, McKinley Jackson is a definition zero tech, nose tackle. We talked about Devondre Sweat. Play the 0, play the 1. You're a 3-4 defense. You're looking for a fat, wide ass, wide trailer on the highway. He doesn't have as much of some athletic upside, maybe some immediate production, but you're talking about a lot of great traits, a lot of schematic fit. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't the Bengals take – what was the defensive interior they took during the run? It was Chris Jenkins.
Yeah.
You've taken Chris Jenkins, McKinley Jackson. You've taken serious beef. These guys can lift the absolute gym. I mean, Chris Jenkins, pound for pound, might be the strongest weight room guy in this draft. You had a legit 0 tech, 1 tech versatility in terms of McKinley Jackson and your defensive scheme. You take your shot on Jermaine Burton. You might be a little rich on Jackson, but The Bengals are going for beef, and that's what we've begged of them for the last few drafts. Protect Joe Burrow, give beef on that defensive interior, and get ready to hang in terms of getting deep in the playoff run when you're healthy this year. I'm
Austin,
pretty
what do we
sure.
think this
I
is right now?
know who I want. I want Peyton Wilson. I really do. You've
That'd be lit.
You've already got your receiver. Like you could have gotten.
That'd be a great pick for
round,
anybody.
Like
these are the last 3 picks here, right? 100's the last one.
you've got your center.
Yes.
You've got your offensive lineman. You got in the first. You got your receiver. We need linebackers. We need a linebacker. We need corners. So
That would be an absolute steal, right?
In terms of your ceiling,
you guys go Roman Wilson and Peyton Wilson, and Russell Wilson.
Wilson.
going for ceilings and the
No, you guys got a whole law firm, Wilson.
Your drop off from ceilings after Wilson to the next linebacker is like jumping off a skyscraper.
right.
Junior Colson's still on the board, isn't he? No.
Cedric
No, he went to LA.
Cedric Gray's the
He went
next
to
one.
Chargers.
Would you say it's a skyscraper between Cedric Gray and Peyton Wilson?
Good point. Very good point. I think in terms of the upside, with the athletic upside, assuming Wilson's health, a little bit. You might have checked me a little bit, and it might not be a skyscraper. It might be like that rich.
I like that was my position, Mike linebacker, and I like both of these guys.
No, this guy was all county. Blake was all county.
No, I was not. No, I was undersized. That was why I was a great wrestler. I was not the right size to be an all county linebacker. But I wasn't afraid of contact, and I had a nose for the ball, which Cedric Gray has.
Get out of nose for the ball.
God.
Blake's a certified sicko. Don't worry about it.
You know what? You got to be a little bit.
You know what, Austin? Damn it, I'm doubling down. Peyton Wilson, with his athletic upside, cannot fall to day 3. I don't give a damn
I agree.
about his injury history. This guy is a 98, 99 kind of caliber athlete at linebacker. His production, his tape is linebacker 1, linebacker 2 caliber. The Steelers, a team always 500 or better. Some of the other picks you made, Mike Tomlin, the development defensively, the security. Take a shot.
I mean,
dude.
for
Take a
Christ's
shot.
sake, last year we had a plumber.
Take a shot.
We literally had a plumber running our middle linebacker.
Take a shot. Take a shot.
They-
Late third.
You know,
early
they
fifth,
say
take a shot.
plumbers do make a shitload of money.
Oh wait, he just came out of the house. He just came out of the house, and they called him, and they said, "You want to come play for us?" And he's like,
But
"Yeah, I guess."
it's kind of a crap job.
Jesus Christ.
I work in tax accounting. You want to make some jokes?
Hey!
Don't spoil. Don't spoil.
Come on, make the pick.
Oh,
Hey!
Hey!
great pick!
Hey,
Great
no,
pick!
Baruki,
Great-
you're gonna feel
great
this theme
pick.
right here. What's up?
Great
Nobody's
pick!
gonna match me on the Budweiser commercial. I'm gonna go. I'm done. I had a great night. This was fun. I had a good time. Y'all take care of the last 2 picks. I'll catch y'all later. I enjoyed it.
Peace out.
I'm not fucking peacing out. You think I'm peacing out?
No,
I was-
I didn't. But just in case you were going to, I was saying it.
Gosh,
Just
I
so-
Well,
love
Dan, what a day you're having over here, Austin. Look at you. I can see that
Well,
look.
guys-
You're just like,
Well, listen, the first day, yesterday was I was disappointed. Like I get it. It's not a sexy pick. Offensive lineman's not sexy whatsoever. It is
it
needed.
actually is. If you're a real football
It
guy,
is. It
If
is.
you're,
Offensive line gets me hot and bothered.
if you're a casual, it's not. If you know what, like if you really know, then it's one of the sexiest picks.
It depends, though, too. Like, if you're a team that is notorious for having a bad offensive line, then yes, it would be a sexy pick. But the Steelers really have had a good offensive line since the 2000s, really. I mean, honestly. Now, they had their stretch there with Big Ben early on in the start where he was getting sacked constantly. But after we got David DeCastro and all them.
And that's why they've been a perennial playoff team.
After we
was really good.
So, like,
to be secondary after you've gone verse, after you've gone.
Intentions. It's a good pick. I like that.
You're a little ahead of us, buddy. Relax.
Oh shit, my bad. Sorry.
Whoa! Spoiler.
Bastard. Cam Kitchens is a
great. All right, I've had one beer and one shot, man. Like I'm hammered over here.
It's a shame. I got another 3 rounds tonight in me.
Yeah. But I think it's dumb that it's tomorrow at 12. I don't know. I have stuff to do during the day tomorrow, so like I would have rathered it been at night, but I'll be tuning in as much as I can. Have to pick at 103.
Yeah, I got my buddy's wedding tomorrow, so I probably won't see it.
I'll be tweeting my ass off at NFL Draft Dome at Clint Goss's all day tomorrow on the deck with some buddies, not streaming, taking the day off after these couple weeks.
It's fun on the stream, but it's like a lot to be like locked in the whole time. And
that's why I wanted as many hosts because
I'm going to be a tool tomorrow for sure. I'm going to be a tool.
It's like you're like how hard can it be to just be on the stream and like you're chilling but you're still locked in. It's mentally exhausting, especially when you get to like 3, 4, 5 hours. Like it's a lot.
I mean, dude, like think about it this way: in the past 48 hours, we've spent almost 10 of them doing this.
It's honestly a shame I didn't do more, and I'm honestly mad at myself, and I'll probably take that out on myself later and be like, you know what, I could have done 10 hours. I could have probably done 20, 25, 30.
I mean, that's what it is at the highest level. Like you think about these people who are out here, they're also getting paid crazy money too, so that helps.
Here we go. Who's falling?
Luke McCaffrey.
Douche, like if it's McCaffrey, I'm annoyed at you right now.
He's face bombing it. Oh no! Wow.
Hey, but
all right.
That set a nice vibe. It's like pedigree. It's like, dude, his dad played in the league for 12 years. His brother's Christian McCaffrey. This guy knows the deal. Coming into a rebuilding team.
I don't care about your grade. He's a McCaffrey.
Yeah, basically, like I'm cool with him. I mean, I just said like a couple minutes ago, if he fell to 110, I was gonna love him for Atlanta. Like, I mean, it's like in terms of the value.
This kid's a baller, dude. Like, watch.
He's tough. Like, he's tough. Good. He's tough.
People think he's small too. He's like almost 6'2". Like, he's not small.
I'll tell you, and like, not to sound like a dweeb, but like, rocked up. But like that kid is strong. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't like look like he's some big shredded up kid, but you're like you're strong. You know?
Interesting draft class for them so far. Yeah, I love that pick. I was gonna be hype if he was there at 103. I do think that we might see one of those markets open up again, like we were talking about earlier with the wide receivers, though.
It was the theme of the night. It was absolutely the theme of the night was markets opening, staying open, being hot, closing, people capitalizing on those that close and open. Tonight, to me, and I traditionally like day 2 more in terms of the draft and the trading, the picks, the flow. Tonight was superior to last night to me. I mean, this was awesome. The round 2 in particular was hot. I mean, tonight was great.
Did a great job. With that, I think we are going to end our simulcast extravaganza. We did it for 5 hours and 11 minutes yesterday, and we did it for 4 hours and 38 minutes today. I hope you got as much coverage as you could possibly get. Really appreciate all the comments, the people who joined yesterday as guests, people who stuck with us this whole entire time. Really appreciate it. So,
Hey, I'm going to
yeah,
plug myself for a second.
go for
If
it.
you are a real man or woman who can hang, tomorrow's the real day. I know it sounds like it's like, oh, car salesman, you told me this yesterday, you told me this today. Well, because I was just testing you. Tomorrow's the day where I really bring out the heat. We're going picks 101 to like 250 something roughly. You can find me on Twitter. I'm not going to be live streaming, but I'm going to be incredibly active. It's going to be fun. I mean, look at the teams that are just on the stream right now. We're talking about an Atlanta Falcons guy, a New England Patriots guy, a Buffalo Bills guy, and a Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, he's an employee. He's actually in the locker room right now. But it's like all these. It's like, I mean, I know we're doing some closing thoughts, and I'm not going to be annoying. I'm not going to drag it out. But, I mean, just super, 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 super fast. Look who's still on the board. Look who we're talking about going into tomorrow. Just give it 1 second. Pulling it up. Simulator. Yeah. Okay, it's kind of taking its time. If I was socially awkward.
Troy Franklin, Tez Walker,
There you go. TJ Tampa? Isaac, that's wrong.
Isaac got picked. Tampa's still on the board.
Carson, Brandon Dorless?
Yep, Brandon Dorless. Kyrie Jackson still. Cam Hart.
I feel extremely passionate to the point that, like, I'm twitching and I'm making Trump mannerisms here. I feel so passionate at 110 for the Atlanta Falcons. If Brandon Dorless and Kyrie Jackson are on the board and the Falcons don't take one of them, we won't be live streaming tomorrow, but if we were, we have to walk away for a moment. Like, those names, just to say, like, someone who has skin in the game, like, stupid talent still available.
Word. Bahuki, Austin, anything you guys want to plug? Any final thoughts before we get out?
No, thanks for anyone who stopped by. Thanks, Tyler, for managing Stadium Rant, yada, yada. Let's plug Tyler Lamb, okay, the Stadium Rant CEO, and everything he does and all the messages he sends out and the example he sets. No one talks about it, but you know what? I'm going to take a minute and I'm going to talk about it here. You know what? Because we all need to be a little bit more like Tyler Lamb.
Damn, bro.
Sort of. But let's sort of.
Put that a little bit there. It was, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, man.
I love you, brother.
Love you too,
yeah, I got to pee, so I'm going to log off.
All right.
It was fun, and yeah, go Bills. Fuck the Pats.
Good night, buddy. Love you. That was awesome. I wasn't expecting that. Austin, anything you gotta say before we get out of here?
No, it's going to be hard to follow up on, but I would like to reiterate everything you said. We do appreciate you, Tyler, and of course, Clint. Man, you've been grinding this one out, dude. You've been giving us all kinds of info, and just a big shout out to you. And
yeah, I wouldn't be able to do this alone. Like you were like the draft guy for us, and like you bring a lot of insight into the show. So really appreciate you hanging on with me here.
Well, look, I appreciate it. Among so many other things I'm doing with my content and covering the draft and covering the Falcons, whether it be here, 99.1, WDJY, or, I enjoy my time here better than anywhere else. And I enjoy the creativity here. I enjoy the flexibility here. I enjoy being the draft guy here. Tomorrow, coming back at it and hitting it hard. And it's going to keep growing. It's going to keep going. There's so many good things here. I mean, the jump from – I did this stream last year. Tyler kind of took a shot, let me do the stream last year as a host. The difference just for myself between last year and this year is, it's frightening. It's disturbing. It's almost like a vampire looking in the light. And just the success of this show as well. I mean, to look at the growth of, Falcons Fade, I do with Jordan Watkins. Jordan's the assistant director of recruiting for Stanford football. He and I do that show together every week, and to see the growth there as well as a start of here at Stadium Rant. Just really appreciative and having a lot of fun here, and it's going to continue tomorrow. We're not going to live stream, but you're going to find us all. We're all going to be active. You're going to find me at Clint Goss at NFL Draft Dome on Twitter, and my content as well, and all of us, and being collaborative. And tomorrow's where we separate the men from the boys. And I'm David. I'm not. I just screwed that up so hard. I said I'm David. They're Goliath. I swear to God, I hope JC clips that so bad. Like, I hope JC.
Oh. We're losing you. You're muted. I don't know what's going on now. Can't hear you. Wait, let me see if I can do it. No, their mic is not connected. Oh, nope. You got anything else?
Hey,
There it goes.
Yeah, my friend Wynn definitely called me just to be a jerk because he saw that I was finishing up. I don't remember the last thing you heard from me, but I was just saying, what was the last thing you heard?
Tomorrow's gonna be just a big day.
Tomorrow, separate the men from the boys. You're gonna, we're not gonna be live streaming, but you're gonna catch, me at Clint Goss at NFL Draft Dome on Twitter. I'm gonna be live tweeting. We're not gonna be streaming tomorrow, but that's the men from the boys. I'm going to be bringing so much heat. We all will collaboratively, but I'm really thankful. My last statement would just be, I'm really the one that was pouring it on, saying let's do this night 2 stream. Night 2 and night 3 is the most fun to me, and this went very well. I want to thank the audience. We had a phenomenal turnout. I spoke on Falcons Fade with Jordan. We've just had a disturbingly good turnout this year for that, and this was good. This was good these last 2 nights, and it's been great. And thanks to everybody.
Awesome. And make sure you go check out stadiumrant.com because we have incredible articles, a bunch of great people create content. This dog, he's part of Stadium Rant. He is he's super happy to be here. So make sure you go follow us on all of our socials. If you liked our content, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. And yeah, have a great night. Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you for being a part of it. And can't wait for the rest of tomorrow.
Go Birds.